Stop talking about comic books or I'll kill you. I don't care if the Hulk could defeat the Man of Steel. I'm gonna rearrange your face if you continue to debate whether Logan's claws could pierce Steve Rogers' shield. I just couldn't care less if they bring back Kraven. And I don't care if Spider-Man's a clone. Stop spending all our cash on back issues of The Flash, or I swear to God you're gonna spend your twilight years alone. You can call them graphic novels. They're still just plain old comic books to me. And I don't see why you must always ceaselessly discuss the post-zero-hour continuity. For the last time, I won't read those Kirby X-Men. You know that I prefer the work he did for DC. And if you don't want to die, you'll lose that old Street Price Guide, Comic Buyer's Guide, and Wizard Magazine. But please get the new Invisibles for me.
F off well read for 5 says, remember everyone, well read reviews is where CG goes to come. Oh, I'm gonna come. Yeah, I'm gonna come over there.
F off well read. Thank you for the $5 super chat. He says Narwhal retrospective review tomorrow night, where CG comes. They're gonna come.
F off well read is here. He says well read reviews is where COMICSGATE is going to come. Oh no, thank you, well read. Narwhal retrospective review tomorrow night. Oh good. CG son Narwhal's work in the spotlight. Link in chat. That's great news. So you're going to review a bunch of. I actually like well read reviews. His show, at least the first half of it. He puts on live streams where he and about 4 other reviewers, COMICSGATers, have read a crowdfunding book that is shipped. They sit down and give one of, I think, in my opinion, they give some of the best reviews of these crowdfunded books, on the internet. They just sit down and they discuss it. No grudge or personal vendettas. A lot of, in the past, what I've seen from COMICSGATE review videos is there's a vendetta here. This person doesn't like John Malin. This person doesn't like this person. That's, you can see it in the tonality of the video. But I think Well Read and his chat are pretty fair. They do good reviews that are honorable and honest and fair and objective. And then the video descends into fighting at the end. We're done. We're done reviewing the comic. Let's now fight with several drunks. So that's the, I don't know if that's the entertaining part of the video, but it is the reviews are very good and you should tune.
Good evening, everybody. Can you believe that crock of shit we just heard? Well, Red's going around to all these channels, giving them $5 as bribe money to puff up this god-awful show. What the hell is he thinking? Ah, pathetic. Anyway, on with the god-awful show, I guess. Tonight we're reviewing Narwhal's books, Earthbound and Foreign Agent. So it should be an interesting show. But before we get into it, let's take a quick look in the chat and see who's mousing around. Our first comment comes from Vilnerd, and they are promoting Earthbound 2 on Indiegogo. So if you like what you hear during this review, maybe head on over and check it out. We then have Wilberforce Wooster saying if Earthbound 2 gets to 60, there will be another installment of Naked Samurai. I have no idea what you're talking about, Wooster, and I don't think I want to know. Kriegaloo Bunson's in the chat, and he says, I'm hell-bent on getting that installment. Lord Finutra's here. How are you feeling after last night, Finutra? Are you a little bit hungover and shady? He says, I got 20 minutes to read Foreign Agent. Good thing it's a fast read. James Hayes, one of our regulars, says, "Hello, well-read Smug Pug, Shine, everyone hanging out here in chat. I hope you are doing great and feeling well. A little bit dusty after last night, James, but thanks for asking." Earthbound's here. He says, "Getting the popcorn." And, oh, god damn, we have Stupendous here, and he says, "Super Asia Fantoy go great with any CG comic. Grab a box today, only on Indiegogo." Please don't. Please don't fund the Chinese Communist Party, guys. It's a conspiracy. We also have great Jabba the Coach, and he says, "I have 35 Kokorok seeds." Cool. Oh, we've got the great El Hombre, and he says in all caps, "Hello." And oh my god, it's the man himself, Narwhal Books. He says, "Hi everyone." Hi Narwhal, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Congratulations on Earthbound 2. Richard Cahill says, "No 499, you're killing us, Smalls." I think that will be a future review, from what I understand, but not tonight, unfortunately. We have Yotam Darkstar, and he says, "Hail." El Gargoyle posts a picture of an eggplant. I'm not sure what that's about. And I think that's everybody here early. Oh, no, we have Vicky Verse, and she says, "Good evening, everyone." Good evening, Vicky. Hope you're doing well. Distant Warriors here, and he says, "This is my first time here, thus the power of Narwhal. Hail chat." This will probably be a first and last time here, Distant Warrior. This is the worst show in COMICSGATE. And I do think that's... Oh, no, Yucky Gums here, and he says, "I burnt my barbecue chicken pizza, but I made it." Well, I feel bad for you, Yucky, but your night's only going to get worse from here. So tonight we're reviewing quite a polarizing figure in COMICSGATE, the very talented Narwhal. Sometimes people, whenever I see opinions on Narwhal, it's either high praise or deep criticism. So it'll be interesting tonight to get a verdict from the gang on the panel and finally get some good idea of what's going on. But I guess it's time to bring them on. And the first person I'd like to introduce is the man, the bunny, the host with the most, Mr. Smug Bunny.
Good evening.
Good evening, Smug Bunny. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful.
Why? Why are you so wonderful?
I have no idea.
You know
thought
what you
people
should-
wanted me to be.
You know what you should be feeling?
What's that?
Remorseful for that 3-hour All-Star Superman review last week that had the chat revolting.
I did it just to abuse you, Well-Read Peak. It was
Well,
part
I
of my
think
plan.
I think somebody owes the chat an apology, well-read.
I did a 3-hour after stream just to hang out with the chat because I felt so bad that I was neglecting them. So my apologies, chat, and I hope you enjoyed the after show.
Yeah, I don't think they did. What is with these $5 super chats you going around promoting this piece of crap? What are you doing?
I just want to hear all the big creators saying they're going to come on our show.
You're bribing them for $5. What the hell is going on?
This is the show that makes CG come.
Yeah, come and leave really quick and
Come
never
and
call
go.
us back.
Come and go.
Yeah, they ditch us like last night's whore.
That's right. That's what we want.
And we also have joining us tonight, returning from his vacation, it's everybody's favorite host, Mr. Moonshine.
Worry not, Chad. I have returned.
Moonshine, aren't you so glad you weren't here for that Superman review?
I don't think I've been more glad for anything in quite a while.
I envy you, sir. I envy you.
Well, I
And-
mean, at least now everyone knows about Superman, perhaps.
I never want to hear about Superman ever again. And also joining us tonight, we have a special guest reviewer. He's the eel that seals the deal. It's Mr. Kriegaloo Bunsen.
Shalom.
Shalom to you, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me. This will be interesting.
It's never interesting, trust me. And the chat agrees.
Yucky
look-
Gum's upset with you, Will. He says, "I'm sick of people talking smack about my favorite CG show."
Well, I have no idea which show he's talking about. It couldn't be this show.
it's clearly this one. And I'm sick of people praising this show and liking it, especially when bribed with $5 super chats.
I'm paying professional voice actors.
Oh, there's a question for Kriega.
Well, I mean, it's what my father gave me.
Okay. Well, is there anything you'd like to talk about, guys, before we get into the review? What's all the latest drama? What's the news? What's the haps, as the kids would say?
There's drama.
There's always drama.
Mostly the dramas surrounding Zach's recent campaign. That seems to be getting a lot of traction. People still talking about whether or not he should have started up another campaign, despite not having fulfilled some older books.
Curiously enough, though, he's finally done something which people have been telling him to do for over a year. He's offering every single Jawbreakers book if you in add-ons. So you can get any Jawbreakers book that you may not have backed yet.
Well, that's good. That's a positive.
Yes. I always bring the positivity.
Do you?
Yes.
I can't tell with your voice when you're being positive or negative.
No one else can either.
All right. Well, I guess if there's nothing else, we might as well get into the review. Smug Bunny, why don't you tell everybody what we're reviewing tonight if they haven't figured it out already from the thumbnail and the title?
Well, tonight we're going to do a retrospective on Narwhal, CG's not firstborn son, but one of the originals. He's a creator. He's a creator that was basically introduced to the world through CG and has grown with us. So we get a chance to take a look at how far he's come by reviewing Earthbound and Foreign Agent tonight, his first two projects.
Eventually, we'd like to get 499, but it's just as well because I think it'd be almost impossible to review those 3 books in a single stream, unless you wanted to do 3 hours. But who would ever do that?
Only an idiot would talk about a comic book for 3 hours. A complete and utter idiot and fool.
You people just clearly don't love comics as much as I do.
No, we just agree with the intro song.
Yes.
Okay, so here we're looking at the Earthbound campaign page by Narwhal. It funded in 2018. It raised $14,000 from 432 backers. So pretty decent for a first-time campaign. He then also released a hardcover version, which increased, nearly doubled on the original campaign, and it made $27,501 from 667 backers. So quite a decent amount of incremental growth there.
If you notice, the close was not even 5,000. So a lot of these backers, this was one of the few CG books that Zach, or Diversity in Comics, or Comics Matter is what he calls himself now, he did, and he praised it quite a bit. So that boosted the backers quite a bit, like by 200 or 300 or something.
Yeah, very, very cool. And then we have his next installment, Foreign Agent, which we're reviewing tonight, and it made a whopping $41,547 from 792 backers. So again, another big boost of growth, both in money and backers. And then we have the, I guess this book doesn't need much introduction. It's been discussed endlessly, but
Except
again,
for here,
very successful, $86,000 from 1,472 backers. And as Vilna pointed out at the start of the show, Narwhal returns for Earthbound Part 2, the sequel to his original book. And it's funding now at Indiegogo. You guys should go check it out. And it's already matching what Foreign Agent made, with 40,000 from 608 backers with 19 days to go. So I'd argue Narwhal's one of the most successful creators in CG with these campaigns.
He's pretty much the same level, I think, as Clint Sweetcast. They both have had pretty much the same success, I'd say. One is an artist and one is a pure writer. But
well, Narwhal writes his stuff as well, so
that's true.
Yeah.
He's kind of jack of all trades. He does almost everything for his books. Although he does bring in some people for interesting, I guess, storytelling elements, which we'll see in Foreign Agent.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we better get into the review. But before we do, I'd just like to get a general feeling from each of you. Because whenever I see people talking about Narwhal, it's normally one of two opinions. It's extremely high praise on his artistic style, that he's fantastic with page layouts, and his stuff is very animated, and it works very well for sequential storytelling. And then there's, I guess, a few naysayers who are extremely critical of his art style. It always seems to be one of two opinions. So I'm just wondering, before we get into it, how do you guys feel about that, so we can get a general sense of where you're coming from? Let's start with you, Smug Bunny.
I am a fan of Narwhal's. I think he exudes a lot of his creativity. You can see it in a lot of aspects of his work, but he's definitely an artist that is showing growth. So clearly, with his original work, I wouldn't stack it up against Foreign Agent if I was going to do a Narwhal collected edition, because the books feel very different to me. So there's a lot of progress in Narwhal, but generally I enjoy what he does.
We've got a few people in the chat expressing their opinions. Matthew Fowler, who's a creator himself, says, "Call me crazy, but I love the Narwhal style." Jack Stafford says, "Narwhal is a quirky creative, and I like his art most of the time." And then naysayer Vickyverse says, "There are panels in Earthbound that I still have no idea what they are supposed to be." Always a critic, Vicky. Moonshine, what do you think of Narwhal's style? Just in general.
I know when I backed it, I saw this artwork and I was like, "Oh, this looks horrible." But I heard it was really good, and as we saw, it was only $20 for 150 some pages. So I tried it out, and I would say it's something that you have to kind of get used to. But once it clicks for you, it just works. It's creating the images and the ideas in your mind as it intends to do. If it works, I almost liken it to like a Magic Eye poster. For some people, it works and you see the image, and for some people, it just won't work. So I say if you have to tolerate Narwhal's art, then don't try it. It's not for you. But if it works for you, it's something actually quite special.
Okay, we have a few more comments. Yucky Gum, who's an artist himself, says, "His art reminds me of the Japanese anime Studio 4 Degrees Celsius, I'm guessing." And then we also have Earthmind, who says, "I really like Narwhal's style too." So, yeah, general consensus in the chat that people enjoy it. Kriegaloo, our dear friend, with a horrible comb over to hide his incoming baldness. What's your just a general take on Narwhal's style? What do you think about it?
So, I partially disagree with Moonshine. I liked it right away. I had no getting used to it. Needed to be done. It was an immediate. It just clicked for me right away. It's simplistic, yes, but everything is distinct. So, especially the characters, which is where it really matters most. I was never confused in either Earthbound or Foreign Agent with who was who, ever. And in the issue Earthbound, where he uses color more, his coloring his feel for what colors to use is impeccable. It's fantastic.
Alrighty.
I would say that personally, it just took me a while to get used to, but even if it's simplistic, there's a lot of detail in these panels that some artists, though, they may draw their character with higher detail, and there's a lot of attention. Everything placed in a panel matters for Narwhal.
Yes.
Okay. We have El Gargoyle in chat, and he says, "Narwhal's perfect to learn how to make a crowd-funded comic for your first time." And Distant Warrior says, "Narwhal's books would translate directly into cinema as storyboards." So, there we go. But I guess we've procrastinated long enough, and it's time to get into the first books. I fall into the camp of being a bit critical of Narwhal's art. I mean, I do admit, like, it probably works well for some people, but perhaps it's not to my taste or style. But I'm looking forward to perhaps hearing other people's perspectives and maybe broadening mine. So let's jump into Earthbound.
I will drop a little spoil. Part of the reason we're doing this show is to lay groundwork for 499. And there's other comments to be made about 499, which won't be said here. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. So, Smug Bunny, do you have an image of Earthbound you'd like to share?
I do. I'm just working on finding it. It seems to have gotten away from me. But just to springboard, I guess, a little bit on what was being said earlier. Yes, I agree that his sense for coloring is very, very specific, and he has a very interesting palette. But I don't agree that the art always works. I found that there were some occasions where there were things there that were just completely bizarre, and I guess this is part of the dynamic, the mystique of Narwhal, is that sometimes you see somebody who clearly shows a lot of very interesting characteristics and unique talent, but then on the other hand, you then see something that completely is like you have no idea what you're looking at, the way Vicky explained, and you're very very struck by it. You wonder exactly if it's coming from the same artist. So I have some early pages here. I'll start with something favorable, I suppose.
This is from Earthbound?
Yes. So this was an early image from Earthbound in the beginning of the book. And when I first saw this, I thought, well, I mean, how can people call this person a poor artist? I mean, look at how nice this is. I mean, there's expression in the character.
I would say this, even when in this case especially, though, is his facial expressions always tell you what the character's thinking. You don't have to be told what they're thinking. So even some people, they may draw faces really well, but then they're always Mr. Frowny Stern face, and you have no idea what they're thinking throughout the whole book.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, our dear friend, Mr. Frowny Sternface from Starblades, which we reviewed several weeks ago.
Pretty much almost universally, you always know what the characters are thinking or acting or trying to convey to someone else, and it changes panel to panel. They don't just sit with the same expression constantly.
And I love that he used the same color for the character's eyes as the sky in the back. Like, I thought that was a really interesting choice. But you see this, and then you go on and you see something like this, which I'll just zoom out from. And like, I don't know, with this finger, this hallway, and especially this character at the bottom that pops up a lot in the book, that is like some
Blowguard.
Gopher, I don't know, dog hybrid looking image, and is consistently drawn that way. I'm very confused what that's supposed to be. And then the choice of colors here, like we mentioned, he has a very interesting palette. The previous image was really stunning, and here the hands are red for some reason, and I don't understand the color choices. These seem to be not expressing very much either for this hallway, other than just flat reds across the walls. So I don't know. There are some instances where I think it's done impeccably well, and then some where I think it really slides on that scale.
What do you think about the coloring here, Kriga?
Well, I guess I would have to agree with Well Read on the first one. It's actually the only one in that whole page that stands out from the rest. Even if you don't like or understand what's going on with the hands in that second panel, that still shares kind of the same tone as everything else on that page. But I just took it to be, I took it all in whole. So, and once I got to the end, I was like, oh, it's just Blowguard and his little recording studio thing, or what he takes to be his recording studio. So I just took it all in stride. I don't know. I'm not an art guy. I just know what impresses on me.
I would say I think the coloring suggesting he's sitting in a dark room and there's lighting from what he's doing. That's how I took the coloring of his hands and other things to be.
Jay Potts has a theory in chat, and he says, "Have you not heard of the expression caught red-handed?"
I mean, that would be very clever if that was intentional.
I must say, just looking at this page, I do agree with people when they say Narwhal's art. Like, he's very good at establishing shots and using perspective in these layouts. It does feel very cinematic just looking at this page.
Yeah, we didn't mention it, but his perspective is always interesting as well. It's just the way he sets up the shot and the distances. He tries shortens and lengthens the distance, almost like, a camera shot. So, I mean, I think he has that type of eye to always be thinking of things like that.
We also have a critic of us in the chat. The Beaver says 2 out of 10 would give Amit a review copy instead of these guys. Beaver, Amit goes around to all these creators begging for review copies. He doesn't have a YouTube. He reviews nothing. He's a thief, a dirty little thief. No one trusts Amit Rayner.
Yucky Gum has his explanation for the coloring.
The angle is keeping the skin away from any light, so he's just using a red shade as a way to show that it's actually shaded flesh tone. Well, there you go. Well,
yeah, if you look at the bottom panel, you can see his finger isn't in the monitor screen.
So we jumped right into the art right away, but if you're like me and you have no idea what's going on in Earthbound, why don't we tell the audience just a brief synopsis? Like, what is this book? What's the plot line? Moonshine, would you like to take that?
Not really, but I'll do it.
Well, please do.
So the point is, there's these aliens, but they, in most regards, look human. That first scene we saw is there was a crew of 3. One of them gets stuck on the planet. The other 2 are captured. So it's been 5 years, I think, or 3 years. And so the 2 that were captured were put in stasis. They're woken up and they're given a challenge to capture some other aliens for a contest. And they're also said, capture your former crewmate, and whoever gets him breaks the tiebreaker. So there's 5 people. They need to get one of them as their former crewmate. So it's kind of aliens on the planet Earth and the way they're interacting with them. But it's more of they see humans as a lesser species. But it's still kind of funny the way they get things wrong. There's also the gimmick of how do they capture people. So they're each given special guns that don't kill people. They just make them completely under your control. So that's kind of the gimmick. There's a boy. He just shoots everybody. He gets like the big army of under his control, and the girl like selects who she wants. So they're using 2 different styles to try to win. And she contacts her former crewmate, the guy stuck on the planet, and they're kind of working together. So that's the general premise of this. So it's actually, I would say, a real sci-fi story. It gives a premise of an invention or item, and that's the real focus. But all the character interaction actually is pretty well done too. So here's just aliens, and it's actually pretty funny, the scene right here.
And would you say that the art moves the story along well and everything's presented nicely? Like,
I mean, the story moves along well. Yes, I don't know if it's dependent upon the art. The dialogue's always pretty snappy. Narwhal's dialogue is interesting. Part of it's because these are aliens and the dialogue's different in Foreign Agent, but there's kind of a detachment. I wouldn't say sarcasm. It's just they care, but they don't care too much. So it's interesting the way they talk. It's not as bad as like a Josh Whedon where they're like mocking everything, but there's kind of a little bit off about the things they say. And part of that's because obviously they're aliens, but I enjoy the way these people speak. I actually find pretty interesting.
Smug Bunny, what do you think about the dialogue? Would you agree?
Yeah, the dialogue wasn't bad. I wasn't clear what the tone of this book was supposed to be because it was set up as sci-fi. It does have humor in it, speckled throughout, but I really felt like it was extremely disjointed. Um, it sets up where so it has these two convicts and they're being sent to Earth. They're looking after these characters called sirens, and there's some mention of like a Grand Prix contest eventually that all of them will participate in. They're given weapons that apparently allow them to mind control people when they shoot them, so and they become allies. And the whole thing is then played out in a high school, which I don't know. Like I honestly I have no idea what kind of story this was intended. Was it supposed to be Terminator? Was it supposed to be The Running Man? Like it really just felt disjointed to me. So dialogue was interesting. I thought Narwhal honestly was extremely horny while writing this book. I mean, maybe that sounds silly to say, but like there is a lot of suggestive comments in it about little things like that. And like there's one image I can show later on where it's like there's a lot of references to sexual activity in this book.
Jack Stafford has a comment. She's like Men in Black in tone. Yeah, in some ways, like all like in the way the aliens interact, where they're kind of just a little bit off the way a normal human would be.
So it reminded me almost of like that Masters of the Universe commentary stream we did, Moonshine, where it's like they start off in what is it, Eternia, and then all of a sudden they go back to Earth and they're like in a high school, and they're in some like sleepy town downtown, playing out this big operatic space.
I will say it's interesting. Apparently, all these aliens have decided to live in this high school. The sirens are there. The kid is here. They're going and they're saying, "Oh, we have the exclusive contract for a few days, but everyone else is going to be coming in too." So it's like, why are all these aliens coming to this particular high school? But I mean, these are the type of premises I'll just grant. I don't see it as a problem.
All right. Well, let's hear from Kriegerloo. Kriegerloo, what do you think? Does the dialogue serve the story well? Does the art sequentially help you understand the story? How do you feel about it?
It did for me, yes. The dialogue from the aliens, Worcester and Well-Read kind of said really all there needs to be said on that one. But as far as the plotting and everything, I would say this feels like an extended lead up to something like The Running Man or Death Race or something like that, because they talk a little bit about the Grand Prix, and it feels like it's one of those events or like Battle Royale or something that you don't want to be a part of and you're forced into, except that they're also forcing these people into recruiting the people that are going to be forced into partaking in these events. I thought that was an interesting plot choice to explore. And yeah, as far as the visuals go, whether you're a fan of the style itself or not, it does read well across the page and throughout. It's a quick read. I mean, there's, 150 some pages for this one, and you can breeze through it. Yeah, it was good.
I want to just say the lighting in that last panel is amazing. How that pink is reflected off everything into the background.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I chose this image, is because you can see like sometimes the way he executes his color palette is just really amazing. I haven't seen anything like it in comics before. So he's growing. Like there's a lot of experimentation, and sometimes he hits it right on the nail.
I think there's another scene, you don't have to show it, where they're walking down this long hallway on a spaceship, and there's like this light from a door, and the shadows are just done across this, many tens of yards long pathway they're walking on. The lighting is what he seems to really I guess sometimes some would say he fails. I guess I'd liken it to Shotgun Samurai. He's always experimenting, and it's always interesting, even if he fails at it.
Right.
All right, we have a comment from Matthew Fowler in the chat, and he says, "It's Gantz meets Dawson's Creek." Do you guys agree with that? Have you ever watched either Gantz or Dawson's Creek?
I remember Dawson's Creek. I don't know. I know of the Gantz, but I don't know enough about it.
I've read and watched Gantz, so I can see where he's coming from there. But I have no experience with Dawson's Creek.
It's just a teeny bopper sitcom, essentially soap opera, almost even.
Oh god.
Yeah,
I guess. Maybe more like
question.
Saved by the Bell.
Yeah, Saved by the Bell. Gantz and Saved by the Bell sounds like it would describe it, perhaps.
Well,
And we have a question from a critic in chat. Richard Cahill asks, "Is this the first comic to be drawn in MS Paint since 1977?" See, this is what I was talking about earlier when it comes to Narwhal's art style. It's very polarizing. You either seem to have people that really enjoy it and then people that extremely dislike it. So it's interesting to take a good look at it.
Stu, no, he actually has not killed this person. He's just put him under mind control. That's the weapon.
I am a premier MS painter, and that is definitely not MS Paint.
Yeah, Kriegalu's an expert in MS Paint.
Kriegalu traveled from 1997 to come here and tell us that on this review show. Yeah, I mean, and I like how alive his art is here. You know, that's something I like about Narwhal's style as well. Like, he doesn't use a lot of lines, but there's a lot of expression in his images. So they feel vivid and very, very exciting. So
I like too that he doesn't just pull out a ruler or a compass for everything. Like look at the doorway there in that shot. I feel that sort of organic feel is a lot better, and I think sometimes other artists who put in more detail and more refinement in it, I think sometimes they take it a little too far and it almost feels too perfect.
Well, but I disagree that every panel seems to matter. Like, it seemed like in some, like here, he's putting some detail and some effort into the background, but here he puts almost none. And I feel like I've seen a lot of panels like this. Like here, they're on a spaceship and there's absolutely nothing going on in the back other than these two arms. So some of it feels rushed, for lack of a better word, and some of it feels like it's more attentive and more care was taken.
Okay. We have someone, I think, in the chat talking to you, Well Read. He says, "Oh, hey, it's the most boring cuck on the channel. When will you admit he cried about being gate-kept?" Would you like to address that, Well Read, or?
But Wells wet dream. Oh, hey, it's the most boring cuck on the channel. He cried to Liam. Well, cried. When did I ever cry to Liam? When will you, Well Read, admit he cried about being gate-kept? Gate-kept from who?
From whom?
From whom? Yeah.
Well, thank you for joining us, Wells Wet Dream. I endorse all trolling of Well Read in this chat. Please continue.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we need more Amit to troll Sneak Peek, though.
No, Amit can stay wherever the hell he is.
Well, do we want to move on from this panel? We've talked about it quite a bit now.
Sure.
So I
here,
guess
again, nice use of colors as well in these panels.
I think it's the next page, but I like that when they're sitting at the bar, there's obviously a mirror, and then you can see the front of their faces in the mirror. I mean, sometimes he just realizes he realizes what a shot needs. And that's like, that would be a standard filmmaking shot. You shoot from behind, but then you see their faces in the mirror.
Yeah,
Which
I like
is not in this panel, but
I like the choice of color on the gun, how it's outlined in green. Is that supposed to signify something?
well, hers is green and the other guy's is pink. It's just to denote it's a specialized gun, and it just kind of works. It's like, this is a crazy gun because it's just green glowing off of it.
I think their familiars also match to that aesthetic too, or whatever you
Yeah,
call that
the
thing.
cellas or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, like she grabs this, the other guy grabs this gun, and he grabs the other gun, and then they don't light up. It's like, wait, switch them, and then like he gets the pink and she gets the green. Those are moments like that Narwhal places that just add, like, I wouldn't say humor, but just adding attention to detail and a little chuckle here and there.
All right. So we're hearing quite a bit of praise for Earthbound 1, especially in the colors and I guess the expressions in the faces and in the art. But was there anything you were unhappy with about reading this book? Let's go down the panel first. We'll go to Smug Bunny.
I'm sorry, I was reading the chat because I'm being trolled in there. But what was your question again?
I was asking, since there was a lot of praise of Earthbound, but was there anything that you weren't really happy with about the book?
Yeah, I mean, I've been talking about it more so than what I've been happy with. But I thought that there was a lot of content that was superfluous, especially like when you get to the high school setting for this entire story. A lot of that sequence felt really out of place. There were events in there that just didn't seem to serve the story. And then there were weird sequences as well, like this character in Red, who here he's clearly got some kind of uniform on. He's just kind of accepted as, you know, another high school student. He walks up there and just starts hanging out with the kids, and you know they're hanging out with him. He's getting invited to the pool parties. He's asking some girl out to the dance ritual, is what he calls it.
Well, it's not exactly true. He's immediately noticed by the principal, and then he just shoots him, so he's mind controlled. And then the party is most of the people. He goes to a classroom and shoots the whole classroom up. And so part of it is he's orchestrating everything because he does stand out so much that the only way he can do this is just mind control everyone so he can move through society. That's the way I saw it, at least. Like a cop comes up and he shoots him. Now the cop's on his side. The dad comes and he shoots him. Now the dad's on his side.
So here he's addressing an entire crowd.
Which these are the people he's mind controlled, though.
Okay, so he's apparently... I missed that scene where he went on like a full-blown shooting rampage. I didn't realize he mind controlled so many.
Yep, an entire classroom.
And that nobody noticed that, even me. But yeah, and then they had like this little play as well that seemed kind of strange. There was a lot of content that was like thrown into this part of the story, which I didn't think a lot of it served the story, other than to set the scene of like what was said in the chat earlier. This is some form of Dawson's Creek, and the goal is to write a bit of a teenage drama more than a sci-fi thriller. So this is where I felt like it was pretty disjointed, and it needed to be kind of more focused and on track. The sequence in the storytelling is very good. I mean, people are right about that. Narwhal is able to tell a story clearly, and things progress in an interesting way. But just the pieces of the story, I didn't feel like they came together in a way that seemed self-consistent.
All right. Well, while Well Red was going off on one of his diatribes, we actually lost 5 viewers. So thank you, Well Red, for destroying your own show. Moonshine, any critiques or anything that you weren't really pleased with about Earthbound?
That's going to be hard because Earthbound's probably one of my favorite comics I've read in the last few years. I almost have no critiques of this book at all.
That's interesting. Okay.
I
can't think of anything? Nothing at all?
I mean, as I said, the art is going to be a personal taste if you like it or you don't like it. But I like the wackiness of the scenes, like that play. It's so off kilter. But I enjoy things like that. It's like I think it's intentionally supposed to be odd. So.
Okay. Well, Moonshine's clearly a fan. Kriegerloo, same question. Anything at all that you didn't feel was right about the story or the book? It could be art, coloring, dialogue, story. Anything that you felt wasn't really up to scratch?
Yeah, and some of this will carry over into what we talk about with his follow-up effort. But I just like Sunshine or Moonshine here, I really, really am a fan of this work. But I would definitely say that if you're going to go into the minutia of getting into these school kids' lives, like it sort of kind of does in the latter half here, I would, number one, I would actually want more of it. And number two, I think, and well, read correctly on this if I'm wrong, but I think it might have helped having more because it was like he was trying to showcase the two different recruiting styles of the pair of aliens that kind of are competing against each other here, like Julia right there in this panel, and then the red guy, Spaceman.
That's WizKid.
He's no, I meant yeah, but they're not
actually.
competing in that shot.
Yeah,
Spaceman not in this picture. Sorry.
Yes.
So Julia is definitely the more nuanced and intelligent of the pair. And it's interesting because they even talk about it briefly about Spaceman, a discussion as to whether he's smart or not. I don't think they delve into it deep enough. He takes a brute force approach, but he is not stupid at all. And I think diving into it longer, we could have seen a more strategic play out. Now, with Earthbound 2 coming out, that may happen. I don't know. And that could be the shortcoming for this format, but I don't know. It's a hard fix.
There is a point where Spaceman is just lounging, and then one of the people she recruited spying on him, and he's like just sitting around, and then all of a sudden he's given his gun to someone else to shoot him. So it's like he planned that out and knew he was being spied on. So there's some cleverness, at least, in the Spaceman. He's not just stupid shooting people randomly. I mean, he does shoot people randomly, but that's intentional.
And I love the red herring at the very, very beginning, because the first people we see him targeting, he's like, hey, should I really keep your family, dude? I mean, I kept you because you proved useful, but, what good are they? And the whole tone of it didn't just play into whether he had any morals or not, but also into whether he was smart, because you have to wonder, is he going to be able to strategize? Is he going to know how to use the weak ones too? And it sets him off to make him look like a complete meathead. And in the end, he's definitely not. So I can't wait to see how that plays out. But that definitely affected the pacing. I would say that's probably my most major criticism. And everything else I'll bring up when we talk about Foreign Agent, because I think it's more relatable in that discussion.
Jack,
speaking of Foreign Agent, it's nearly at the 50-minute mark, so we should probably move along. But I was going to highlight Jack Stafford's comment. He asks, is the lettering a bit difficult to read?
I don't think so. It might just be that this image. Yeah, it's very easy to read. It might be that this image, in terms on the computer screen, it's difficult to read. I could see that, but on paper, on page, it's not difficult to read.
Well, that should be a good segue into production quality.
Yes.
Which I guess, Smug Bunny, did you have anything to say about the lettering?
I didn't have any issues with the lettering. I did want to bring up, though, the reason why I have this page clipped is I also felt like there wasn't enough setup for what was happening in the story. And this is like one of the only scenes where I felt like they were actually giving enough exposition to help you understand exactly what the point of this entire adventure that they're on is. Because the rest of it just focuses on high school related matters, like, odd. I don't know what kind of.
Wait, hold on. What is going on with that bulge?
That's what I was.
Are those his nuts? What is going on there?
Yeah, there is a lot of little suggestive things like this.
He's walking around with all the other males in the back. Is he getting an erection with his balls are swelling? Holy shit.
Yeah. So there was a lot of strange.
I like to say hi to Tatsunami. And apparently someone is not speaking loud enough for him.
I think it's well read. Tatsunami mentioned earlier that well read's a bit sensitive, and then with his low voice, it's hard to hear him.
Okay, is this a little bit better? I turned up my mic.
Stupendous has a comment that I think Krigalu will like. I said dynamic, not dicknamic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just walking along in his Speedos, balls flopping all over the place. It's fucking something else.
But then there's pages like this. You know, this is exciting. The running here. You know, you feel the pace of it.
Yeah, I like the way he just. I mean, that's not realistic. You're not going to jump over everyone, but that's fun. The way he just jumps over him, the way he lands.
Well's Wet Dream has a suggestion. He says, I guessing to Well Read, you need to grow some balls before your voice is heard. So,
I like to say, Well's Wet Dream, please come back every show. We need your trolling of Well Read.
I know who it is.
Anyone who punishes Well Read is a cool guy in my book.
Yeah, that's more than welcome here, of course. Please bring more of it. But I know who this is. Okay, so apparently my audio is better. So again, with the strange art choices here, I don't know what's going on with these characters. I don't know if you guys can see. Like in some instances,
I think that's Gonzo.
Yeah, I was about to say one of them's a Birdman.
Right.
I have to say I like that. You'll just give people unusual features that are no way physically possible. It's like, why not? It's cartoonish. Just do it.
Yeah, it's a comic book. You can do whatever you want, really, with comic books. But I guess like we're getting close to the hour mark now. I guess we
can move on. I mean, the story.
We should finish up with some sex. Oh, does he? He sleeps with that woman, then puts a round in her.
Yeah.
This is why he's one of my favorite characters. Him and Blowguard.
Yeah, but I do want to point out he has sex with her when she does have her free will. He only takes her away after he does.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, so that's a mind control gun.
Yes. I actually love this right panel here. Like this background, this is a really interesting color palette for me. I really like that he chose this. This is really unique.
Jay Potts.
I thought this whole page was just impressive. Like just this scene where she's being shot, the colors,
that coloring, yep.
Everything is just really, really nice. So really good.
All right. Jay Potts says, good review. Earthbound deserves to be celebrated. A great addition to the CG Hall of Fame.
I mean, there's really nothing in CG that's like Earthbound at all. And I would say this is the first kind of sci-fi book, and now there's Fatal and Impossible Stars coming out. But there really wasn't sci-fi until... I don't consider Space Adventure to be sci-fi. So this was about the only sci-fi book that you could find in CG.
All right. Well, moving along, I must be insistent. We move to production quality. Krigalu, how did you come across these? Did you buy the soft covers? Did you buy the hard covers? Did you grab the PDF? How did you experience Earthbound, and how would you describe the production quality?
Earthbound, I received one of the paperback editions, and it came in wonderful, wonderful condition, unlike my copy of Xenotype, which did come in pretty good, but one of the corners was a little bit off. But yeah, no. As far as legibility, production value, everything, it was top notch. It really is a good product. I think the only turnoff some people would have is, as we've discussed before, the art style, and that just sucks because I'm excited about it. I love this. Yeah, I'm like fanboying here, but yeah, it's great.
All right. Moonshine, production quality. Did you grab the hardcover, the soft cover, PDF?
I got the soft cover along with the sketchbook. So It's as Kriega says. I just add on the cover is cardstock, and then you have relatively thick pages interior, and the ink does not come off on your hands. It's over 150 pages, and then you get a short story about. We won't have time to cover this, but the naked samurai, which I actually find quite enjoyable in itself. So, and then the sketchbook is nice, square bound as well, and this is kind of what I thought Red Rooster was going to have. It has like just images he's drawn, but also a story of Nosferatu, which is kind of taking the movies and like putting it in comic form. And then there's a story about AI typing monkeys, which is bonkers, and it's one of my favorite stories Narwhal has done.
All right, very good. And you mentioned it was over 150 pages. I think $20, right?
Yes, I mean the story is just under 150, but like the additional story and some artwork makes it over 150.
That is surprisingly very good value for a COMICSGATE campaign.
The value is very good in terms. If you don't like the art, obviously there's going to be less value for you. So I would say even if you don't like it at first glance, you may still like it. But the problem is then you have to buy in. So I guess it's up to you to if you want to take a chance in just the story and see if it clicks, or just pass because you can't get past the first images you've seen of this art.
Alrighty. And Smug Bunny, you've got the PDF. How was it? Was the coloring fine? The lettering legible? High res?
I had no issues with the PDF. I also backed the soft cover of this, so I received that a long time ago, and it came in good condition. I kind of hoped to get the hardcover, but I didn't want to back an early CG campaign twice, so I settled for the soft cover, and yeah, there were absolutely no complaints.
All right, very good. Well, I guess we're running low on time, and we're going to have to speed it up a bit, but I guess we should get into the next book of the night, which is also by Narwhal. It's Foreign Agent. I'm actually looking forward to hearing about this one, because of all the Narwhal books that I've looked at, I think this is the one that interested me the most, but I missed out on. I do have Earthbound. I've actually never read it before, so I can have no biases during the review, but let's hear about Foreign Agent. Let's say Kriegerloo. What is Foreign Agent? Is it another sci-fi story? Is it something else? Is it a secret agent story?
It's I wouldn't say it's a secret agent story. And it's not a science fiction story. It's how do I describe this without spoiling it?
I mean, in general, I would call it alternate history, perhaps.
Yes, and this could just be me, but there are some seeming anachronisms here. It almost seems like a World War I or World War II setting, wherein a couple. I don't want to spoil too much here, but a couple people from a different country meet up with some people at their homestead, and they have to work out how to communicate with each other because none of them knows the other's language at all. They got almost no common ground, and it plays out like a really good independent film, I guess you could say. Or even almost like a spaghetti western, but that's definitely not a one-to-one comparison. I really don't know how to describe it any better than that without like ruining certain story elements.
I think you did a good job. It definitely piqued my interest. The language barrier definitely seems like an interesting element added to the story. Smug Bunny, did you have anything to say about Foreign Agent?
I was gonna say, yeah. Foreign Agent is a western, essentially. There's bandits that come in from the open plains. They find a family on their remote ranch or farm, and there's a lot of subtext and underlying tension from that interaction. So that's the way I would call Foreign Agent, is a Western.
Do you agree, Moonshine, or would you describe it as something else?
I think some combination of what Krieg and Well Read said covers it. I don't think I have anything too much to add for a synopsis of what it is.
Okay, well, looking at it, just this first picture, I noticed it's in black and white. Is this book colored, or is it's black and white the whole way through?
It's grayscale, yeah.
Yeah, it's grayscale the whole way through.
And does the grayscale suit the tone of the story, or do you feel like it would have worked better in color?
No, I think it's better this way for sure.
Well, I think the grayscale allows some ambiguity in certain ways certain images are presented, and I think that's intentional. You're not supposed to get everything when you read through this. If this was a spoiler review, which I don't want to do too much, this is one story in particular that if someone wants to read it, you don't want to tell them what happens. But if there's a spoiler review, there's a lot of pieces in here that aren't resolved that I would like to have a discussion about. But yeah,
maybe a conversation. Maybe a conversation for another time. Then I guess. Yeah. Sorry, Boogaloo, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just adding to that. It was kind of Moonshine and I talked about this a little earlier, but that's kind of where the independent film feel comes from too. This is definitely, I would say I like Earthbound slightly more, but this is definitely a more mature work, both in tone and style.
Yeah, I would say if you don't like what Earthbound's doing, I would still get, and you're okay with the art, I would still give Foreign Agent a chance, because the tone's completely different in Foreign Agent.
Now, does the grayscale take away from Narwhal's art style, or does it actually suit it much better? Because I know one heavy criticism of 499 was, I believe it was Zach's coloring of the book. Even people that enjoy Narwhal's art were saying, "Oh, we're not this coloring style, like it doesn't really help." So, how does the grayscale suit Narwhal's art?
Well, I mean, it's grayscale, but like even in here, you can see the lighting. It's like Narwhal knows what he's doing here. It's grayscale. I mean, I think he might even be trying to invoke a black and white film with this. So it's grayscale, but there's still lighting constantly being used in every panel. So I mean, it's just his intent. It's just the tone he wants to set, and I don't mean color tone. I just mean what he's trying to get across. It's still him deciding on what colors he wants. It's just he's decided to use grayscale here.
I'm noticing the dialogue balloons are black with white text. Is that consistent throughout the book, or is that just for this scene?
This is Go ahead, Kriega.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that is intentional, and it's not everyone. So this is part of his stylistic choice in depicting one group of people speaking one language and another speaking the other. So a couple of the characters you'll see throughout will have like the white word balloons and the black text. These, unless I read it wrong, and again, like Moonshine said, there is some ambiguity here, but these guys, I believe, are the natives, right? And they're the ones speaking with the black word balloons. But that's, yeah, exactly, right there. See, and then those guys have the white word balloons. So that's his way of trying to help us figure out that there's a communication or a language barrier going on here. There's actually a third element to this too. That little kid you see in the middle there, he actually communicates through drawings as well, which have a very, very different feel to them from the rest of the artwork here. It stands out.
So what I'm getting from what you guys are saying is, despite this being initially looking at it some sort of, I guess, action adventure involving a foreign agent, it's actually almost the tone of the story is all about communication, maybe listening to people.
Yes, as we haven't mentioned this directly, so the in the middle bottom panel there, the light-haired man is Piper. So he's an artist. The boy can draw. So the way they decide to communicate is they draw pictures for each other, and so those two draw, exchange, and then the two sides can talk what the picture means. So it is about communication. It expands beyond just this family eventually, but that's the initial premise. It's these guys come in, they need help. They have to like resolve their conflict without actually being able to speak to each other. So there is mostly, yes, human dynamics, interactions between different conflicting sides who have different motivations, but aren't naturally just antagonistic against each other.
We have a comment from Tatsunami in the chat, and he says, it's deep shit and Narwhal is a genius. And Distant Warrior says, Narwhal has said that foreign agent means introducing a foreign element and not like a secret agent at all. Okay, so a lot of people familiar with the story in the chat. So this theme of communication, does, I guess, Narwhal communicate it well, or did you think it was a hit and miss? Does he pull it off? We'll go with Kriegerloo.
Yeah, I would say it comes off pretty well. He even has some intentional moments where they're not quite getting each other, and that's depicted very well. You can see how they're misunderstanding each other, and then the way they talk to each other with the pictures and everything as the story progresses. It felt novel to me. I'm not the most well-read guy as far as comics go, so I couldn't say if this has really been explored before or not. But yeah, there was no, unlike Earthbound, his dialogue and his delivery of intent here was much clearer, for sure. As I said earlier, this effort by him, even though it's slightly less exciting for me than Earthbound was definitely a more mature work from him. And,
all right. Cool. Well read, or Smug Bunny. You're always quite the critic on this show. Whenever we've got you as the guest reviewer, you're a little bit of a meanie. You're a bit of a, I guess, a kind of a dick, is how I think some people would put it. How did you feel about Narwhal's competency in tackling these themes of communication and alienation and, I guess, working together? How did it work for you? What do you think?
Well, so Foreign Agent is probably one of my favorite books that we've reviewed so far. I think everybody in CG should read this book, personally. And it's leaps and bounds more refined than Earthbound was. Like in this book, I was reading it and I was questioning some of the decisions the characters were making. But then when I thought about them a little bit, I was like, that added a layer of angst that I think really served the story. Like there's a point where these I don't see why we're not doing a spoiler-ish review, frankly. We typically do spoiler-ish reviews, and I think it serves the story to talk about.
It's because most of the books we read are the plot is so simple, it doesn't matter if you spoil it or not. I just think if anyone wants to read this book and you spoil it, you're going to ruin just the set. It's not just the end. There's just events that happen throughout that are just good the experience for the first time.
Well, I would ask, is this on sale anywhere? Can you pick it up on like the Earthbound 2 in a bundle pack? Can the audience even pick this up if they're interested?
eBay is the only place I saw it, and it quickly disappeared. It was on sale for $85.
$85.
Yeah. Somebody had 3 copies, and they're
you can get Foreign Agent on the current Narwhal campaign. I don't know if you can get it just with the book. There's a $200 pack. Obviously, most people will not do that, but there might be add-ons, so you could like get Earthbound Part 2 and Foreign Agent. I'm not certain.
Okay. And
Well-
Distant Warrior agrees. He says, "Yeah, don't spoil Foreign Agent. Everything becomes clear at the end."
I
Until
would
then,
disagree with
the
that slightly. Not everything is clear. There is definitely still some unanswered questions. I mean, you can like piece together and have your own opinions, but it's not definitive the way you may think it is, which is why I think there would be an interest to have a discussion about this book. But since we've already gotten so long as it is, I don't think we want to do that tonight.
I'd like to cut in briefly. We were talking about if you could still get it. You can get that as a separate add-on
Okay.
in the Earthbound 2 campaign. So it is still technically available, yes.
All right. Well, I must insist, Well Read, that you talk about the story without spoiling it, since there is a chance for our viewers to experience it themselves.
Okay, fine. I'll be cucked. But I will talk about some points.
I mean, I think you can get through part 2, and that's not too spoilery.
I will talk about some points because they stood out for me. So, for example, here you're seeing that these two guys, they wander in, and this family, they're soldiers. This family is reluctant to accept them, but eventually is forced to do so. But then they also make an arrangement with the family, which to me seemed illogical at first. There was still some tension there between them. And I didn't understand initially why he left the tension if they had established an arrangement, but I realized that the tension actually served a lot of the interactions that the characters maintained much better, knowing that there was still this very strong level of distrust between the characters.
I will say, like, the initial way you think everyone's, I guess, motivations, like, you think this, I don't know, want to spoil it, but not everyone is exactly as who they appear to be, so everyone's motivation at the start may not be the same as you think it is at the beginning, which is kind of it, like, when you think back, it's like, oh, that's why everyone agreed to do this in the beginning.
Yeah, it's like a twist, but not a Shyamalama twist.
Okay. Yeah, well, if there's a twist, Well Read or Smug Bunny, I must insist you don't spoil it, because foreign, like, I got Earthbound, I think, a while ago in PDF, and I never got around to reading it just because there's a bunch of CG books I've never got around to reading. But I think Foreign Agent is the book that always piqued my curiosity the most from Narwhal, and I don't know, I might actually pick that up. So no spoilers, sir, please.
I will say, although this is probably pretty obvious, this is a complete story. There's no part 2. This is 190 some pages, and it tells a complete story. It's pretty much like watching an independent film at a film festival or something like that.
I think it really sucks that we don't get to talk about spoilers on a book that I enjoyed so much, but I understand.
Well Read might kill. Well Read Smug Pug may kill you because he actually wants this now. I can tell.
Yeah. Yeah, but I understand. We have to respect the audience's desires as well in this. They're certainly above mine.
After Smug Pug gets this, we could come back and do a discussion of what it means at some point.
I would like to, because there was so much in this book, and like there was exposition that was done in this story that didn't quite hit all the right notes for me. But there was so much that happened just within the confines of the parameters of these characters and how they were going through this experience together. That definitely there's a lot there that really felt satisfying and really felt professionally executed. I mean, when I read this, it's like I knew, okay, Gnarl's been funded. He's working professionally now. He's no longer at the deli shop where he started out when he was funding Earthbound. He's like a full-time focused comic creator, and this felt like such a nice, tight work. And all the comments on the coloring are totally unwarranted. Like he uses the shading very effectively. I think throughout most of this, it serves the story, I think, rather than detracts from it. Not everything needs to be colored. There's a lot of films that work better in black and white, frankly, than in color. And yeah, I just thought this was a really well done story. Definitely one of my favorite.
All right. Well, we are moving along in time. I guess I'll open it up to the three of you. Did any of you have anything you wanted to say about Foreign Agent that you don't want to say in your final verdicts, and we could move along to production quality and maybe then final verdicts. We'll go with Moonshine.
So something that's not a final verdict that I want to say additionally. I will say this. It's probably pretty obvious, but this is probably one of the most serious pieces of work in COMICSGATE. This is a serious story. If you want a story that you find interesting and not obvious and not just fun, this would be for you. I like Earthbound more, but that's just my taste. That this is still very good for a story type that generally I wouldn't like, but it's just so well done that I still find enjoyment in this.
All right. Distant Warrior comments, and he says he had a second artist create the 3D backgrounds that he drew over. Very experimental. I think that's the perfect word to describe Narwhal's art style, really, is experimental. So, yeah, good observation by Distant Warrior. Kriegerloo, did you have anything you wanted to say about Foreign Agent before we move on to production quality and then final verdict on both books?
No, not really. I think Well Read and Moonshine kind of covered it there.
I have trouble seeing how anyone can criticize Narwhal as an artist. But never mind, you like certain instances of his art, but as an artist, if you see this, like, this is really nicely done.
I don't know if he drew that. Did he draw that? Because there's different artists. I know that there's two different artists that do the two characters' drawings, but so these photographs are what Distant Warrior's talking about, drawing over actual photographs. Is that what Narwhal's doing here?
I think he said 3D backgrounds. I'm not sure of actual photographs.
Yeah, okay, 3D backgrounds. Yeah, I guess Narwhal could have done this. I didn't know if he did it, or because I mean, there's different artists like that drawing above. That's not Narwhal's art. That's the people he had come in, which I guess are Wayward Draws and AOM, and the 3D modeling was by AOM. So I'm guessing what Distant Warrior is saying is Narwhal drew over the 3D modeling by AOM.
Well, that's I guess that's something to think about. Smug Bunny, you
Yes.
sir, what would you like to say about Foreign Agent without giving a final verdict before we move on to production quality and the final verdict? Do you have anything else you'd like to say about it?
No, I mean,
No spoilers, sir. No spoilers.
Yeah, I'm completely constrained. I liked.
This is actually funny. This moment here in the next page, what Well Read is showing.
Yeah, I liked. This is what I was going to bring up. Is that it doesn't indulge in Narwhal's humor as much as Earthbound did, but it still has its moments. So here, for example, they're teaching the young boy to say one of the characters' names, and he says Piper. And the character is not in the room at the time, so he runs off. He's very happy that he now knows how to say the boy.
Well read, you told it wrong.
And
let's
well,
go back.
I get to finish, right? At least.
No.
Since I don't.
I'm hosting tonight. Moonshine, what did he get wrong?
Okay,
Tell
so
him.
he gets him to say Piper, and then he gives his name, which is Augustus Valentine something. The boy stares at him, and he just says Piper again. And then he goes, and then Well Read can continue from what he said.
Well, that wasn't the joke I was trying to tell, but so he runs off saying Piper, and then eventually the male of the household says Piper, and then the female says Piper, and then Piper jumps out of the bathroom because that's where he's been this entire time.
Yes, that's how you tell a joke. You keep building on it. Yes, it's not just a single joke. Yes, it's a series of jokes, which is actually well scripted here.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure we'd love to hear Well Read talking about jokes the entire stream, but I'm guessing we'll have to move along now to production quality. I'm going to take it back to Kriegerloo and work our way up again. Kriegerloo, how did you experience Foreign Agent? Same question with Earthbound. Is it? I don't think there was a PDF on this campaign, right? So
I don't remember, but I got mine as a hardcover, and I honestly, I wish I'd gotten Earthbound as a hardcover, because he say what you will about anything else, this man loves his presentation and he cares about quality. This is this is just gorgeous. Um, the binding and everything is wonderful. I've backed a few projects now, and not everything has been uh, good at all. So to see for what you pay for this, for what you pay for this, and it's I don't know how he's making money. I really don't. Um,
So it's safe
and
to say
it's
you're impressed by the quality of the hardcover. It arrived safe, no dings.
oh yeah, no, I had nothing to say bad against the production quality, the delivery, the timeliness on this one at all. Nothing. It's a 100% satisfied customer right here. 10 out of 10 would back again, and I did.
Wait, we're not doing final reviews yet.
Oh, my bad.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe that's on the production quality. Maybe the final will be something else. Mr. Moonshine, I know you love talking about production quality. How did you experience Foreign Agent? Did you get a hardcover as well, or did you get a soft cover?
I generally get soft covers because I don't have room to store hardcovers, comic book size. So it's, as far as I can tell, exactly the same as Foreign Agent. Foreign Agent is exactly the same as Earthbound in terms of quality of paper and cover. Obviously, it's not colored, so the ink may be different. I'm not certain about that, but yeah, the quality is the same. So very good.
All right, cool. And Smug Bunny, I'm guessing you've got the PDF. Again, same questions. Was it legible? Was it high res? How was it for you reading?
Yeah, I think the quality of the art and the story came through on the PDF, so I have absolutely no issues whatsoever. I don't know that it's on the campaign, but I thought it was an excellently presented piece of comic art.
Okay. Well, we're at the hour 22 mark, and I'm sure you've all got other places you'd rather be. I know I certainly do. So let's get on to the final verdicts. I'm going to go to our guest first, Mr. Kriegerloo Bunsen. You're in the hot seat now, sir. It's the final countdown. Earthbound and Foreign Agent by Narwhal. What do you think? You can give a score. I know some people like to give scores, myself included, out of 10, out of 5, whatever you want to do. Both books, put it in. Clue us in.
So, Earthbound, I found more enjoyable because it was a little more fun and wacky, which is more to my taste. But as Foreign Agent was definitely more competent, definitely a more mature work. And when I say that, I'm not talking about what most people say when they're like, "Oh, that's a more mature work." Like he has improved in his delivery of dialogue, art style, any subtle presentation of story, and all that is it's much better. And so the only reason Earthbound is ahead of Foreign Agent for me is just a matter of feel and taste. So I think this was his sophomore effort as not standalone artist, as a primary creator. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but I think this was his second work, right? And it's leagues ahead of Earthbound in terms of his his refinement and everything. So giving it a score, that's going to be hard. I would say Earthbound, honestly, I'd give like a 9 out of 10, and Foreign Agent an 8 out of 10. It's
So that was a
really,
nine
really
out.
good.
So that was a 9 out of 10 for Earthbound and an 8 out of 10 for Foreign Agent.
For
Wow.
overall enjoyment, coupled with production and everything. For me.
Those are some of the highest scores we've received on this show. I'll just pick your brain a little bit further.
It's really good.
For critics of myself, that I guess I don't want to bag on Narwhal's art style. I think I've said before it's not really to my taste. But to someone like me, a naysayer, would you recommend that I maybe pull my head out of my ass and give it a shot? Would you still recommend this to the naysayers?
If your first exposure to his style was Earthbound, I can't fault you. I wouldn't call you a smug asshole for having any kind of critique for that. I can't do that. But if you had that same opinion over Foreign Agent, I'd wonder if you got past the first page. So I would definitely, if you're unsure of Narwhal, I would definitely give Foreign Agent the try first, because it's definitely the all around the better work, I guess. Not the most fun one, but
All right.
the better work overall.
So I guess for people unfamiliar with Narwhal, or who at least are a little bit skeptical, you'd recommend Foreign Agent to sort of ease them in.
Yeah, I would put it this way. So I'm a fan of One Piece. I don't know if anyone else here really even knows what that is or not, but that is a weird series. Very wacky and everything, and I'm kind of insane. So, I kind of gravitate towards that sort of thing. But I do also have an appreciation for more nuanced works, something that's got more substance to it. And he definitely poured his heart into this. Like Moonshine was saying, this piece is a more serious effort. There's some humor in it, but there's no wackiness. Unlike I hesitate to call it hijinks in Earthbound, but it's definitely a more loose, loose delivery on cohesion, I guess. I'm really bad at explaining all this, but yeah, it's maybe not the best first thing to try. I would stick with Foreign Agent first, and if you like that, then you can try the his first effort and see if you like that.
All right. We have a comment from Middle Earth Storytime, and he says or asks, $25 plus shipping and a 6-month wait. What's the compelling reason to purchase that rather than a novel or a collection at a used bookstore or even a 12-month subscription to a comic series? Moonshine, I guess it's your. Would you like to answer that and also give your final rating?
You don't have to. You could just wait until it's on eBay, and then you could get it as fast as you like, and you can see how much they charge you for it in terms of total monetary value. I would say you wouldn't want to pick up a random novel or book because they might be shit. This is actually very good, so that would be why. Whether you're complaining about general crowdfunding, well, crowdfunding is crowdfunding. If you don't like it, don't do it.
All right, Moonshine, and your final thoughts. How do you feel about Earthbound and Foreign Agent?
I did think of one critique of Earthbound. The panel layout, not in the panel, but the layouts of the panel themselves is pretty simplistic. I will say in both books, the panel layout's pretty simplistic. I generally just like more variety in panel layout. But that's all a minor critique. Earthbound, I think, is great. As I said, it's probably one of the best. It's definitely the best book we've reviewed thus far for me. I would also say it's even better than Xenotype.
Better than Xenotype? Moonshine, what are you saying, sir?
Yeah. I would also say it's probably one of the best comics I've read in the last few years. The only thing that I might like a little bit better is the original mini-series run Hickman did for X-Men. That series itself kind of took a shit, but the original 6 issues, or 12 issues, I guess, because there's that I might rate over it, but other than that, I think Earthbound's great. But I like sci-fi. I like wackiness. Maybe not quite as much as Kriega, but almost as much. And I also don't like stories like focusing too much. I like ambiguity. So I mean, I understand Will Red. It's like, well, this wasn't explained enough. I actually tend to prefer that. I rather like having questions about things if they're intentional. So yeah, that's probably all I have to say about Earthbound. Foreign Agent is I sort of agree. Hello, Sarah. I'd sort of agree it's better in maybe objective sense. I would also say this is a book that's better as you read it. I didn't hate it after the first read, but I was kind of indifferent. But after reading it a few times through, it's an incredibly solid story with a lot of questions that just it forces you to think about. So it's just very well done. But I don't quite enjoy it as much as Earthbound. I like the silliness of Earthbound. I like the sci-fi premise, although there's interesting premises in Foreign Agent too. In terms of art style, I guess it's better, but I don't know. I tend to see that art style is the same, but I guess some people that don't quite like Earthbound say it's better. So if you are on the fence about Earthbound, I guess Foreign Agent's better for you. It's a more normal story. If you don't like wacky, goofy shit, then Earthbound might not be for you. And Foreign Agent is just a serious, interesting story.
All right, well, that's some high praise. So not only was Earthbound the best written CG book, but it's also one of the best books you've read in the past few years, including mainstream books.
Yes, and I do actually read mainstream books. I would also like to say, everyone remember these comments for $4.99, because I said all of this about Narwhal.
Okay, that's rather ominous, ominous foretelling. Smug Bunny, sir.
Yes.
Give us your final rating. Obviously, scores if you'd like to, and what you liked and disliked about the books, recommendations. Lay it all on us, but please try to do it in under 3 hours.
I'll do my best, since I was cut off so often in this review. But Earthbound, I liked it. It was original. It was creative. It was experimental. It was also disjointed, superfluous, and lacked exposition for what it was trying to establish. But I appreciated the work. I thought that this clearly demonstrated the junior effort of somebody who had a great amount of potential. So for that, I would give it 5 out of 10. For me, Foreign Agent was the big payoff. It was nuanced. It was succinct. It explored a lot of really deep, interesting questions. The characters were interesting. The twists that it took were fulfilling and rewarding. You felt enthralled and engaged the entire time. I questioned some of the narrative decisions being made in the story, and then only later did I realize that it actually worked better the way it was done. So I was actually pleased with that I was pleasantly surprised. It had a tone and it had a feeling to it that I really enjoyed. So to me, it's an 8 out of 10, which is equal to what I gave Grant Morrison's All-Star Superman, which I think is high praise. Yeah,
that is high praise. So just one follow-up question on Earthbound. Would you rather read Earthbound again or have to endure IDW's Beast Wars again?
I'd read Earthbound. I mean, I think the IDW Beast Wars I gave like a 2 or a 3 or something. They were just some of the worst stuff I've ever seen.
All right.
So of course we'll be reviewing them again in the future. So
absolutely. The chat, we love torturing the chat here, so stay tuned, folks. Beast Wars issue 3 and 4 with a special guest reviewer coming soon on Well Read Reviews. But now we've got final thoughts out of the way. I believe we have a special guest in the back room, Smug Bunny. Is that true? Perhaps you'd like to get rid of the screen and bring them on.
Yeah, so we have somebody we'd like to bring on to discuss this work with us, and we're very pleased to have him. So please, everybody, would you welcome Narwhal to the show?
Hey, thanks for having me, and thanks for reviewing the books. I don't need to keep you guys up too long. It's been a long stream. I appreciate it, but I can answer some questions if there are any. And I was gonna say, I think it's well read, but you're Smug Bunny, right?
Yeah, I'm Smug Bunny tonight because I've been demoted from host to reviewer.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, you mentioned Earthbound is like horny, and it's kind of funny because I was writing it, and I was a little bit of a late bloomer in life, and I had actually a year prior I had lost my virginity, and I was like, I can finally write sex because I know it now. and I was like, I gotta write something with lots of sex in it. So that was Earthbound, and then I always pitched it as a sci-fi sex comedy is like what I always was telling people, and it's super weird. Yeah, so it just is what it is. But yeah.
So I want to know if I'm correct about, were the aliens intentionally written to be the way what they say is a little off constantly, or you just wanted to be funny, so that's the way you wrote it?
Yeah, I don't know that. Yeah, that wasn't super in my mind. It might have just been my early writing style of trying to be coy or whatever.
Yeah, they seem very detached, I guess is the way I would describe it.
Yeah, and the other thing I'll say about Earthbound, there's a couple interesting things about it. Is it's like my first book, and one of the things, like, I'd drawn kind of a lot of comic pages before that, but I hadn't jumped into a big project. I'd done a lot of writing, but I turned 30, and that's when I was like, I need to start working on a big project now, or I need that like meaning in my life. So I was like, okay, I'm going to start. So I'll start Earthbound. But because I hadn't started a project like that, I was like, this is so intimidating. The only way I can do it is by like not thinking about it. I have to just go with my gut on everything. So like I drew a drawing, and I'm like, all right, that's Spaceman. I'm like, I'm not going to design him. That's what he is. And we're moving on. And like that came up with like Blowguard, and then it ended up being like these Muppet characters, and I'm like, all right, it's like a Muppet movie, how they're like all candid and no one acknowledges that they're Muppets, but then it's a comic, so I'm just gonna draw some characters weird if I feel like it. And it was definitely like the reason that it's so weird is because I was extremely scared of that process of jumping into a big book.
So do you think you're going to change part 2, or are you just going to go back to that mindset so it kind of flows naturally from part 1
I like to
part
kind of
2?
keep that energy as the brand for Earthbound. So anything with Earthbound, I like to keep it goofy and weird. Part 2 actually is just a continuation of the same script. So I am like comforted by the fact that like it's all written, it's already been written. I'm happy with how it ends and how it progresses. I think people will like it. And based on some of what I heard you guys were saying, I think you guys will, it'll answer some questions or some things. Like it does go into more detail in some aspects that people might be hoping for and stuff like that.
Do you plan to like continue Earthbound series after you finish this first storyline?
Yeah, there's at least going to be one other big story, and that's going to be the Galactic Grand Prix that this is kind of like the setup for. Then that takes place 4 years later, and that's going to be like very loosely kind of the plot is going to be like Enter the Dragon, like how a guy enters a fighting tournament undercover with like an ulterior motive. So that'll be like a cool like plot around that. But I haven't written it yet, so it'll still be a few years off. And I wrote one short for Earthbound that Fresher Luke drew, and that'll come out next year. And that's awesome. And yeah, I like working with artists. I'm trying to do more and more of that as I've had a little more success. I'm trying to bring more artists in and just keep the Narwhal pipeline flowing. But yeah, there's like 3 or 4 possibilities for little Narwhal spin-off, or not Narwhal, but Earthbound kind of like shorts. One of them that I was laughing about is I'd want to do it just almost as a short. It's almost like a gag. It's like maybe 10 pages, but you could potentially make it longer. Is the fact you guys showed that sex scene where Spaceman has sex, and hooks up at a party basically. And I was like, what if she got pregnant? And so like the sequel, or there's a spinoff called Son of Spaceman, and it's like Juno, the independent comedy, but it's just a girl who's been impregnated by a space mercenary.
All right. I noticed Kriegerloo, you were unmuting. Is there anything you'd like to ask or say to Narwhal while we've got him here?
No, I just clicked my mouse button on the mute button. Well, I do want to thank you for coming on. I actually didn't expect you to join us. I know. I'm gonna call you Smug Bunny. I get well read. I forget your name, man. I know you'd mentioned you'd reached out to him, but I didn't think you'd do it. So kudos, man. Thanks for coming on. What I'm most interested though is some of the ancillary works that were included in the original Earthbound, like the Naked Samurai and all of that. I know one of the stretch goals for Earthbound 2 is the continuation of that. But what about like the other stuff in your sketchbooks? Do you have any?
He's talking about AI typing monkeys.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
yeah, RoboZan. One little side note with that is through ComicsGate way back in the day, I had a little like YouTube show called The Writer's Room, and it was so early, but there are some like people who've since become like all stars, like Von Klaus was in it, but one of the dudes in it was this guy named Back to the Drawing Board, Nathan Chen, and I kind of like felt a connection with him. I was like, I really like his writing. And so I reached out to him later and I was like, want to write for me? I'll just pay you and you write it. And he's like, sure. And I was like, all right, maybe we can stream the process. And I think we brainstormed live and I hired him to write the Naked Samurai, what would become like, I call it like a feature script. So it'd be like a 240 page graphic novel, about 100 page movie script is kind of usually how I format it, but it's not really thought of as a movie. But, so we started that process and that it quickly became more of a co-writing thing because he turned some stuff in and I'm like, I want to write some stuff too. So we went back and forth. So he's become like a writing partner and we co-wrote that Naked Samurai script. So I have that now. I'm just sitting on it. I don't have time to it yet, but I want to get to it and I love it. It turned out great. And then I did another one with him that turned out great. I'm like, man, I love working with this guy. So I was like, you know what I want to do? I want to hire him for a third script to help me turn that short into a longer story and call it RoboZan. So I want to do it, but there isn't much there. I had some ideas and then, it hasn't fully taken shape yet of how exactly you'd go about it. But I do like that idea, of how it's kind of like within the AI, the idea of the AI splitting, knowing it's going to split to good and evil and kind of taking steps to deal with that once it happens.
All right, we actually had a few questions from the chat. I don't know if you want to answer them now. Well, feel free to pass on any of them. But Distant Warrior asks, Narwhal, can you explain the coloring decision in 499? You don't have to answer any questions if you don't want to.
Yeah, well, I guess it's an extension of what Narzak became through the process of working with Zach. And it's funny you guys say like I'm experimental. Narzak became like even more experimental because part of it was what Zach, I think he loved working with me because he felt it freed him up to be experimental. So that's kind of like the Narzak brand is like even more experimental than Narwhal. And definitely that the coloring has split people. But we're both proud of that book and payment on delivery. And so I'll just leave it at that.
All right, cool. We had another question from Middle Earth Storytime, and he asks, does Narwhal have any concerns about the contraction of the CG market over the past year? Has he looked at his own marketing outside of the narrow segment of CG? I think your book kind of contradicts that question because it does appear like your campaigns are growing by leaps and bounds. But have you noticed anything outside of your own campaigns?
Well, no, I'm not sure. Does he mean like if it's advantageous to really try and like market outside of CG? Because up until this point, I'm pretty much just straight up marketing inside of CG. Even in my campaign, I used the word COMICSGATE, and I thought about that. I was like, should I not? And I was like, I will. I don't care. Like I kind of hope that to desensitize people more and more, like that it shouldn't really matter. And I think to a lot of people it doesn't. I hope. But yeah, the idea, I would totally love to sell outside of CG, and I'm kind of thinking if there's like other aspects of YouTube or other reviewers I can reach out to. I reached out to a handful. And then, yeah, is it like our other is it becoming a little bit more of a challenge for books to get off the ground? Is what he's talking about with like the contraction or?
Yeah, I think he's talking about a lot of the new first timers maybe coming in and not experiencing as much in funding as they used to.
Yeah, that might be true. I know there just one thing is there Earthbound actually had a campaign before CG kind of that no one knows about because on Kickstarter, and it was a floppy, and it only raised 2,000, barely reached the goal. I had to beg my friends and family to back it. So like, I had the basically a failure, real struggle too. And I think the idea is, it can take 2, 3, 4 years, and you just got to keep going at it. And then
I will say, you like Clint Stoker, when you make a product people like, you can just see that by looking at the numbers, because the campaign just keep raising at least the same amount of money campaign to campaign, or grow in some cases, obviously.
Yeah, I've had some good luck with kind of like the word of mouth, basically. And there's a way that crowdfunding structures that's a little bit weird, because like, yeah, everyone's pre-buying it. So the first buy is extra hard for sales, especially if you're a nobody. But then once you fulfill it, then you get the word of mouth. So sometimes if you stay in demand, you might only get like 50 sales or 100 sales. This happened to Brendan Swan. Have you guys seen this book, Disintegration Street?
No, I'm not familiar with it.
No.
This book is like one of my favorites, definitely like in the indie scene, but like in general, I just love it. I've read it twice now. It only sold 50 copies, and I'm like, he's getting, but like one of the people is me now. Like, I'll tell everyone I love it. When I might help him. We'll relaunch it, maybe even on my channel. But so he'll get more sales eventually from the word of mouth. But it's just kind of funny. It definitely comes in steps. Like, you can't get the word of mouth at first. It's impossible because it's not even out there. So it's like extra hard at first.
But word of mouth works for you if you make an excellent product. If you make a crappy product, word of mouth will make it harder to raise money. It's just reality.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had just a few more questions. I don't know if this one's genuine or not, but Jabba the Coach asks, how do you choose what color t-shirts everybody wears in your comics? I want to know your genius thought process.
Yeah, I don't know. I really like Jabba the Coach though, but I've been trying to dabble into life coaching myself. So he and I are direct competitors now, and I'm going to steal his clients.
Oh, shots fired. We also have Stupendous asking, how does making comics differ from making sandwiches? Is that an inside joke? I'm not familiar with that.
I used to work at the Fred Meyer Deli, and I escaped that kind of because of COMICSGATE, because of Earthbound kind of doing well. So
yeah, I have a picture of early Narwhal, where he was.
That guy looks familiar.
Yeah. I put Joe Pesci's face over mine.
Well, don't be modest. We know about the surgery, Narwhal. We have some pictures here to show when you actually had your operation. So everybody knows that indeed Narwhal did go through some transformational surgery. He had some bandages on in early CG.
That might have been that might have been my first appearance or second or something. That's ridiculous. That's funny.
Hey, look, there's Doug Tenable and Antonio. I don't know who the
Black Bolt is.
The Black Bolt guy is. Yeah,
I don't know either.
I might know, but I can't think of it right now. It's another gentleman who kind of went his own way eventually.
So I have a foreign agent question. Do you ever think you'll like go over and like discuss some of the hidden meetings in Foreign Agent, like after it's been out, like what are these photos mean, for example? I mean, not tonight because we have people that don't want spoilers, but do you think you'll ever like do a director's commentary perhaps or something?
Maybe. I got to think about it, because out hearing you talk about it was interesting, and there's some stuff on the tip of my tongue. There's like Easter eggs and there's little clues to decode a lot of it, but I think it's kind of fun if I don't do that, like David Lynch does that. But I don't know if this is exactly Lynchian, but definitely there's like stuff that's not answered. But I think I could, if I do it vague, like a clue or whatever, or just a vague is it's pretty simple. It's like, I think there's like an explanation that everyone can find, and it's kind of simple. That's, I guess.
Okay, so there is an answer. We'll confirm that to some of these questions.
Yeah, there's yeah.
We also have another
more than that.
We also have another important question in the chat that needs an answer. Amit Rayner asks, Narwhal, can you give us an update on the romance between you and the landlady? What are with some of these questions?
That was like last summer. Yeah, last summer there was an old lady I lived behind. But then I went on Jack's show a few times, and it was like, and I was telling them they wanted to hook me up with Witten, and then I was like kind of dating this girl who I was calling the Old Flame because we had sort of dated earlier. And yeah, I actually just recently broke up with the Old Flame. So we dated for a whole year, and that's actually kind of sad, but I'm just starting to get over that where I'm not that bummed about it anymore.
Well,
So I'm single.
For bringing
I'm
it
single.
up, Amateur.
Yeah.
He's on the market, ladies.
Yeah.
Yucky Gum has a serious question.
Yeah, Nosferatu. Yeah. So it's done. It's finished drawing. The first 20 pages were released in the first sketchbook. Second 20 or 22 were in the second sketchbook. The third 22 are in this sketchbook, and the first and second sketchbooks aren't available on this one, so they're like super limited. But I think I am gonna to boost at the middle of the campaign. I'll try and print 50 or so of each of those, so it'll be available if anyone really wants to own all three sketchbooks and have the complete Nosferatu story. You'll be able to do that, and it won't be marked up crazy or anything. But next January at the new year, 2022, that's the 100th anniversary of the film Nosferatu getting released in Germany. And so that's what I'm going to do, a single book, like collection of the Nosferatu, slightly remastered, just kind of polish it and release it as its own book. And that will come out. And then next year too will be like the Narwhal Shorts Compendium, just a collection of all the shorts, like the Naked Samurai, Robozan. There's a few others. I wrote one that's a really weird like pickle short that I'm excited about, and Christopher John is drawing it for me. He's on Twitter. He's got a really cool weird style, and it's just about like a guy making a bet at a bar that he could survive like 2 weeks at sea, and they're like, how'd you do it? He's like, I drank seawater. And they're like, that's impossible, seawater kills you. And he's like, well, I'll prove it, I'll drink all that pickle juice. So they bring the pickle juice down and blah blah blah. But
sounds interesting.
Do you draw inspiration from filmmakers? Because I when I was reading these books, I felt like they felt like certain movies made by certain directors. So like Sergio Leone kind of came to mind when I was reading For an Agent. And then the beginning of Earthbound felt like Kubrick almost. Like there was a lot of, even like George Lucas, the THX movie, where there wasn't a lot of dialogue. There was a lot of just set pieces, and you're getting immersed into the scene. But then it went, of course, into the teenage sex rom-com that you wanted. And so I was wondering, like, is that something that you try to think of consciously when you're doing these books?
Yeah, almost consciously. Like my like path into comics, it kind of was through the passion for movies was first, and that's kind of how I learned to write, was writing movie scripts, and just on my own, just like trying to master that craft, and that it transferred well to comics, and I've since kind of just been going in that direction. But I do love movies, and yeah, like if there are filmmakers who inspire me the most, it's definitely Sergio Leone, but like Italian films in general, the Dario Argento, who does Italian horror, he's like my favorite ever, and he's a huge inspiration. Sergio Leone and Quentin Tarantino are probably like my biggest inspirations. There's maybe a little bit of Tarantino in Foreign Agent, just kind of having the set pieces and stuff like that, kind of like scenes can go on kind of long if it's
there's
a good
kind
scene.
of some Hateful Eight kind of similarities, I suppose. Although, yeah, that was made before you wrote this. Kind of just the tension of people talking and violence being in subtext, but not actually violence there.
Yeah, and one quick like little origin anecdote too is that a while back I visited one of my buddies in Iowa who's almost like a mentor, and he was like a filmmaker. So we talked. He's what kind of taught me a lot about writing, and we co-wrote some early scripts together and stuff. And he gave me 2 movies. He's like, watch these. They'll be really inspiring to you if you want to try and write a movie. Because the thing about writing movies that's different than comics, main thing is like budget. It's like, can you even write low budget? Like, can it have limited sets, limited characters, and still be a compelling story? It's kind of hard. Like Earthbound's not like that, really. Earthbound's like crazy. But so these movies he gave me were these 2 Westerns by Monty Hellman starring Jack Nicholson. And they're like so minimalist. and they're amazing and really weird. Like one's called Ride the Whirlwind, and one is called The Shooting, and I think they might be free on YouTube because they're almost like public domain or whatever. They're, you know, if there's any cinephiles out there, I'd recommend it. They're kind of a little older and maybe slower, I don't know, but they're good though. And those totally inspired. I got the idea for Foreign Agent just from watching those two movies, and I was like, oh, this could only take place in one house with like 5 people. I can make this movie myself. So originally it was meant to be a movie, and I kind of again pivoted that to make it a comic down the line.
Have you thought about shopping Foreign Agent around to like some of the bigger publishing houses and seeing if you can get it in bookstores or anything like that? Because it seems suited, honestly, for that market.
Oh yeah, I would like that. There's another kind of little story is I got a job in the mainstream comic industry when I turned 30, and that book is called Machete Squad. I didn't write that one. It's a nonfiction, a memoir of a medic who served in Afghanistan. It's co-written by a journalist. And so when I finished that job, it took a whole year. That was the big job that I like learned everything on too, like Forged in Fire. They were like, yeah, you can have the job. Can you do 120 pages and color it and letter it in a year? And I was like, yes. And I didn't know if I could, but I kind of busted that out and figured out kind of the style of being able to draw kind of fast to pull it off. And that job was wrapping up, and I had Foreign Agent, a lot of it ready, like maybe 80 pages drawn or something. I pitched it to them, and they told me they're like, everyone here loves it. We think it's great and really cool, but we're going to pass. And I was like, fuck this. I kind of was thinking, is it finally happening, this wave of where like the straight white males aren't getting hired or whatever? And so at that exact moment is when I joined COMICSGATE full on, because I had been following COMICSGATE in the background. But then I went full on, started drawing fan art for everyone, going and quick, just hanging out. And then they called me and they were like, you can't hang out with those people. Don't you know they called a girl a cum dumpster or something like that? And I was like, you guys shut up. You didn't rehire me. I need to do but so it ended up being fatefully a great thing that happened, because it's so much better that Foreign Agent that I own it now. And I am talking to a filmmaker who really likes it, who's actually foreign. He's like in Europe. And we're storyboarding it now with the idea of trying to make it a movie. But I don't know about it as far as like, putting it out to bigger publishers. I might be interested. I'd love to reach a really big audience at some point, but I don't know. I don't really know. I haven't figured out how to do that yet.
Speaking of your fan art, you did give a little card with some of it of Cyberfog hitting these little indie creators and the fans like blowing that air up. I thought that was also a very, I don't know, just expressed all these ideas very simply, and it was fun at the same time. Yeah,
thanks. Yeah, it was a Cyberfrog fan art that got me on with Ethan's channel, and that was what really kind of started everything of getting a little success and going part-time at the Fred Meyer Deli and stuff. Tungsten says, my name's Perberg. Some say you're Swedish. Are you? I'm a quarter Swedish, Tungsten. I can't speak it or anything. I'm not from there. Never been there. I'd love to retrace my steps one day and go back or whatever, but...
Well, you have a new campaign up, and you are a creator of CG, so it's great that we can support you as much as possible and allow your creativity to flourish here and your wings to spread, because this is supposed to be the alternative to the mainstream, where so many creative people don't get to discover themselves any longer because of whatever politics are at play there. So definitely people who want creativity to continue to thrive should be looking at people who are creating within the CG sphere or community, and particularly people who have committed to it, like Narwhal. So this is Earthbound 2. I'm curious what kind of, because it's an interesting description. It's a sci-fi sex comedy. What are the themes that you're going to ramp up for Earthbound 2? What can people expect and get excited over in the sequel?
One is that the Sirens of Violence play like a huge role in it. They're in like almost like equally main characters to everyone else. They get their own little like sequences and action scenes, and the threats they pose. And it also kind of continues to kind of play with the elements of free will. And there's one thing too. I hope this isn't spoiler. I'm pretty sure, but the R types, the weapons that like brainwash people, and make them join your team. They're not lethal, and that's kind of funny. Like I realized it. It's this not lethal threat. I'm kind of having fun with that. It kind of adds almost to the fun. But yeah, part two, like they're just the idea that someone could pick up a real gun is like kind of interesting, like an evolution of the threat. So stuff like that happens.
Yeah, I will say that in the first book, it's like, why are people worried about these sirens of violence? They just seem like girls in the first book. They don't really seem to do anything. But you do get the subtext. It's like, oh, we can't reveal who we are if there's two at once, because then we're screwed. But
yeah, that's almost like, yeah, I got a lot of that feedback that people were saying. I really liked it, but I need to know more about the sirens of violence, and depending on what the payoffs are there, I might feel disappointed. So I'm making sure to pay it off.
Are you expecting to still be able to maintain the same unpredictability and energy, the same experimentation that you brought to the original book that people really seem to thrive on and enjoy? Will that also be reflected here in the sequel?
Yeah, I think I can do it in the sequel. It's a little bit like evolution-y, it's just, that's part of a little bit of like the rule of thumb with Earthbound is the art style, like might even, it's stuff maybe only I can notice, or people might notice if you look real close, but it might evolve slightly if you look at, but when you have both copies in your hand, if you look at page 1 and page 240, you'll see like kind of a big difference, because it's 5 years that I was drawing this book. And for Earthbound Part 1, actually, there's an even earlier version. I redrew like almost 20 pages of those 150 pages in Part 1. And it's they're all towards the beginning. And so those are just like lost to time, but I've been kind of trying to keep some at least some consistency and stuff like that. And then with other projects, it's a little different. Like Nosferatu, is different. The Naked Samurai will be different. These other projects I'm working on, I don't know if they'll have the kind of element that I do feel like it's kind of special and fun, is like the it's all, I don't know if you'd call it like a fuck it attitude of Earthbound, but
so do you consciously change your art style for these different works, or is it just what happens?
Yeah, like, because my style is pretty much always the same, although sometimes I'll think about the process. I'll be like, for this one I want to do the 3D backgrounds and draw over it, and for this one I'll do 2D backgrounds, for this one I'll do it black and white, but it's all just like my drawings. And I am trying to like still try to slowly improve, but one thing I say is like, I want to improve vertically, not horizontally. Like, I'm not trying to change the game that much. I've kind of zoned in on my style. Now I just want to do it better and better. And figuring out exactly how that works. I actually switched from Photoshop to Clip Studio recently, and that I've loved that. And Clip Studio is really fun, and I think it reflects a little bit in the art. I don't know if people will notice that or not, but I feel like it leveled up my art just a little bit.
Awesome. I mean, the pages look great. More quality. The same things that we saw in the first Earthbound are present here as well. So lots of action, amazing coloring. So high intensity scenes.
Thanks. Oh, I was going to say regarding you guys talked about the lighting. I know one thing that I think about the lighting is if I can conceptualize it like almost like it was a movie, but like in a real world sense, that always helps me so much. And that does seem to equate to when it works really good. And if I'm not doing that, then it can work kind of bad. So an example would be like, if they're like in an alien holding cell and I'm like, oh, the floor is actually lit up, so they're bottom lit from the floor of an alien holding cell, then it like looks awesome. And I can think of it in my head and know exactly what it is. Or, if it's like the window behind them is high exposure, blown out white, and it's bleeding in like in Foreign Agent or something, and it's creating like a backlight or whatever. Anytime I can like conceptualize the lighting, that helps.
So were you only in script writing, or did you do some cinematography, or is that just from watching films that you have that understanding?
It's just from watching a lot of movies, and I've dabbled here and there, just like working on movies, and I don't know. I mean, as long as we're on the subject too, I guess it's kind of interesting. But this summer I wrote one script that is not supposed to be a comic, and it's because it kind of came up with this foreign agent thing where it was like I was like, that's kind of cool that it's low budget. That's actually kind of hard to do, and I'm like, I wonder if I could do that again. Could I? Because it is pretty hard. And I was like, I don't know. And a couple years even, I'd always have that in the back of my head. Like, it'd be fun to do one more minimalist story if I could ever. And I thought of it this summer. So I wrote it really quick. And I'm like, maybe I can do this as a movie myself, And so, and not even like necessarily to make money, but just like, so almost like a bucket list thing. So that's something I might try and do in the next year. I have the script already. So
Jack Stafford has a question. I'm not really sure what it is, though.
What's the question about the detailed crowd scene answered with photo reference? Yes. So.
In Foreign Agent, yeah.
Yep.
That is kind of like within the story, it's just like a piece of evidence to kind of clue the story or whatever. But that's rotoscoped, so which is a fancy word for traced. But that's just like, that's a real photo that I stylized to make look, and it looks kind of like a Ralph Bakshi animation,
Mm-hmm.
So that's different than my normal panel drawing style where it's, just drawing people. But
Okay, so you took a real photo and then traced it or rotoscoped it, and then that's how you got that effect of those photos in Foreign Agent.
Yeah.
Right. So the most stunning feat here is actually that you're doing all of this. You're doing the writing, the coloring, and the art, all on your own.
And the lettering, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you achieve an amazing amount of synchronization, I think, in all of those storytelling styles and approaches by doing it all yourself. I don't know if anyone else could ever work as effectively with collaborators as you are doing everything yourself. So it's quite a buffet that you're presenting here of talent. So that's really impressive.
Thanks. It really helps with crowdfunding, and it is, I guess it's kind of, because then you can kind of count on yourself, and you can communicate with yourself and don't have to pay yourself as much and all that kind of stuff. And it's definitely the kind of thing where I just jumped in and tried to get good at it all from the beginning. It takes extra long because you're trying to get it good at two things at once if you're talking like writing and drawing. But it starts to click eventually, it takes years, but so I just want to keep going with that. And then, like the new thing I'm kind of trying to explore is bringing in a few artists where I'm just the writer. There's some projects I'm just coloring. So I'm definitely having fun within the COMICSGATE community. And we've all been kind of coming up together. It's pretty cool. There's, like Vaughn, he and I were like DMing in like 2017. I was like, hey, I read one of your comics and it had really good story structure. He's like, oh, cool. I like your stuff too. I was like, oh, thanks. But
yeah, we reviewed Monster MD as well. I don't think it scored quite as high as your book, but I think that we enjoyed it.
Yeah, I backed that one. I enjoy that one a lot. And he was working with such an amazing artist too on that.
Yeah, that artist is very good.
Yeah, there's a cool little possible crowdfunding story there I'll tell quickly too. Is like Vaughn early on, he had Monster MD completely done, but it was with a different artist and it was much more indie and not quite as good. still fun, but not quite as good. And he asked me, he's like, I hired this one guy for the pinup, and it's amazing. I can maybe have the whole book be that style, but I'd have to start all over. It'd be a lot more money. It's kind of, I don't know if it's worth it. And I was like, oh, if it's all done, just forge ahead and maybe the next one or whatever. And he was like, no, I think I'm going to do it. So that was his fateful decision to change art styles. And his book broke 6 figures. It made over $100,000 because people love the art. So like good art is so valuable. And that's kind of funny coming from me too, because my art does kind of divide people. And I have thought about that. I was like, is there a way where I can just make it more, bring more people in? But in some ways too, I don't know. It's just the way I draw.
I think your fans though would be disappointed if you changed it too much. because you have a solid fan base at this point. So
Yeah. And I was talking with someone else in a chat, and we were mentioning like there actually is something to be said for the feeling of an art style growing on you, and some people like really will appreciate that and enjoy that process if it happens to them. And that, I think some of my fans come from that, where they're like, "Oh, I didn't like your stuff at first, but now I really like it." And I'm like, that part of that is that interactivity of it growing on you is like really fun to go through.
So how long have you been crowdfunding for Earthbound 2?
It's going to be 2 weeks on Wednesday.
Awesome. Already at 40K. So yeah, that's amazing. Congratulations.
Smug Pug, I would like to know your comment to James Hayes.
He asks, even Smug Pug has to like the first part of Well Red's show tonight. I hate all of these shows equally, James. No, I'm just kidding.
No, you're not. Shut up.
Yeah, thanks for joining us tonight, Narwhal, and giving us an insider's perspective on the books. And congratulations on Earthbound too. Like it's you're killing it once again.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm super stoked and grateful and really excited to wrap up this story. Then there'll be like Foreign Agent and Earthbound, kind of 2 complete stories out there. So really excited for that.
All right. I think Well Red and Moonshine could talk your ears off all night, but as host, I understand you're obviously a very busy man. So at any time you feel like your time would be better spelt elsewhere, we won't be offended.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe let's just hang out a few more minutes and I'll probably get out of here.
Well, how about some teases about other projects that you might have in the pipeline for the future? Are there any things that you want to discuss this early on?
Yeah, I kind of don't mind keeping some stuff is like secret because I haven't even thought about it enough, but I don't mind keeping stuff secret. I don't have to so the Naked Samurai one, there's a collaboration with Matt Krotz where we co-wrote that one, and it's called Gold West. And it's like, I realized it's like, it's like the plot is he buries some gold, then gets arrested, and then he breaks out of jail, needs to go back to where the gold is buried, but it's become a fort in Mexico, and then he's kidnapped into that fort. So he's a prisoner and he knows the gold somewhere, but they moved the landmark that he used to build it. And so it's like kind of a hidden treasure gold story in a Western prison. And he and I co-wrote that, and we're super stoked on that one. And we're working on the art now, and it might come out next year or in a couple years. So there's a lot of like little projects that eventually I've mentioned that it feels like you're building the tracks while you're on the train, so you're always trying to get new projects going, to always have something lined up to crowdfund if you're done and fulfilled and whatever. And I like the products to be kind of high page count.
So how do you because I've noticed when you are drawing this, how are you dividing up the art in this between you and Matt Krotz? Because that seems really interesting. It's almost like a collaboration. It just gets created while you're sitting there talking about it. Yeah,
it took us kind of a while to zone in on it, but it kind of settled on where at this point it's like I'm doing like layouts and almost like pencils kind of, and then he's doing coloring. Like I'm kind of doing my minimalist line art drawings, and then he's coloring it at this point. And we might figure that out and mess with that, but we did a few pages that way and kind of really zoned in, and it's looking pretty good, and we're pretty excited about that. So is it really kind of just pencils the color? There's no ink in between? Is the way you describe it? Yeah. There's like my style in general, it almost doesn't necessarily exactly have inking really. It's, it's just lines to hold the colors. That kind of came from me doing everything myself and having to do it fast with that style for the Machete Squad project. Cause I was like, at that point, I remember thinking like, okay, I'm going to draw it, then I'm going to color it. I don't want any overlap in what each of these achieves. So like if the coloring can handle the form and the shading, then I don't want the lines to also handle the form and the shading. So I'm like, okay, the lines will only hold the color then. And then, so you're moving on faster. That phase goes faster. You spend more time in the coloring phase. And that's kind of, like European comics can be a little bit more like that. there's some artists that you can look at them and they'll be, and they are an influence of mine. Except if you look at their art, you're like, oh, that's kind of like Narwhal, except way better. And I think Bengal is like that. Do you guys know Bengal?
Not too familiar.
No.
If you ever get a chance to check his stuff out, he's like one of my favorite artists. He was like an early influence for sure. And he does ink his stuff too, but it's a little bit more of that style where the lines are kind of more holding the colors.
Distant Warrior, as a comparison to your product, if you can bring that up, whoever's bringing up comments.
There you go.
Yeah. So the first comment was high page count plus good story equals value. So then he says that's part of why manga is so successful. You get a lot for your money.
Yeah, that's kind of a little bit the Narwhal brand. Is I try and do the high page count.
I do have a question for you too, Narwhal. What genres would you like to tackle in future? Like, do you like maybe detective noir or maybe something a bit different?
Yeah. So, yeah, I want to try and do like a little bit of everything. I have a detective story written, but it's like that one is a talking dog story. So it's like 101 Dalmatians, but it's like a German Shepherd who's a detective and he's solving the murder of his master who was murdered by a dog. So it's like dog versus dog kind of. And that one is when I'm talking to the artist on Monster MD will maybe draw that for me. So I'm kind of in negotiations.
That sounds, as a talking dog myself, that sounds very interesting. I think I'll definitely jump aboard that one.
Is it sort of like Great Mouse Detective, or was it literally just a dog that talks?
It's like, yeah, it's just, I think it's just a dog that talks. Like they don't wear coats and stuff.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and it's like reverse John Wick, if you can picture that.
Okay, yeah, like, I got it.
If instead of the dog dies and John Wick gets mad, it's John Wick dies and the dog gets mad.
Okay.
That sounds.
And the
really,
dog just can
really
talk because it can talk, or is that going to be a story point?
It's like 101 Dalmatians. It's just like all the animals can talk.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the idea of this book. You've sold me on it already.
Cool. I'm glad you like that one. Yeah. So that's like one I'm going to try and fast track ASAP with some funding of some success where I'm not the artist. I'm really trying to get that one moving. Yeah.
Is this the artist you mentioned, Bengal? Is this his work?
No, I don't see him.
Bengel.
Try just deleting Tim and see if it comes up. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Is it?
I didn't see very much.
Do you have any
Bengal.
piece of
maybe
work
with an A, like Bengal? Try that.
Okay.
That's him.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at that, and I was thinking that couldn't be what was inspiring him. Photographs.
I definitely see like the coloring inspiration.
Yeah, he's got awesome coloring, and he conceptualizes the lighting really interestingly too. You know.
Like a piece of that.
Yeah.
He does that bloom kind of effect. Yeah.
That reminds me of the Earthbound corridor walk where you got the bright light source and these long shadows coming off after it.
Yeah.
Very nice. Some of the stronger reds. And there's Gwenpool, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I abandoned modern comics a while ago, so I don't know all the newest SJW superheroes to admire.
Java the Coach says the end of this stream inspires me.
Well, Jabba, of course, is our biggest fan. He loves this show. He tunes in every week. He looks forward to it.
Slick Rick has a question. It may not quite be serious.
What percentage of retardation is Narwhal? It might be a little bit, an autist or whatever. I play a character. I play into the kayfabe, but it's like pretty much me.
Oh, well, I think genuine characters are always interesting characters.
Yeah.
How are your workout sessions going? Have you started to buff up yet? Are you ready for the ladies?
I'm not ready to to book a photo shoot for my new Tinder profile yet, but maybe soon. I've been drinking a lot of protein, just protein powder or whatever. But I actually I watched some YouTube and they're like, macros, got to get your macros. And I'm like, if you don't know what macro is, slap yourself. And I was like, okay, what are macros? And I guess it's just protein, fat, and carbohydrates. But there's certain ratios you want to get them in. And I think basically it's if you're actually trying to gain muscle, you need a lot of protein, and it's way more than people might guess. And so I have been doing that for the first time ever in my life, and I am seeing a little bit of results, and it's hilarious. It's kind of fun.
Georgina Floyd is wiping right, so you must be doing something good.
Oh, nice. Thanks, Georgina.
We also have a comment from Jack Stafford saying Narwhal is actually a gifted genius. Just wait and see. I feel like that's true of a lot of creators. Like there's always something special about them. I'm reminded of a phrase from a James Bond movie, but it's the distance between madness and genius can be measured only by success. So I would say, Narwhal, based on your success, you definitely fall into the genius category.
Yeah, thanks. I'll let people keep debating if I'm a hack or a genius. That debate benefits me anyway. So I'm like, let's do it. Let's talk.
How do you feel about that? Because I did bring it up at the start of the review. It feels like when people talk about you, it is one of two extremes. Either you are a gifted genius, or like you said, people aren't really fans of your style, and it's very polarizing. How do you feel about that?
Part of it, because for a while I was like, oh, I have haters, and then also I don't want to dismiss it necessarily as just haters, but I realized too, like that's like a certain level of success when you kind of start to have that, and I didn't have that for years, so part of me almost enjoys it.
Well, good. I will say, like we sort of mentioned, it's like you're experimenting, and that's just always more interesting than just doing something that's pretty good. It's no one's gonna hate pretty good, but it's not gonna be that interesting.
Yeah.
I haven't met a lot of Narwhal haters. I mean, your books are fairly successful. There have definitely been other people coming into CG that have fared much not as well. Let's put it that way. So you're doing something right, clearly.
I mean, a lot of people just say, "I just don't get the art." There is a section of people that say that.
Yeah, and then you don't get them to the point where maybe you could win them over. It's just not going to happen. And that's something I could look at. The other thing I was going to say is sometimes if there'll be some like quote unquote haters, often there were people kind of jumping in to defend me, which is nice, and then that's just cool that happens too. That there are some fans out there that appreciate me.
Stupendous doesn't care about the artsy fartsy stuff. He wants some anime titties.
Oh yeah, I got one project that might have some more anime titties going too. I'm gonna try and get back to the drawing board to help me write it, but it's not even written yet, unfortunately.
I mean, how do you feel about like that big arena? Say if you're on like the Jack show or on Ethan's show, you're gonna get a lot of like the supporters and haters, and it's almost like you're in the Roman gladiators, and arena, and like there's the audience yelling for your blood or yelling for you to be the champion. It's a lot of pressure, right, to be a creator in this format.
Yeah, I was, and the other thing is I was so nervous for a long time, and I'm not that nervous anymore, but maybe just a little bit. And it's kind of funny how that works, and good to know for it, because I'm sure that applies to everyone. Like, definitely it pays to fight through those, if it's shyness or nervousness or whatever. I know one of my first jobs out of college, because I graduated like 2008, and it was the depression-ish thing. It was kind of no jobs. I just mean like regular minimum wage jobs. There were no jobs, because that's all I was going to be able to do really anyway, because my degree was just like art history and sculpture and whatever. But I eventually got a job at a hotel, and my job was I had to answer the phone and I had to greet people as they came in, and I could like barely do that. And I was like so forcing myself, and it was like torture, but maybe just like a couple days or a week or something, and then it wasn't torture, and then I was kind of okay at it. And so it's like, if there is like, maybe I guess you could frame this as like advice to an up and coming creator, is like, try to get on live streams just for practice on a mic. It's okay to be nervous, but you won't always be that nervous. You get a little bit of experience. And no matter what, it's pretty nerve-wracking on the big shows. And that's just the way it is. We get desensitized a little bit as things happen. Like definitely like my first ever hater I got, it like hurt my feelings or whatever. But then, but not so much anymore.
The real reason Well Read asked that question is because he doesn't understand supporters and people calling for your blood, because people only call for his blood.
Yeah,
so.
like, what does it feel like to have people supporting you? I mean, that's got to be weird.
Yeah, I mean, Moonshine and I are co-hosts on this show, and I can't stand Well Read.
He's fine. He just has horrible opinions about everything.
That's like, see, you guys are doing some kayfabe there. That's like heel and face a little bit, maybe. Well, Red's kind of
it's all real.
No, it's serious. I can't stand this guy.
They treat me like shit in the back rooms too. You should see it. It's awful.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a new format that creators have to get used to. I guess if they're going to be independent, they have to just throw themselves out there to the wolves in a sense and see if they can cut it or not.
Yeah, and I guess the good news is like you don't have to look at someone like Cecil and be like, okay, I have to be like that, because that's kind of impossible for most people, because Cecil's like really clever. Actually, he's a really funny test case too, because he came from nothing, just like me, just like Clint, just like Vaughn. He was like that too. He was a nobody. But he definitely, from nobody to the highest, he's had the biggest expanse. And it's only because he's amazing on live streams, because he's so clever and funny.
Well, curiously enough, people really did hate him at the start. They really disliked him.
Yeah,
I mean, but they disliked his character, though. There was clearly a character.
Yeah, I remember he used to come into the chats pretending to be a Hillary voter, and he was trolling your boy Zach and trolling Ethan, and everybody hated him. And I just remember waking up one morning, and all of a sudden, everybody loved Cecil, whereas I still kind of hate him, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. I don't know how he did it, but I think he's a genius a little bit. He's pretty darn funny, but
he is.
Dark Gift is in the chat. He's finally decided to join us.
I will say I don't dislike Cecil as much as I dislike Smug Bunny. Smug Bunny is the worst.
Yeah, like even Mandy is now like a big creator, because she's got several successfully crowdfunded books and she writes them, and it's because of the supporters that she has on her channel. I think Malin was talking about that on one of his streams, how it's more valuable to have somebody who can promote their projects than it is to have somebody who's an introvert and might be really good at what they're doing but can't sell it. So
I don't know if that's it, but I would say the commonality is all of these people have made books and fulfilled them in a reasonable amount of time. If you make a product and you do what you say, you're going to build a fan base. It might not be for everyone, but you'll build who your fans are.
Well, I mean, it's just, I guess it's finding the right combination of both. You got to be able to do the books, you got to have some talent, but then you got to do the promoting part too. And you might excel at one or the other, but somehow you got to find that secret chemistry that works just right for you to keep building your brand.
Yep. So. I gotta getting out of here pretty soon, guys. But
right.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, well, I tried to give you an opening about 20 minutes ago. Well read. Smug Bunny is trapping you in this torture chamber. So
no, I appreciate it.
We understand you're busy.
I like it. It's fun to answer questions, and I appreciated the review. Those were good and useful to me, even, you know. And yeah, that was fun though.
Yeah, well, we appreciate you coming on. Thank you for giving us your time and coming on and talking to us about Foreign Agent, Earthbound, and Earthbound 2. And the dog story, which I'm very interested in now. I can't stop thinking about it. Dog Detective.
Yeah, that's cool. That's funny that got the spark. Kind of that makes me want to push that more.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Narwhal. We appreciate it. It's great having you here.
Thanks, guys. All right. I'll see you later.
Good night.
All right.
Till next time. But we, of course, all know there won't be a next time, because this show is god-awful. Well, folks, it's that time of the night. The StreamYard link is in the chat, so if you want to come on here and insult us, feel free.
Remember, this is the part of the show that Ethan hates.
This is the part of the show that Ethan hates, but secretly loves. when
Yep.
drunks come on to yell at each other. So if you've read the books, maybe come on and talk about it, or maybe you want to come on here and tell Smug Bunny that he's an ass kisser.
We troll the internet and for bum fights at this point. You know, we find bums on the street and pay them to.
Or we have Finata play a bum. Sometimes that happens.
And our first bum is here. Welcome, Dark Gift.
Welcome, Dark Gift.
Greetings. You're on air.
Get ready for the fight.
You're on air, sir.
What is going on?
Oh, we hear you barely over your background noise.
You're very, very quiet, Dark Gift.
Yeah, sorry, I have my AC on. Hold on a second.
Are you actually inside the AC? As we
I think
speak?
he's inside. I think he's inside his refrigerator.
I mean, it's almost as bad as Well Read used to be.
Dark Gift, have you read Earthbound or Foreign Agent? I'm curious if you have any opinions on them.
Oh wait, we have another bum who's joined the fray. He's ready to fight, and he's doing it for a bottle of vodka. Welcome, Smug Man Bun.
What's up? What's up? What's up, guys?
What's up, Finatra?
Good.
Hey.
Mugman Bob.
Very cool. Glad Narwhal showed up. He did well. Very good.
Yeah, he did. He very
did
gracious.
well.
And, yeah, very gracious, very
Yes.
humble, and
Well Read just like dropped this on. I mean, I knew he was gonna like try to get Narwhal, but he's like, "Oh yeah, we have a special guest." It's like, "Here's Narwhal." I was like, "Okay."
Very cool, man. Very cool.
Hey, Jackson.
Yeah.
How you doing?
it's always great when the creators come on, like to talk about the review afterwards. I think we had Tim Lim, Doug Ernst, Darth Lunger. So it's always great for the creators to come on and answer
We had
questions.
Rob Murta in the chat. He couldn't come on the stream because his
Yeah.
family was asleep at the time, but he like answered questions in the chat.
It shows
Yeah,
character and grace when they're willing to come on and still answer questions after a review. So
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess after this review, after being like maybe a little harsh on Narwhal myself, I'm actually quite interested in Foreign Agent and his work. So, yeah, I think I might have been converted.
Hey, just
Yeah.
Yucky Gum does have a good point, though.
What up, Bleach Demons? I've
How's it
been drinking. I've been drinking.
How's
Are
it
you-
going? Just
are
Not
you-
you, not you, Finatra. Everybody but Finatra. You're all Bleach Demons except for Finatra, as far as
Yeah,
I
that's
God-
right. And I'm not
Oh,
drunk either. I'm not
oh,
drunk.
you goddamn
Oh.
polar monkey mayo monsters in the chat.
Snow
Keep it up.
Roach. You snow roaches.
I gotta go through
No
that list again.
roaches.
I gotta find that list. And yeah, there you go.
I have Slavic blood, sir.
I got the list. Hold on. I can pull up the list if I go look for it. Fucking.
While you're looking
It's
for
pretty
that,
funny shit.
any of you guys have any opinions on the books we just reviewed? Finatra, I think you said you've read Foreign Agent.
You're right. Right when the show was going 20 minutes before and 20 minutes after, I'll tell you what, if I got into it more, because I was kind of skimming through it, which it afforded me to do so and not lose the story too much. But on that note, there was a lot of things that threw me off. there's a lot-
Finatra, an hour and a half ago, you put in the chat, you're like, well, Red, give me the link. And guess what? Motherfucker, you got ignored. I'm just,
Well,
I'm just saying.
Gatekeep again, Well Read. Why you keep
Well
gatekeeping?
read.
why am I getting blamed for this? I wasn't even the host tonight.
God.
I wasn't the host tonight. But usually the reviews are pre-planned. Like we don't spontaneously bring people on to do the reviews. We,
Yeah, I didn't want
arrange
to
that in
interfere.
advance.
I like to correct Well Read's stupid terminology. No, they're not pre-planned. The guests are planned.
Yes, yeah.
But
Well,
we
you made
don't.
it sound like it's scripted, you idiot.
Well, I mean,
I'll-
only
they're
after the checks are
formulaic.
cleared.
Yeah, they're formulaic. So, like, normally we'll do the intro, we'll talk about the books, final thoughts, and then drop the link after the review. And
Well, the Superman review was definitely formulaic.
oh god, can we talk about the Superman review?
Yeah.
Dark
Let's
Gift,
go.
Finatra, did you watch the Superman review?
I
Yeah, I was
did
in and out.
a little bit towards the end. I think I
What
came
did you
in.
guys think of it?
Yeah, what did you guys think? Be honest, be brutally honest.
I honestly wasn't that interested in the book,
Me either.
so that's why I was in it. It was like the only review stream that I was like in and out.
Okay, so here's the question. Would you rather listen to the review or sit in a dentist office for 3 hours?
That was the round table, right? That was
Why not
like-
do both?
That was
Yeah,
the
exactly.
one that was
So if you were sitting in a dentist office for 3 hours, you would choose to listen to the show.
I was gonna say you could do both at the same time. I think it was that long.
Jabba
You need anesthetic at a dentist's office. They need to be able to put you out of your misery for a bit, and that helps. This helps, you know.
Yeah, you will get put out of your misery in the
you're just gonna pass the fuck out.
Jabba says he was in and out of a coma. I think in that one instance, you'd rather stay in the coma than come out of it.
It wasn't that bad.
Okay. Do you guys want to see the list of white people slurs? Because I can share my screen.
Absolutely. Let's talk about some
hold on.
racial slurs against white people.
Hold on, why you do that? Let me talk a little bit about Foreign Agent, though, why you do that.
Yeah.
Do it.
Well, I was just, real quick, I was just going to say, it wasn't really that bad. It was for me anyway, it was just more like, I just don't care about mainstream books anymore.
Even old
wait a second, that's
mainstream
not what I
books?
want to do. I want to share something else.
Well, old ones, I mean, Superman, I was never, I collected, Man of Steel in the 90s, and that was about it.
So if we were to talk about more of a 90s, 80s book, what series would you be interested in?
Oh, I mean, anything X,
X-Men?
X-Men, X-Factor, X-Force, Excalibur, yeah.
X-Gay.
Altercation is leaving us, but he liked the review.
X-Woman, X-Man. Who cares?
But besides any X titles, Batman, any of the Batmans from the late 80s and early 90s, Detective Comics Batman, Shadow of the Bat.
I love The Long Halloween. I don't know if we'd ever look at that.
I wasn't reading then. When
that was pretty good. Yeah, I like that story too.
Finatra, you had something else to say about Foreign Agent, though?
What were the questions that you asked them again? I'll go through them real quick. I did have opinions. What were the categories that you run through, Smug Pug?
How'd you feel about the grayscale compared to color?
The way he draws, kind of hard to distinguish who's who. That's what's kind of throwing me off with that one. Because there was a twist during the twist. I thought the part where so when are you doing?
No
when
spoilers.
you doing the spoiler? Yeah,
No
I'll come back on in the spoiler.
No spoilers, please.
I think Foreign Agent would definitely be a book we might want to come back and just have a spoiler discussion. But we'll note that it is the spoiler discussion.
Because there were some things that threw me off. Maybe I got to read it again, I guess. But
there was
one
one thing. There was one thing at the end that I was like, what the fuck? But I'm not going to spoil it. But there was one thing at the end where I would have questions for Narwhal. Let's just put it that way.
Right, me too.
But at the same time, it's a good book. It's a good story. I like the grayscale. I think that having the whole, there's this movie called The Great Silence, and it's an Italian Western where there's a guy up in the high mountains fucking people up with his pistol, and it's all snow. The entire movie is like a snowscape. And I feel like that same with Foreign Agent is, it really sells home that snowscape when you get just the building, the house, and then the fucking snow all around it.
There's even a part where they find a turned over electrical pole that eventually is revealed. It's when did they used to build houses here? So there's
no
just
spoilers. No spoilers.
Well, that's not very
you
much
mother.
Of a spoiler.
I know it's not that much. But.
So I couldn't tell if there was snow on the ground or because there was one scene where she was like, "I'm hot." I'm like, "How aren't you hot?" or something like that, and I'm like, "I thought it was snowing." But I couldn't tell.
It's relatively hot, because he got doused with water.
I guess. Okay.
You get motherfucking people in the north, like in upper Michigan, Minnesota, and shit. They're like, we wear shorts and t-shirts in 40-degree weather.
Sure.
Because to us, that's warm.
After a deep freeze, 30 degrees is pretty warm. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you just walk out there and I'm a snowboarder, so I do all that shit, but I'm not used to it like that.
But Jabba, you come for the review.
I'm not looking. I'm sharing my screen. If you guys want to see white people racist terms.
If we show that, then Risey's probably going to say other racist terms, though.
What? No, I didn't do anything.
It depends on how much he's drank first.
I should remind everybody.
Goddamn ninja motherfucker! I didn't say a goddamn thing.
There's one rule on the show. There's only one rule: no N bombs and no FA bombs. Everything else goes.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, no K bombs. Well, I mean, I always like just
Wait, what's a K
make sure
bomb?
that things are restricted.
What about
Wait,
Baba?
what is it? Wait, yeah, what's a what's a K bomb?
A K bomb is a derogatory word for the wonderful and great people of Israel. This well-read review stands
shit!
for Israel and its
Yeah,
people.
Shane
So,
Davis in the chat.
It rhymes with
motherfucker.
Mike.
Ah,
I stand with Israel.
Shit.
Susan Wojcicki, just putting it out there.
I'm glad I didn't know that off the cuff.
Yeah, I didn't either until it was like, oh yeah, that one.
Well,
I knew what it was. As soon as you said about Israel people, I'm like, yeah, I know that word. I love that word.
There's the two.
I love that word, right?
There's the two everybody knows, but there is always that third one lurking around
Yeah,
every corner.
yeah.
So you got to cover all your bases.
Yeah.
It's an older word, but it still checks out.
Exactly.
It's a
Nice reference.
Star Wars reference. Thank you for getting that.
Yeah.
Speaking of racial slurs, though, let's talk about the only group of people on Earth that you can slur against. What are these white racial slurs?
Bring
Yeah,
it up,
those
bring it up.
fil- I
Share
hate
my
I hate
stream.
the white
Share my-
people.
share
They're
my stream.
disgusting.
Share my fucking stream. Tell me when you're doing it, because I can't wait.
I remember seeing this
Styrofoam
list.
cups, motherfucker. What are styrofoam cups?
Culture vultures.
This
Oh
list-
my
I like culture vulture the most.
I know. I like ice chimps. Ice chimps.
Ice chips, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's the
This-
list.
I
this
wish
list
I
popped
was
up a
as
couple
strong
of
as a
weeks
chimp.
ago, yeah.
Oh,
You know?
yeast maggots. That's mean. That's
Yeah.
hateful.
Oatmeal,
one's
that's
actually rather
normal.
offensive.
I mean, oatmeal's obvious. Tidy whities, that's
Salty
obvious.
scallywags.
Yeah.
Lint leeches.
Oh, who's gonna?
These are
Soup
great.
cookies.
Only
Soup
white
cookies.
people use scallywags. I think that I know of. I don't know.
even,
Right.
Even if
I
they
don't-
even would say it.
I don't
All right,
even
so we
get,
got
like,
these.
what
So
some of
we got
these
another.
even
We got
mean.
another. I know, right? Unscented candles. You know,
Why
because
is it styrofoam cup?
apparently that matters. But here we go. Second up. No, that's
Oh
not
no!
it. Fucking no, that was
What
what I
happened to
fucked
that
up.
box?
What happened there? Yeah.
It looked like Renfamous got a hold of a
Did
UPS
someone put
center.
a need through that? Did
Okay, wait,
Clear first?
hold on.
Dude, no,
Hold
you
on.
know what that is? That's the postal service hating their fucking job. They're fucking assholes.
Yeah, no. I gotta stop streaming because I thought I had the other picture. I don't want to go into something weird. That I
You're gonna
can't- I
dox
shouldn't
yourself.
show.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't look
dox
at my
yourself.
porn collection.
Don't look at the. Okay, wait. Here we go. Here, I got it. Back
Ignore
up.
the man
All right.
behind the curtain.
Here, share it again. I got it now. For this,
You got to share it. I don't see it.
I did.
No, it's not there.
Did I?
Nope.
Oh wait. Oh nope. You're right. I didn't do the last. I'm kind of drunk. Okay, so look. Check this out. They are not white. They are punk. People of no color. They are
What?
melatonin deficient. They are mayo monkeys. Snow
Fuck
roaches.
you. Snow
Snow
roaches.
Paper.
Hey,
straight
there's
up
you,
paper.
Pinacha.
You know, crackers. Crackers. Come on, that's what. Don't add crackers to this list. We've done
Everyone
that for
knows.
decades.
Hey,
You know?
everyone knows
crackers.
that one.
But
Be
here we
original,
got
motherfucker.
we got bleach demons. We
Bleach
got no
demons is the
purpose
best.
flour.
I like a child of the chalk. That sounds good.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that is good.
That's a
Children of the
horror
Child.
movie. That's a
What
horror
the
movie.
fuck? What the
Chalk-
fuck is a
chalk
red
chil-
raccoon?
Chalk children. That's what they should have said. Chalk
Milk
children.
milk crickets. Milk crickets. I like that. Yeast yetis. Vanilla discharge. That's fucking gross. Fucking ranch raccoons. That makes no sense. Actually, that one's.
That's the one I don't get. I'm like, what?
That
How's
doesn't
it?
make-
Like,
no.
you just
red-
leave me. You're leaving me confused. I'm like, I don't know if you're
Ranch-
insulting me.
maybe
I mean,
ranch
raccoons are
dressing.
cool.
The first
Rich.
one is making me laugh because it's like punk, and I'm like, who knew that Carla Rowe was just slinging steroids at us
Oh,
back in the day?
I guess so.
Yeah, y'all punks. Yeah.
Punk.
Garlic
Fucking
goblins.
These make no sense to me.
unwhipped cream. Unwhipped cream. Like we haven't been whipped yet, but we're cream.
If somebody
fine.
if somebody called me one of these, I wouldn't even know they were calling me an insult. I'm gonna be honest with you.
That's what I'd be. I'd be like, what the fuck did you just say to me, asshole? I don't even know the meaning
bleach
behind
demon
this.
I'd literally be like,
demon
"Are
is
you
quite
stoned
offensive.
right now? Like, do you want whipped cream? Like, I don't Marshmallows?
Well,
what?
I'm saying I want to be called Child of the Chalk. That just sounds good.
Why is it all food? Like it's like half of them, like more than half of them are food related.
Whoa. Look at this one.
Mayo
Below Milk
monkeys.
Critics. Below Milk Critics, it's lice attractors. What the fuck does that mean?
What?
Like
Look.
we don't get lice more than other. Like the fuck?
This reads like a weird shopping list. You got mayo, you got crackers, salt, marshmallows.
I mean, I don't know if I'd want a
Elmer's
snow
Blue.
roach on my grocery list, but I guess some people like insects.
Well,
Garlic,
I gotta go.
milk.
I gotta get some Elmer's glue because my child has a
Oh, yeah.
school project.
Are we sure this isn't just the shopping list?
Yeah.
Boiled chicken, like seriously, what the? This makes no sense. This has to be a fucking joke, right? This
I think
isn't
it's
real.
funny. God bless them. God bless them.
I love it. No, actually, the original. So the original. The original.
Bless their
fucking-
racist fucking hearts.
Don't forget the
original-
bleach.
The original tweet that shared this was like, white people can no longer say any of these terms. And it was like,
Why? Fuck you! I love Wrench Raccoon.
No,
White people made those. And
no, we
Wait,
gotta
wait.
own it. No, we gotta take it back. We gotta take
Right,
it
I was
back.
just gonna say.
Yeah, we're
they
gonna make
call-
it great again.
They call each other slurs all the you know, like all the time. Like, why can't we call each other our own slurs? I don't get it.
What have I gotten myself into here?
And,
No, I'm
like,
saying they made those up in like the last
when
month
was
or
the last
something.
time
Like,
somebody said
nobody? I've
marshmallow
never heard of any of
minions?
these. Somebody
Like-
sat there and had a freaking
No one's gonna. This
and
is
had
some
a writing
joker.
group.
This is some joker online.
I
Like,
think
that's-
this is
that's-
somebody that missed lunch that day. That's what this is.
Yeah.
Hungry as a mon-
It's like they say,
Yeah, if
don't
it
go food
weren't for all
don't go
these
food
bleach
shopping when
demons,
you're-
I would have been able to eat.
Yeah, they always say like, don't go food shopping when you're stoned. Well, like, don't try to make jokes when you're stoned and hungry. Apparently.
Oh yeah,
And
you never
hot.
go
Well,
fucking
that's-
shopping when you're fucking stoned.
That's
Yeah,
all
I usually
do.
just walk around, and not even know what the fuck I'm doing.
Oh, I go up and down every friggin' aisle. It takes me like 3 hours, and I wind up spending like $200, and like half the shit goes bad because I live alone. I don't have like a family to feed, and I'm buying like I got like a 10-person.
Oh no,
family.
I get you. You're wandering around the supermarket. You're like, what am I gonna eat tonight? And then suddenly it's just like Hot Pockets. Fuck it.
Right. Yeah, I
You
buy
know.
like $40 steaks. I throw them in the freezer, and I'm heating up the Hot Pockets. Yeah.
Oh my!
I can't be fucking cooking this shit.
I grill a lot of stuff, but yeah, no, my freezer's full of fucking meat that I
Yeah.
just like.
Yeah,
whatever.
summertime's different. I grill. I grill like almost every night. That you know.
Morg
Colonel.
has a challenge for us for
Yeah.
slurs.
All right, I'm gonna stop
Colonel
sharing
Moore.
this shit.
What's a good slur to invent that captures COMICSGATE's particular idiom? Anyone have any ideas? Comics cucks, maybe? I think that's
How
a
about we
popular
just say "Amit Reina"?
Why don't we do COMICSGATE?
Well, yeah. Emmett's a good man. He's a good man.
one. Oh,
no, we
great.
just say
Hi,
that's a
Hey,
slur.
Amit
That's a
the
slur.
Oppressed.
We say
Hi,
Amit Reina.
Amit. How are you?
Fucking shit.
Because I'm at the bottom of the pyramid. I'm at the bottom of the pyramid in this live stream, so I'm at the bottom.
Amit,
You know
we can
what?
hardly
You know what
hear
they? You know what they say about shooting fish in a barrel? It's easy as fuck.
Yucky Gum says comics fakes.
I don't shoot fish. I catch them with a line.
I guess it would depend on what you would consider the idiom. I think everybody has their own.
Well, look, I've got it, and they already labelled themselves this. It's called the Preston Knights.
Preston Knights.
Oh,
Well, we could
Oh.
call them F off well read, because what could be worse than that?
Well, it's like Camel Moon Nights, except you're getting pegged.
Ah, okay.
who the fuck
Yeah,
would
Preston
wanna, Who the
Knights.
fuck would want to simp for Camel Moon? Who would want to simp for Camel Moon? That's just depressing. That would be like simping for somebody like Mac McCheese. Nobody wants
I guess Camel Moon's another example of someone who was a nobody and rose up through the ranks.
Yeah.
What do you
Why
think
you
about
like
that,
Camel Moon?
Well Red?
I've never seen a reason to dislike Camel Moon.
Yeah, his stuff is pretty good.
Yeah, he's a great guy. He just, you know, in his campaign, he just keeps releasing more and more stuff. And
You,
keeps saying,
you-
my stuff
you
is
know
good."
what? You know what? Hey, real talk. Drunken real talk right now on Camel Moon. Motherfucker hasn't made another one of his fucking animatics in months. And that was what we all loved him for. then he went to his comic thing, and now he does a live stream. It's like, it's fine. That's fine.
I have
But
a
like,
question about his comic. Does it have yet one interior page on it?
so I don't know, and I don't know what it would be about because it's
definitely been
about
more than a year.
CG. It's about CG drama that's a year old. So like, like you can make Cyberfrog. You can
Zach
make
and Wanger
Cyberfrog.
ain't around anymore.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right, Finatra. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Wanger's not around.
You know, if you want to make it accurate, you got to make, Zach become Mitch Brightweiser. That's more accurate.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, damn, son.
Shots
You're
fired.
100% right.
Shots fired.
Hey, that's
something funny.
That's a deserved shot. Fuck Zach.
Yeah, see, that's the
Holy
problem.
shit.
Camel Moon can be funnier if he doesn't try to attach himself to people. If you try to be everyone's best friend, then it's kind of hard to make jokes about people sometimes.
I don't think so.
Well, Finatra, you're no one's friend, so...
Yeah, I was going to say, I make fun of Finatra all the time, and I consider him a mate.
Yeah, you guys yell at each other fucking constantly.
I'm no one's friend. That hurts.
See? Finatra just said that.
I said mate, not friend.
Oh, that means you have sex.
Ain't that the same thing?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Not in my eyes.
You guys are thousands of miles apart. If you weren't, what would happen?
I would kill him.
I reckon Finatra would want to, kill me. I'd definitely be getting some security systems set up.
If I see Finatra down the street, I will slap him. I will slap Finatra if I see him in real life.
That's why you're crashing at my place, Riser. This way you don't.
You will what?
Yes! I'm hanging out with Anthony instead.
No, we'll all meet up because Finatra's not too far. If I understood correctly when we were talking about where we were from.
No, not too far. No, not at all.
Like maybe
He's
just over
just
an
near
hour.
Buffalo. It's not fun.
Yeah. Something like that. Yeah.
In the chat, Lucky Gum says parody isn't good for CG books, takes too long to produce, and I kind of agree with that statement. Like, Dirtworm Doug, did I back Cash Grab? I did back Cash Grab.
Yeah, but that's perennial because Doug will always be a dirt.
We're gonna remember it, but no one else will. If you were
newer people
years
won't.
ago. Like,
why? What would make a parody book longer to make? I don't get.
No, he's saying the books
well,
take
this
too
is
long
because
to make
all
a
these
parody.
books take a fucking year to come out. Half the jokes would be fucking irrelevant by the time it come out.
Oh,
I
I
think
see what
that-
you're saying. Okay, I'm sorry.
I think they
well
could-
read.
I think
There's
they could
something
get
you're
it out
supposed to be
faster.
playing right now.
Oh yeah, I have to pull it up, but I will get that very
You know.
soon and make sure that the chat is made aware.
I just want to remind everyone, this is the part of the show that Ethan Van Sciver hates, and I'm cool with that.
But you are drunk, so you're proving him right.
No, I'm right. No, this is, he's like, it's a bunch of drunks. I'm like, yeah, guess what?
It's the fun part. Have you watched your own streams, Ethan?
I've never been drunk on a well-read stream. Not as I don't remember. Maybe once.
Fuck you.
I never
The
have.
opinions and views expressed by Amit Reina, Spirit Star, and Rising League do not represent the opinions of well-read reviews, its guests, hosts, or subsidiaries.
Read
In
the
other
last
words, go
line
fuck
well read.
yourselves.
Yeah, I
Viewer
fucking
discretion
love
is
that.
advised.
I was gonna make one of those. That's a good one.
Ooh,
I will say this.
Stu,
I
that's
will
a
say
rough
this.
one, Stu.
In defense of my views, CG is about being a degenerate, and I'm a degenerate. I'm okay with it, you know.
No, it's not about being a
No,
degenerate.
it's not. That's not. We just happen to be.
Speak for yourselves. I ain't no degenerate.
You don't want me to tell you about my last night, the other
is-
night that I did shit. Well, whatever. Fuck.
Wait,
No,
I do want to know. What'd you do?
I'm an ex.
Oh no! If you gotta think about it, don't say
no,
it. If you
the-
gotta
Am I
think
the only
about it.
one? Yeah. You see, I'm honest.
No.
I'm honest.
The
I'm an asshole.
reason I didn't get on Finatra's show earlier on in the night because I had a girl like sleeping in my bed, and I was like, you know what? I don't want to get on Finatra's show and then have her wake up and hear me talking about the stank stream, and then I have to like do a Shane Davis like, look, you listen, like there's this thing called COMICSGATE. So don't look it up online.
There's a thing
because,
called
or,
COMICSGATE,
you know,
and
just don't. And then
I will
there's this
say
guy. He makes music. I don't know. I shouldn't be saying this.
So,
Yucky Gum brings up a good
Randy,
point.
what I got from that was the girl was sleeping and he was going in. So, consent
No,
was
I
in.
woke up earlier than she did, and I just let her
Of course you
sleep
did.
in.
That's
I was
the
just
trick.
like,
That is the trick. You wake up before her and then you leave the place so she doesn't know what happened. That's great.
no,
I
it
get
was at my place. No, it was at my place, so I had to. I had
he
to
said
kick
she
her
was
out.
in his bed. Yeah, that's
No,
not
no, I
fair.
had,
Like,
I
you
had to
can't
kick
get rid
her
of the
out in a
bitch.
couple hours.
That's the problem, right?
My ninja.
So I was in the chat. I was
That's
in the
the
chat
problem,
waiting.
Risey.
I was in the chat waiting for her to wake up. But
Don't
then
Right,
I
that's the
had to.
problem. He should have
Don't-
put her in the street while she
Don't
was
ever
sleeping.
feel like you got to show
Yeah,
up.
So she
like,
wouldn't know
look,
what
look,
it
I
is.
appreciate you sucking my dick, but I really want to go on Finatra's fucking stream right now.
Yeah, like,
Fuck out, bitch.
respect, please. You're not thinking. I mean, I'm honored and all, but holy shit, dude. I mean, you're not missing much, man. Holy
I didn't
shit.
want to say like, listen. Hey, there's this thing called the Stank Stream, and
Yeah,
listen,
I'd love to bend you over right now, but the stank stream is on.
Stank stream's on, bitch. I can't fuck you right now.
On a fucking Sunday morning.
His name's Lord
Weird.
Sinatra. He makes music for COMICSGATE. Now, what is COMICSGATE? Jeez.
He's a rat. He's a rat. He's a rat king. He loves stabbing people in the back. He has a man bun.
Please,
sounds like
please,
you know.
Please do not search Ethan Van Scifer on YouTube or Google. Don't.
See, I'd like to point out that well-read reviews is the most likely stream you want to tell your girlfriend about because, like, oh, it's some nerds reviewing comics. She's like, oh, done, easy.
No, she'd never see it. No, she's a massive Star Trek, and she's not my girlfriend. We hooked up a couple times.
She's just a place where I cock my penis.
She's a nerd.
Would you
She's a
call
nerd.
her a gal pal? Is she a gal pal?
Yeah. She's a gal pal.
There you go.
She's a gal pal. Yeah.
Guys, is it okay if I step away for just 2 minutes? I'm gonna get a drink.
No.
Sure, go fuck yourself.
I thought you already stepped away to go make a sandwich. And I was going to ask, how the
well,
fuck did you
Reddit,
skip
could you
breakfast
step
and
away
lunch?
for an hour? That'd be even better.
Well, the hour's already passed while I was here, so there's no one doing what happened already.
Well, then step away for 3 weeks.
No,
All
this
right.
is all.
Well, hey.
all the-
Will Red's a lovely chap.
I'll be back. I'm just
this,
getting a beer.
this is all the
I
shit
love
thing.
Well
Like,
Red. Well Red took my streaming virginity when I first came on stream.
Oh, there's
Oh.
gorgeous.
Was that you and Twitless? You took both of yours, right?
Oh
Yeah,
my
he did.
god, that is fucking
it's,
Actually, no. Berserkuts took Twitless's virginity on.
you know what? Are we talking about anal sex? Because I don't want to go into that.
I don't think we
That's
were,
beautiful.
but now the topic's on the table.
Yeah, I brought it up. No, I mean my stream virginity was taken by Lord Finatra, but I do not consider him to be my anal lover.
Oh, Jack Stafford, we're missing Twitless. We're missing Twitless. And
I thought he was
Berserkuts,
going to
too.
say when I was. See, Risey, I thought he was going to say when I was a young boy, the priest told me my ass bleeding was just me bleeding for Jesus, but I guess not.
No.
Oh
Damn
my
it.
god, damn it, that was disgusting.
Yeah, disavow. What do you?
I won't disavow it, but I will say that was disgusting.
Fuck. This is why I
That's
hang
natural.
out when I'm drunk.
That
with
is
this chat.
natural. That is natural, boy. Don't worry about it. A little bit of drainage down there.
Oh my god.
So how's the comic
Fuck's
book
sake.
coming, Dark If?
I'm sorry.
How's the comic book coming along?
Oh, it's going good actually.
Yeah, it's going to be shipped before the estimated shipping.
What you call it? In my mind, the date I had in my mind, I don't think I'm gonna make that because of everything that I was going through. But I'm hoping that it's still before December. Yeah.
I will say this.
I'm going to be disappointed.
Congratulations, Dark Rift, for passing $4,000. And if you pass $5,000, I think you will beat Nasser. If I'm not wrong.
Right now, you're still ahead of Micah Curtis by like a couple thousand. So,
congratulations, man.
Wait,
You're
Mika's
beating-
still doing books?
yeah.
He's not canceled. He's still alive, Rising.
Yeah, damn, well, I was hoping he would have died by now. Shit.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that we did that because like I've been MIA like the last month and
So how about this? Maybe,
I didn't really
maybe
promote
Dark
much.
Rift, you don't promote, and then people back you because
Yeah,
the more
did you see that? You don't promote and you make money.
Yeah, but I feel like that's like lazy.
Hey,
Well, I
that,
guess
that,
you could
that,
send Abby out. She could explain the book in about 5
Oh god
hours.
damn it! I was trying
Wait a
not to bring
minute.
that
We
up.
could have Abby on the next Superman review. What do you think about that, Smug
No,
Pug?
she needs to fix that fucking fan before she does another goddamn stream. Sorry,
No, that's
sorry,
not a
Anthony,
fan.
but
No,
it's
she.
not. I thought it was the fan.
No, that's her phone. She has like an old
Oh.
phone, and it just makes this like weird clicking noise, like when she's streaming. And I
Yeah,
don't
that's
know
hard,
what
man.
the deal is. Yeah,
That's hard to deal with.
I tell her, I was like, you gotta really like, she has a mic. She just needs a computer that like isn't ancient either.
Apparently, our 2 hosts are both gone.
well, that's great. That means we
I'm
can
here.
sit
I'm
degenerate
here. I'm
sitting.
just listening.
Oh.
I'm eating my sandwich.
So, what do you think about the next Superman review with Abby?
Oh wait, you're the one that fucking made the sandwich. I'm sorry, fucking you assholes, fucking changing your names. I thought it was
the way
fucking-
these shows. The way these shows are timed, like I have to skip breakfast and lunch. So yeah, I normally either duck out early to grab a snack or something like that.
Yeah, because I thought it was confusing when I read Well Red Pig and I skipped breakfast and lunch, and I'm like, it's got to be like fucking midnight where you are right now, asshole.
I will admit, even I thought it was well read because it's well read and it's just Pig.
Yeah,
tagged
Well
on
Red
it.
Pig, and I'm like,
When you see the
you fucking
avatar,
assholes.
it's obvious, but when it's in
You'll
text-
appreciate my lunch, Risey. It's a Vegemite and cheese sandwich.
Ah,
Look,
my
look.
ninja.
I got who Smug Pug is. Well, Red Peak, sure. Smug Bunny. That I had to take a stoned ass clued into a second to get to look. The Smug Bunny was well read.
That's because
Like, it took-
well read is stupid.
It took
Yeah,
me
I
a
will-
second.
I will say this. I must congratulate Smug Pug because he's really dedicated to this show. We were talking till like 4 a.m. last night, and then he's like, "Guys, I'd love to
That's
chat more,
gay.
but I have a show to do, so I got to go to sleep." So he's committed. So to the show. So
Yeah, I was up
congratulations.
drinking last night in Discord after Finatra's stream ended. I'm surprised I'm not more hungover. Actually, I thought I was going to be.
So I've heard a lot
I would
about
have
this
went longer, man. I
phenomenon.
was freaking tired as
This-
shit.
Oh yeah, I was talking to you last night as well, Smug. I forgot about that.
So I've heard people mention this Finatra stream, but what
Yeah.
happened? What was so special about this Finatra stream?
Nothing.
Trash fire. That's what it was. A trash fire.
Everything.
I mean, I don't know. Like
Were
I said,
people
I got in
fighting,
late.
getting drunk, and yelling at each other?
I don't remember it, but I remember it being.
I think I
fun.
got into a fight with Rising. Like I tried to fight with Rising, but it didn't
Oh
work.
yeah, you fucking kicked me out like 7 fucking times, you asshole.
I don't think I did.
Oh, yes, you
because we're
fucking
talking,
did. Yeah. I said a couple things that upset your fucking sentimental fucking
think it
feelings.
was that. I think you just
and you
went
kicked
too
me
quiet.
out.
What was that? Wait, what was that guy we were on in the back room with? It was like Karambe or something. Like, Risey, you know.
Oh, El Hombre?
No. El Hombre is there. No, the other guy.
Well,
And
no,
then
I
we're-
don't know, dude. I never remember any of these fucking
Fucking
streams.
shit. All right, we're both fucked up. All right, it's fine.
Jabba the Coach says this is boring. Nobody is fighting.
Fuck you.
I am sorry, Jabba.
Fuck you, Jabba the Coach. You motherfucker. You want to fight? Fucking bring in some Muay Thai on your fucking ass, you motherfucker. All right.
Wait, yeah, Jack says Risey
Jabba
and
wants.
Finatra fought, and I cried and cried. I do not remember.
I don't remember why. I don't know. I know. I was just trying to pick.
No,
a fight
that
with
was
you, and
Dark.
it didn't work.
Dark
Yeah,
Lunka.
Finatra, you're fucking done, Risey. Yeah, that's what you always do. And then you hit your fucking table afterwards before you.
Yeah.
No, you know what
See, Risey-
started it all? Like, Risey made
forgot.
a joke about. I don't even know if I want to bring it up because I don't know if I want to start it again. But all right, so something came up about.
Oh, I think
us
I know
being
what this
us
is.
being all
Oh
friends.
yeah, he's like, oh yeah, you give it
And
time, and all you guys.
yeah,
are,
Risey
yeah.
made a joke about because like how like everybody just had this big split, amongst the group or whatever.
Right.
So Risey made a joke like, why would I care when half of us are just going to be fighting with the other half a year from now?
And a
it
year
was
from now,
just a
yeah, I
joke.
remember
Oh,
that
you're not
now.
going to be
Yeah.
hanging out with each other
Yeah.
a year from now. I'm like, well, what the fuck is that for, dude?
It was a joke, dickhead.
And Finatra took
By the
it
way-
seriously, like Risey was making a
I
prediction.
will say this. I will say this.
Yeah,
right,
I
will
did
say
turn
this,
it up a little
Risey.
bit.
I will say this, Risey. You were very emotional last night. Please read the messages you sent again. They were weird.
Yeah, no, I did read the messages I sent you. Yeah, I read those and I'm like, you queer ass fucking fag. Fuck you, Risey.
Damn it,
Oh,
Risey.
damn it, I said the word. I'm sorry.
No FA balls, please.
Risey.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I guess Well Read is back.
But I was calling myself the F word, so I
No,
think
you
that's
were
okay.
talking about a bundle of. You think you were talking about a cigarette, right? Like you're in
Yeah,
London.
yeah, I love smoking.
Yeah,
There we
you
go.
burn them. You burn them and they smoke.
Yeah, you burn them and they smoke.
Jesus
That's making it
I was gonna
worse.
say, everybody loves smoking. You just put it in the chamber and you let the gas come in, and then they smoke. Yeah, that's great.
You know what? If you're in the
God,
if you're in the England
shit.
area,
Ah,
they don't
damn it.
censor you. You're in America, they censor you. You know, whatever. But you're on Lord Zeppelin's. Fucking fuck me. Led Zeppelin number 4. You got the man with the old sticks. It's called you know. I'm not gonna say it.
Have all you guys seen Black Widow?
Why is anyone
No.
listening to me?
All
No.
right, somebody's microphone is acting wonky.
That's probably Amit.
No, it's
Not
Nazi.
man, not mine.
So this is actually who played Taskmaster when the movie was filming.
In the stunt double.
Yeah, but so all the physical scenes and all of the action and everything, this is actually who was in that suit.
So it's
Yeah,
like
right.
David Prost as Darth Vader.
Wait,
So it's
Why
like
didn't-
it's a very feminine woman. I mean, if they're gonna do the reveal where it's Taskmaster,
Hey,
it's your
why didn't they
fucking-
keep this guy on there? This guy looks fucking cute.
No. Can I say something? Why can't they get like a woman to do the stunts? Because they are female stunt women,
Right.
You know?
No, there
He's
are
short
weird
as
stunt
fuck,
women.
though. What is he, like fucking 5'0"? Jesus.
Well,
Yeah.
do
Yeah,
you guys
with Liam, buddy.
Yeah.
do you guys know the twist about
That's tall in
Black
Hollywood,
Widow?
Risey.
Like, do you know who Taskmaster ends up being in the end?
Oh yeah, it turns out to be a girl.
Yeah.
Fucking, that's a
A
twist.
girl.
Yeah,
I'm
fucking
gonna-
a girl.
I'm gonna bring up a scene if I can find it, but basically, they had to Photoshop her head on this guy's body, so that she could actually be the character.
Shit.
And it's like the weirdest thing you ever saw in your life.
Is it like weirder than when they did the Steve Rogers thing in the first Captain America movie?
What did they do there?
No, that it's been years since that.
Yeah,
It's
when he
gotten
stepped
weirder
out
and
of the
weirder since
the
that
first
shit.
Avenger.
Um,
I know what you're
Vic-
talking about.
Yeah, no,
Vic
but, yeah,
says that dude looks exactly like Risey.
Before
I think that's why I like him.
before he goes through the super soldier serum, like they basically superimposed Chris Evans' head on like some scrawny dude's body.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which is cool.
It's
For, like, the
not
first
very.
half
It
hour of the
doesn't.
movie,
It doesn't.
yeah.
It doesn't look good when you hold it up to the modernity. It doesn't look good.
I will
That's why
say
I'm
this.
wondering if it's just as awkward looking.
I
now.
will say this. I'm all for female characters taking over male roles, but they should at least be able to do the stunts.
When the fuck did you lose your balls, Amit?
Well, I mean, like Ronda Rousey.
Fuck you, Emmett.
He likes AOC. Jesus Christ, Risey.
Oh,
I don't even know what the fuck AOC is. What is AOC?
You know me.
Like, come on, Risey.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She's a
Risey, do you think you could take on?
that's
Do you
super
think you
woke.
could take on Ronda
Dean wants
Rousey?
to
I
like-
don't think. I don't
You
think
know,
I could
look,
take on
yo,
Ronda Rousey.
I'm not exposing Risey to
Oh, it's on
know
the top,
anything about
Game.
American politics.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
assuming
pinned.
Risey to know nothing about
Why are you
Australian
being
politics.
rude to Dean?
Yeah,
Well,
I don't even
It's
know
pinned.
fucking
The link is in the
Australian.
chat.
Yeah, you know,
He asked
you're
for
like,
it, though.
yeah.
What's Dean fucking saying he's being gate kept again? You fucking crybaby
I need to be
bitch.
drunk
Fuck
to
off,
do
Dean.
this shit, man, I swear.
Oh,
he keeps
shit.
doing Testify's bit. I mean, that's Testify's things. to say
I
he's
know.
good bit.
Stop stealing his things, man.
But Dean's bit is the dude testifies bit. That's kind of
Actually,
Dean's
um,
bit.
Oh God, that's
Before Dean comes on, I actually had a few topics prepared, and I think we should talk about one of them without him being on here, just for certain reasons.
Palestinians?
Oh, is this
no.
Preston Poulter?
Yeah, so I don't know if we're done with this Taskmaster conversation. Well, read. I have some lightning round topics that I'd like to quickly discuss with everybody.
Yeah,
lightning
let's
round.
talk about
Good luck.
Palestinians.
There's fucking
Go
10 of
for
us
it.
in here. Good luck.
Smug
Holy
Pug,
shit.
somebody told me you voted for Julia Gillard. Is this true?
That is a fucking lie, Albert. I fucking hated Julia. You know, when Julia Gillard got elected as Prime Minister, I used to get drunk and just go on massive rants on Facebook about her. I lost so many Facebook friends talking about Julia Gillard. They're all wonderful Fuck you, Amit.
Stop being funny if you
I
don't.
was a Tony Abbott supporter, mate.
Fuck him too. Fuck all these Australian political cocksucking assholes.
You didn't like the comment when she said, I was offended when I was told that I was called a bitch in Parliament or something like that. She said that in the fucking Parliament.
Way to derail the conversation.
Well, that's like normal. That's normal for British Parliament. That's normal.
Smug Pug.
No, we're Australian. We ain't fucking goddamn Poms.
Smug Pug was ready to go into his thing, and now he's ranting and raving about his prime minister.
Yeah.
No, she's not a prime minister.
Let's get back on course. I have some quick topics, lightning round topics for everybody.
I can show some weirder video than this. Fucking shit.
No, hold on. Let's do fucking Smug Pug's lightning topics.
First topic. We didn't really touch on it last week.
Welcome. I didn't do it, but if I did.
The picture's OJ.
Was that OJ?
No.
No.
Now it's Dane. God damn it.
That's the title of his book.
Yeah.
Can you highlight Jack Stafford's comment about New Zealand's
There's a lot of questions in that.
What Jack say?
That New Zealand one, I wouldn't know, but I would say like maybe.
She's got a good. No, she's a butterface.
That prime minister is not unfuckable.
You close your eyes. It's at night.
She's
you
got a
turn the
horsey
lights off.
Yeah, she's got a horse face. She's got really bad fucking horse teeth, and it's.
Well, look, Mandy Summers still makes fucking money, so you can't fucking shit on that fucking horse face.
The views and opinions expressed by Amit Rayner, Scared Rising do not represent the views of Well Read Reviews, its hosts, guests, or subsidiaries. Thank you.
But DA Tox's does, and the Jews are wrong.
She could have a very tight vagina and a butter face.
The opinions and views expressed by Amit Rayna, Spirit Scar, and Rising Lee do not represent the opinions of Well Read Reviews, its guests, hosts, or subsidiaries.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Thank you, Ethan. Thank you, Ethan, for being our disclaimer.
You know, I gotta say, I love that disclaimer. I love the fact that Ethan's reading it and he's trying not to laugh.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
What is that? I was gonna say, what are you, fucking a donkey over there?
Sounds like my dying wife.
He's grinding weed, but not.
I'm reining you fuckers in. It's lightning round topics. First topic, obviously, it wasn't talked about last week, but it's been talked a bit to death. Michael Bancroft saying he's done with your boy Zach over his late campaigns. Any opinions? Any thoughts? Agreements? Disagreements? How do you guys feel?
I'm still waiting on my book from Michael Bancroft.
Wait, is
so
Michael
fuck him.
Your boy Zach did nothing wrong.
Uncut.
Oh, Jesus, you like your boy Zach? Fuck Zach. Fuck that fucking motherfucker. If he stopped fucking sticking his dick into all these goddamn fertile fucking bitches, maybe he'd actually be able to fucking raise some fucking money.
They're the rule.
Do you know I got banned from his channel because I said your boy Zach was going to be the next Mitch Brightweiser, and I got banned for that.
I actually kind of want to answer this.
Go ahead, Dark
please answer.
Yeah, step in the minefield.
What you call it?
Take a side, Dark Gift.
I think, and this really has nothing to do with like his books being late or whatever, because I don't. I really just like Jawbreakers. Like I haven't read anything else that I liked by him.
Well, you know why you like Jawbreakers? Because you like X-Men. You like G.I. Joe. That's basically all Jawbreakers is the X-Men and G.I. Joe
but I
smacked
like
together.
it, right? I mean, I got Expendables, but obviously no one's gotten that yet. But I got what's the one? Pandemic.
Iron Sights? Oh, Pandemic.
Oh no, you know what? I like Iron Sights, but I don't know if he's doing any more of those. Is he doing any more? I thought it was.
I think he is doing.
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was a two.
I mean, maybe he shouldn't until he.
I actually agree, Dean. I wasn't a big fan of Iron Sights.
The word on the street is every week Zach is releasing a campaign, so we don't know. You know what's happening. So maybe next week.
I know he's got Knife Hand out, and like part of me is like, well, that's just like an offshoot of Jawbreakers. But do I really want to back it? I mean, I don't know. Do I really care about the character that much that I'm?
Do I think I'm actually going to get this book? No, I know this isn't my stream, but I want to read Jack's comment here. Zach came across as an intellectually challenged person from the very first time I ever saw him.
Fucking brutal, Jack.
but
that
boy
was the
Jack
most
Stafford.
savage I've ever seen Jack say
Jesus, Jack.
but
James Hayes
I
says
100% respect that, Jack.
we
James
have
says he's done with Zach too.
Oh,
Held
you guys,
is in the
Zach
chat.
did nothing wrong. He only, went against all of his morals and then never gave you guys what you paid for. Like
Guten Morgen,
multiple
Hal.
times.
here's my thing. I never get upset about late books. It's just if you're gonna wade into the waters of
Zach-
crowdfunding.
Dark Rift, you said you
No,
were pissed at me.
No, Zach had a really good point on late books.
You
They're,
like it
not
'cause you
the
like it.
exception. They're the norm.
No, listen, if
No,
you're gonna,
you like
I've always,
it 'cause you
I've always
like
said, no, listen, I've always said that if you're gonna like wade into the waters as a customer of crowdfunding, you have to know that this shit. I mean, this shit doesn't just happen with comics. Comics aren't the only crowdfunding projects that are late all the time. I mean, it happens with tech crowdfunding, music crowdfunding. It happens.
Well,
all
the only
time.
reason it's relevant for
And
us
it's
is
always
because we're a part of
acceptable.
this community.
I mean,
Really, you guys are just being entitled for wanting your fucking shit that you.
Oh,
paid for.
okay.
Well, actually, no. Fuck you, Dean. Fuck you with a fucking rusty chainsaw, you fucking ninja motherfucker. Because I just spent a fucking year waiting for my fucking White Widow issue 5 to show up. It showed up last week. Did you ever hear me fucking go on a stream whinging and crying about Jamie Tyndall being fucking late? And the fact that the reason that the book's late is because he wanted to fucking print in China where the fucking COVID started, and that's why the books got locked down there, because it was cheaper to do that. No, I didn't do that. It had nothing to do with fucking late books. I judge people on who they are as people.
I think different campaigns are going to be differently fulfilled. So, for instance, EVS is wanting to do all his toys, all his extras, all their shit, build his brand. And there's other people who just want to make comics.
Well, my thing is like this: if a person can get it out in time, they should. You know what I mean? And if so, then all the better. But if someone's
words
gonna
of wisdom, there, Dark Gift.
I'm not trying to be profound.
You're sitting on the
Damn it! You really have to stop interrupting
shut
people.
the fuck up, Emmett.
Shut up, Emmett! Shut up, I'm drunk. Sorry, Emmett. Sorry, Emmett. You're cool. All right, whatever.
What you call it?
Just a disclaimer: Ahmet has quite a bit of legs, so that's generally why he's interrupting people.
Well,
Yeah,
I'd like to hear
don't
from
make
Well Read,
excuses for
because
that.
there was an
Yeah, he
interesting
answers
conversation
questions right
going
away.
on in Leroy's chat. And Well Read, you seem to be taking a different approach to what people are saying about this campaign. Why don't you tell us your stance on Zach, Knife Hand, and the Overdue books?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with him having multiple campaigns open, even though he hasn't fulfilled. It's like Dark Gift said, I'm not pissed about late books, honestly.
Yeah,
So he,
unless you backed it, you got no reason to fucking whinge.
Look, motherfuckers, Bleach Demons, motherfuckers. Right now, if you don't have enough money to back a book and wait 6 months, I feel bad for you. I'm sorry.
No, but even
sorry,
if they
that's
go,
some elitist fucking shit.
Yeah,
even
and
if they go,
the critics are just entitled assholes. That's all I'm saying.
Even
You're an entitled asshole, Dean.
Even if they go a year late, you know what I mean? Like I'm not that guy. Like my thing is this.
So according
especially if it's their first book. Like I'm a little more lenient with like when it's their first book. When it becomes a pattern, and with some of these guys, it looks like it could become a pattern, right?
You know what?
Yeah, not Zach, though.
I just yelled about Bleach Demons, and I kind of agree, because it's like, Ethan could have his wrecked planet out by now for sure. But he went and he spent a lot of his time working with toy manufacturers, all that shit. That takes time, takes business, But he didn't focus on his comic. So sure, but I still feel like I get what it backed for. So whatever.
Well, I guess that's a good segue. Oh, you still have something you'd like to say about Zach Risey?
Actually, no. This has got nothing about Zach. Fuck Zach. The thing is with Ethan, a lot of people, even myself, have given him a lot of fucking shit in the past. But the fact is that you always get your product, and that's one thing I do respect about Ethan. It might take time, but he gets it out.
Yeah,
he does.
Yeah. That's why I don't care that Zach is doing another
And
project.
actually,
He's cool.
hey,
And it's always quality, you know?
Ethan and Andrea, they will hook you up. I was on Finatra's 24-hour stream. I posted a picture of my warts and all box coming in, like, completely fucked up. Like, it just got, like, fucking...
Yeah, but see, that's not Ethan's fucking fault. That's the postage service.
No.
Yeah.
It's not his fault, but you know what? I sent him a message. They made up for it.
Well, I have a story about that too.
So that's good for them.
Yeah, I've got a really good customer like service story about Ethan.
Their box wasn't stout enough. Like, their box wasn't a real shipping box. It was a promotional box. But when they see a picture where the box is like caved in, like it looks like fucking Renfamous took her fucking shin to it, yeah, they're gonna respond and they're gonna make it right. So
Looking
it's cool.
like Tug's mailbox. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. And all the books were fine. The books were fine, but the binder was fucked up. I mean, it was fucked. And you know what? I sent an email and they were fine with it. And you know, they planned for that shit. So they're like a real campaign. They plan for that like 5% overage, essentially, right? So it's cool for smaller campaigns that just get what they need to get to make their thing and ship it, whatever. And they run into all these other fucking smaller fucking issues like, oh, well, 5% of the fucking UPS deliveries are bullshit. I just want to say that. I don't know.
Actually, I do have a real opinion on it. Regardless of how any of us feel about it, the reality is that it does drive customers away. And that's a shame, especially in a community that is supposed to help out smaller creators. Because as you're seeing right now, not a lot of people want to back them.
Well, I agree with
really my only.
I'll just say this, just touching on Distant Warriors' point. Like, I didn't receive one of my tiers on Blood Honey, and I sent Ethan an email about it, and right away, without even checking tracking or even like questioning or anything like that, he sent me a replacement copy and an additional copy. So the customer service on Ethan, if there's any ever issues, is like impeccable. It's
Severfroghelp@gmail.com.
Just to touch on what Dean just said about driving customers away, that just kind of goes back to what I was saying. Like, as somebody who wants to support crowdfunding, like, you should know, like, that it's a possibility that these books are going to be late.
I would say also,
Well,
if you're
the
going
thing is that I've got no problem with books being late. What I have a problem with is books not showing up at all.
That's right.
And I've backed a lot of projects where it just goes dead. And these people, they disappear from the internet and they steal your money. They basically steal your money.
Well, and then GoFundMe's.
I better get my Mistress Roulette trading card.
Then GoFundMe's like Martina Mercado.
Heather Antos.
175.
Like Ethan's not gonna go away.
Listen, 175 campaigns, and I've only been burnt 4 times. So I mean, that's not a bad ratio.
Shit.
I would say if you're going to complain about, for example, Ethan making toys, the time to do it is when you can see that it's delaying a project that raised $1 million.
Well, I actually have thought about backing this.
Quiet. Yeah,
Can people finish a thought?
Let Moonshine make his point.
So, but since February, it's clear Ethan has been working on Rec Planet quite extensively. So if you're going to complain about it now, it's too late. You can't change it. You got to complain when it makes a difference. If you complain about it when it's shipping, you've wasted your time.
Here's the
version of
Fuck
you, you entitled asshole, Dean.
Go ahead.
Fuck you, Mr. Cry about comic books.
My wife actually once heard these streams and she was like, all these people ever do is complain about how they haven't gotten their comic books yet.
What they're doing, look, this is a tax game, and I'm not saying it in a bad way. I'm saying that, like, hey, look, Ethan got all this money, and what can he do with it vis-a-vis the tax? He can spend $80,000 sending fucking money to fucking the tax man, or he can just like make more figures. He's doing the right thing, I think. He's building his brand.
Well, he's giving people what they want. People ask for Cyberfrog merch, and that's what he's doing.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you want to
He
support
is.
if there's a campaign of support, it's this one right here because it's a $400,000 fixed goal on there.
But as Ethan has said himself, if you're upset that you don't have your wrecked planet yet, he understands that you're not going to back this.
Well, I mean, the whole thing is that essentially he gets to write off a lot of shit that he does. And in these previous campaigns and this campaign, and I'm not this is not a criticism. This is just like, well, this is how U.S. tax code works. So, fuck. I don't know what I want to say.
The fact is, you can't please every motherfucker out there. And the fact is, if people are crying about Wrecked Planet, and I hate that I'm fucking defending Ethan here again, but the fact is that
you hate it.
The fucking I don't like defending people.
Put the link in the chat for the
people
story.
should be able to fucking suck
suck
my ninja dick, Dean. The fact is that Wrecked Planet just fucking wrapped up a couple months ago, and if people haven't received it, it's meant to be shipping at the end of the year.
It's not shipping anytime soon. Like, we're not getting Wrecked Planet anytime soon. The Wrecked Planet's gonna be like December, maybe. But it might also...
maybe. It probably won't. You'll probably get it in February next year.
But that's the fact. At the same time, I don't care. Like, I don't care.
Exactly. As long as you know it's gonna fucking show up to your fucking doorstep. That's all that fucking matters.
As long as I know that the money I spent does not directly affect me, where I'm like, oh, fucked up, I need this money.
You want to talk about like cocksucking grifters? Bring up fucking Critias. That fucking asshole.
Or
He
Martina
fucking
or
lived.
Coda.
He lived off that fucking. And Martina.
No,
yeah.
you can't really say that. She posts.
But I
updates on the
never
book
trusted
almost
Martina
every
anyway.
day.
No,
I don't
what is she
trust
doing?
I don't trust anyone that's into fucking alchemy or
She
whatever.
just wants to shake her ass.
Lawsuit is what she's
I
doing.
can't hear you. Well read. What was that?
Oh, she's just trying to shake her ass. I mean, what was she doing?
Hey, let
writing
her
comic
shake
books?
her ass. I
Yeah,
mean, who are
let her
you?
shake her ass.
Let her
Yeah,
do that.
I'll crowdfund that all day long. I don't want to read her comic
watch
books.
it for free on YouTube. We watched
No,
that
but what I'm
show last
saying
night.
is you can't. You
Yeah, I think I
Wait,
that shit, huh?
was that the other stream where she was like in a bar and she was like,
Let's dancing last night.
stripping essentially?
But you can't
got
say that she's not
pasties.
working on the book because she's showing updates. Like,
Can't
almost
say
every
No,
day.
she wasn't. For a year, she wasn't
Oh,
meeting with
yeah, I
her
remember
writing
that
team,
video.
and then she starts complaining
that
about it
shit.
all of a sudden.
Ever since she
that
got
nothing's
the new
happening.
team, she's been posting updates.
New
That's
team.
what-
Now she's taking it serious. After she was grifting everybody at a GoFundMe to pay for her lawsuit.
No, but this is before the GoFundMe. She had the new team.
Yeah, she got her shit together once she
You
knew
defend a
nothing was
lot of
happening.
these fucking goddamn bitches. You gotta stop doing that, man.
All right. Well,
I'm not defending her because she's a female. I'm defending her as a creator.
No, she wasn't doing anything for a year. That's the point. Like, for a year, she wasn't communicating with her team.
So what? It's just a late
She
comics book.
was stripping off her fucking whatever the fuck.
I love Distant
Fuck you,
Warrior.
I'm fucking
My
drunk.
nature. You're my spirit animal. I love you.
If we're done with the toys, I mean, if no one's got anything else to say about the toys, there is only two more topics, and then we can go back
Lowest
to
lightning
the
round ever.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
I was gonna say I did like the Heather Swain figure.
Yeah,
Now,
the
speaking of
lightning
people-
mounts me is about a half
fucking
hour.
Mika!
There you go.
Well, we were
Like-
talking about people not coming back for campaigns, and I thought I might bring up an example of one that isn't really doing so
This
well.
fucking narcissistic asshole wants
quick question.
$15,000.
No,
Fuck
wait.
you, Mika.
Quick question. Well, yeah, that is a big goal. But quick question, like, how old is this campaign? Is it only 5
You guys
days
are
old?
yelling.
5 days.
Yeah.
5
Ah,
days.
fuck you.
He
Ah.
probably needed a bigger boost going into 15 grand, but
This campaign is only how many years old? I don't want to hear about it.
he's still
What's
got-
Risey's opinion on
he
this?
still has 25 days.
My opinion on this is fuck Mika Curtis, and anyone that
fuck
fucking
you.
backs Mika Curtis is a fucking
I'll back
moron.
Mika Curtis all day. Fuck you.
Good, you would. You wear a fucking beanie on your hat. I lost
Boy.
fucking respect when I noticed that.
Uh-huh.
But I still
Cry.
love you.
Cry for me. Fucking entitled bitch.
Yeah, he definitely needed a bigger boost going in.
Yo, Risey, you're still a cool dude. You're still a cool dude, all right? So
5 days in.
So my money says Miko doesn't doesn't fund this campaign.
If he goes another 30, maybe, but he really needed to hit $5,000 going into the first couple of days.
Well, the problem is it's been stuck at this number for 2 or 3 days now. I don't know if it's been gotten back.
You know what? The real problem is that cryptocurrency is stuck pretty low, so I don't have disposable income. So there you go. You know, fuck cryptocurrency, you motherfuckers.
Is this in when you're getting drunker by the second? Like,
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Like he's totally gone into slur mode right now.
I want to hang out with this guy. It's so cool, dude.
He's
Fuck,
getting-
have I never spoken to you before?
Sure.
He's getting drunk and oxygen deprived all at the same time.
Yeah. It's like all sorts of, I don't understand what's going on with my hand.
Yeah, we know.
Where am I right now? I don't know.
God, you know what?
This looks like my house, but it might not be.
This is all what the symptoms of the scientist told me I would feel like. You know, like...
Wait, when the fuck did you talk to a scientist?
I think he's
No, that's what they do.
jab.
They study oxygenation.
My nature. I love you, motherfucker.
Well, to steer us back on track, we were talking about people not coming back to certain creators. I'm wondering whether Micah Curtis's attitude in especially in streams where he's banning people and getting into arguments with customers. I'm just wondering whether
people now.
I don't understand what Microsoft is doing.
That could be a case. I'll be honest. I don't really keep tabs on Micah, so I haven't heard about any of that stuff.
I don't think anyone keeps tabs on Mika.
I think
Mika's always been a
listen,
fucking.
I'm just saying, hyperbolic here. Anecdotally, I haven't. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying I would think that maybe. I don't know. See, the first Inglewood didn't strike my fancy when I first saw it then, and when he was in good graces with everybody.
This is the first time I've ever heard about Inglewood.
Yeah. So Inglewood,
that's surprising. That's surprising. That's you've heard
his other books. His other book looked interesting.
No, there's a good chance that I probably have heard about it, and I've probably talked about it in the past, but I don't fucking remember it.
It's
old Mika is he's very forgettable.
Yeah, well, the 3 days 4 nights actually.
There you go.
Pretty
There
good.
you go.
I gotta give him credit on that one. Well, he had Preston Acevedo doing the artwork, so. But the 3 days 4 nights look good. I missed out on that. I was gonna back it because of Preston.
Here's his first campaign, and he had a $7,000 goal. This time he has a $15,000 goal. So I just wonder what was the increase in the goal here.
That's a good question.
Hubris.
Then we have.
Is this all in Australian money?
No.
Oh yeah, actually, I think it is, isn't it? God damn.
Yeah, it says AUD.
Damn it!
But
Get that fucking Monopoly money off this.
That's
fucking
look,
fuck you, motherfucker!
What they all needed, they needed Distant Warrior to come in and be like the store. What? I don't know. Fuck it.
How many years have you?
I'm liking that you. I love that you're you're halfway to your point that you're trying to make sometimes, and then it just slips away.
We need Distant Warrior on camera so that he falls off his chair live.
That's gonna happen. Give it a couple months. Give it a couple
months.
So what's the goal? What's the goal?
You plan on drinking and how slowly?
$15,000
USD. Okay.
USD.
Well, so is that the same goal?
Right there.
Is that the same goal as Inglewood 1?
No, it
was
goal.
7,000 on Inglewood 1.
Clearly not, because he only raised 8,000 in the funding period. So
Would you want to look at this motherfucker and be like, oh yeah, he's gonna take my essence? No, you wouldn't. Look at this.
Wait,
Look at this.
my essence?
Your essence?
Wait, what?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I love you, dude. You fucking rock.
He's all like, look at this. Look at this.
Dude, it's coming to steal your essence, man. I don't know what the fuck.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I miss Alien Xenomorph too.
Yeah, Ligovich is right. Alien Xenomorph is one of the best fucking people in chat.
Alien Xenomorph kept Micah Curtis in the news. When would you ever hear about him elsewise?
Well, we're talking about Mika now, apparently.
Where is
You're never going to
Alien
hear
Xenomorph?
about him. Like, it doesn't matter about comic shit. You're never going to hear about that.
Alien Xenomorph, he was trolling Sketch Therapy in Ethan's last chat. He
I
said,
know. I was watching that stream. That
He
was
said-
fucking hilarious.
He said Sketch was. He said Ethan was begging his chat for super chats, and he called him a cum guzzler. So he kept calling Sketch a traitor.
Yeah, Sketch did call Ethan. He did a 3-hour live stream crying about a $2 super chat. You're a bitch, Sketch Therapy. You're a fucking bitch.
Yeah, fuck that.
Sketch Therapy
fuck
did
that.
nothing wrong. Alien Xenomorph was
Fuck
in the wrong.
you, Dean. You're just trying to be a fucking asshole.
I was in the chat, motherfucker. I was in the chat doing things.
I was in the chat too,
I
motherfucker.
didn't get that. I didn't get that response. I did the same fucking thing, weirdo. Fucking. Fuck you, chat.
Yeah, no, I'm with this guy. Fuck you,
Fuck
Sketch.
I
Fucking
I'm
simp.
drunk. Fuck over. I don't
Yeah, I
care.
like this guy now. Yeah, fuck
All
you,
right.
Chad.
Well,
I
there's only
like
one
this
more.
guy now. Thank you. Thank you.
There's only
Thank
one more
you.
lightning topic. If we're done dunking on poor Micah Curtis, there's just one more lightning round topic. Dean.
Wait, one last thing. Fuck Mika Curtis.
Okay, very good.
one
I understand, Dean.
last thing. Fuck you, Rise It.
All right. Fuck all that shit.
God damn it! I'm trying to say.
One second last thing.
Oh,
Fuck
Jesus
you, Dean.
Christ, would you let
It's
the
like
man
a-
talk?
It's like a drunk episode of Columbo.
Jesus Christ! This is worse than the All Star Superman
This is
episode.
worse than
fucking nightmare.
Columbo.
No,
I
nothing will top that fucking All Star Superman.
This is the worst ever.
Let's
I'm
talk
never.
about
Dude, you smoke
I am
fucking
never
crack.
doing
Shut
this
up.
shit again.
Shit.
Holy Christ.
Yeah, you all suck.
Yeah, you guys, man. Holy crap, I'm dying over here.
But older motherfuckers. You're young, Finatra. Look, you're young, Finatra. That's it.
I'm really not. I'm kind of.
No, you are. No, you are.
Okay, I am. All right.
Okay, what's the topic, Slug? What's the topic?
Well, the topic is Ethan Van Sciver wins first round in #ComicsGate TM trial as Poulter's motion for judgment is denied.
This all sounds fucking horrible.
Yeah,
This sounds terrible. What are you talking about?
So
Shit.
obviously, Dean might not want to comment on this story, but everyone
fuck
else.
The loser and the winner is awesome. Yeah. All right, that's my comment.
So thoughts and opinions.
I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna be drunk and
we know.
Not try and fuck up.
Oh yeah, don't judge him.
I'm not judging.
You're judging. You're judging. No.
He's judging you, man. He's judging you.
It's okay.
I don't even know what judging is.
It's too late.
Shut up.
It's too late.
Pardon his French, that gift.
I know. I'm just busting chops.
Anyway,
Come
to
on.
go back to the topic, what does everyone think about Peggy's fucking motion here?
Basically, yeah, this is gonna take a while. This is going. This is
I
starting
think.
over.
I
It's start-
think.
like,
I think Peggy should put on a
in
strap on.
the video.
I don't even know what the fuck you just said, but I love it.
In the video that Robert did prior to
This
releasing
Peggy.
the tweet.
Why not Peg?
Hold on.
Fuck Spider-Man up the ass.
All right, hold on, Destined Warrior, please, for 1 second. Let Anthony finish his thought.
Yeah, in the video that Robert did before he released the tweets, he actually goes through like what each proceeding is going to be and when, and it goes clear into 2023.
Now there are some other tweets I'm just scrolling up to grab.
So about like 2020, they're getting.
fuck's sake.
Yes.
I fucking love this guy. I'm sorry.
You fucked up the ass.
Oh my god! I understood that part.
I can't do it on my own. I need to stream. Fuck.
Are you gonna be okay? Do you live by yourself? Because I'm a little worried for you.
I do now. It's been a few years. Yeah.
All right.
No, there's no danger. I just want to let you know.
Why? Did you just call me a snow ginger?
Yes. Yeah, he did.
The fuck? I like that.
To bring some normalcy back to the stream, according to Robert as well, Preston has infringed upon the COMICSGATE TM since July and Ethan threatens to sue. Do you know anything about that, Dark If?
Seems to be normal.
Because he put the logo on a few different books, and Ethan is claiming the common law, that he's had it since 2018.
Just don't worry, you're gonna be okay.
You're very gay.
Yo, just don't worry. You gotta go get a freaking drink of water, dude.
Fuck you, Distant Warrior is fucking awesome.
No, Finastra's right. I gotta go drink.
No, this ninja's having fun. Don't judge him.
I'm not
smug man fun.
No, I should be asleep. I should be asleep right now.
I'm trying to worry about him.
I should be asleep
He's gonna
right
conk
now.
out. He's gonna conk out any minute. I'm worried he's gonna fall over and shit.
How dare you try to be insightful?
You know what, Finastra? You know that. You know that.
Be careful, motherfucker. You're gonna be sitting here hanging out with us the next minute. We're gonna be like, what the fuck happened to him?
Sure.
So like I was saying.
I haven't learned your lesson yet.
So because EBS is now going for the legally going for the trademark. He can now also, that sets a precedence for him to be able to sue Preston on infringement ever since that first, what was that? That was the John Delarose spoof book.
Yeah, Robotoad. And I think White Lily #5, right?
Well, and Ethan used to collect super chats on the
White Lily 5
comic
is the third book. Yeah, White Lily 5 is the third book to have the logo.
Yeah,
it actually doesn't have the logo.
Girls.
See, on his own book, he won't put. He won't on his own books. He won't put the logo. He just puts it in real fine print on his own logo, COMICSGATE. That's all he puts. But on John Delarose's and Hero Shack's and all those books, big ass logo on the back of the
Whoa, wait! Does John Rose even want to be associated with Ethan Skyver?
Did you just call him John Delarose?
John Rose.
John
Rose. I
he's
like
been
that.
pretty cool with him.
That was fucking dope.
Fucking drunk. Fuck you. You fucking bleach demons. Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you, bleach demons.
Yeah. Whatever. I'm just asking questions.
That's gonna be my next tattoo. I'm getting fucking put on my arm. It's gonna be called Bleach Demon.
No, that's what you do. Yeah, no, I agree with that.
What was the tattoo before again? It's right next to Uranus. It says insert.
Ninja Warrior, but with the GAA.
Yeah, see, this ninja gets me.
Dead air.
Fuck you,
dead
Dane.
air. Fucking dead air.
I wonder why.
It's because you're here, Dane. We're all uncomfortable with your gay ass beanie.
I'm here and I'm drunk, like way more drunk than I should be. So hey, Rizzy, what's up, Rizzy? Rizzy Lee, hey, what's up, man? What's up, Finastra?
I gotta say, well, Red, your show has improved a lot since I was last on.
Wait, am I a part of that?
It's because you've not been here, Dean. That's why it improved.
There, you guys want to hear NSJW talk about her gender?
Holy shit!
Yeah. No, I do. I love these videos. I love these mentally retarded people.
Let's hear her explain her gender to us. Okay, everybody get
tell
prepared.
me, tell me
prepared-
why I'm a
Everybody
bleach.
mute.
Just shut the fuck up so we can hear it.
Shut up, bitch.
Jesus.
Get ready.
Fucking
Get ready to be
shit.
educated.
Yes, funny enough, the original video that went low-key viral, the intention was to describe or explain what we us means, because I utilize she, they, we, us. Did not specifically specify that
I
in the
would
video
just
because I
go
do
what
talk
it
about how I've
means
been
to be
identifying
fucked by a
less
real man.
with she, her, hers, and with they, them.
You about to tear your ass
I
up.
still utilize whatever the speaker
Whatever.
is
Oh, those are some nasty
with.
tits.
Hey, there's like
Yeah.
some boobs.
Yeah, those are nasty.
Yeah, I gotta say, I did notice her tits there. I was like, there's a fucking rank, bitch.
Is physically we are
Very
separated in these physical vessels, but energetically our
Sure.
souls are all intrinsically connected and intertwined.
My soul is
So,
connected
us,
with the.
when
I believe
visualized
that.
for
I believe
myself,
that. I
this
believe that.
makes
Well, not souls, but
myself feel so connected to
I guess
everything
so.
and very
Alright.
validated.
Yeah.
You're
It's
connected.
very.
Yeah, she's should have a shirt on.
We're all connected.
She sure as shit ain't connected to sanity.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, not
go,
all
go
of them.
listen to some fucking more bird ASMR videos, bitch.
Who
Fuck
you
off.
talk- Oh, her.
Yeah, the chick. Yeah, I wasn't talking about you, but you
Like,
listen
when
to
did I
bird
start doing that? I was
ASMR
like, I
videos.
fucking hate
That's good.
ASMR.
Right.
I fucking hate that.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with this guy, Anthe. But fuck, I'm sorry.
What did you agree with Anthony about?
You didn't even say anything. That's the best part.
He said Anthe and just
You know what? Jonathan is called vodka. Fuck you, motherfucker.
Alright, I'm tapping out. I can't do this shit anymore. This is fucking yelling.
No,
Please.
Please,
Man, I'm just being lame. I'm the lame one. No.
Wait. You think you're better than this, Finatra? I've seen your
Motherfucker, my
live streams,
headache
asshole.
my headache has nothing to do with fucking status, motherfucker.
Stop smoking crack, bitch.
It's not status. It's like Friday
Right,
gets
you all
fucked.
suck. Don't
Headache
cool
ain't
it,
damn thing to
cool it.
do with
You all suck
motherfucking-
equally. Okay.
Fucking shit. I can't
Is this
take
coming
it.
from the weeb?
Hey, fuck you, Dark Gift.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Jeez.
What are you laughing
Dark
at, Risey?
Gift,
You
what are
fucking,
you doing?
You watch
Because
more
I am
anime
a
than me,
weeb.
motherfucker.
I know.
I blame. Listen. I blame Smug Pug. She's in charge of everything.
Um,
I'm
That's a good
not
point.
actually in charge. I'm a puppet dictator. Well Red's still running the
Oh,
show.
you're a pup. Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna throw Will Red under the bus, you fucking asshole?
It's just an illusion that I'm in charge. Well Red still is in the StreamYard.
I'm the mastermind here. Here, let's listen to this week.
Alright,
Here's- this is- This is Dean's brother. He says, "Okay, I'm sorry for being ignorant, but I've always been a liberal. Could you do a video on how communism is good? I think people just equate communism."
This is before his
Good luck.
This was before his transition.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so this guy asked for a video on why communism is good, and in a part 2 comment,
Why
he
are
said
you
that he
filming
thinks a
in
lot
your
of people
closet?
just equate communism with North Korea.
Well, he's a
lists some
communist. He
stuff
lives
like
in a
that,
closet.
and that's bad.
Yeah.
You also don't have
You
to
fucking
apologize
asshole!
for
Just
any
spit
ignorance,
fucking
being
alcohol
liberal.
over
I
the
grew up
keyboard.
Christian conservative before I found leftism. Communism is good because true
You know what?
Marxist
To find out
communism
left
is
listen,
as
I
close to
started.
Oh my gosh, can we listen to the video? One sec.
Communism
You could
is
always
good
just mute him.
because
Fuck
true
you.
Marxist communism is as close to a utopia as we can get. The reason you equate
Utopia?
communism with North
Fuck
Korea
you.
and that's a bad thing is because of Western propaganda,
Look,
capitalism,
little like
McCarthyism, Red
30-year-old
Scare.
fucking.
The
I don't have
capitalists
to
over your head
bother
want you
about
to think
shit.
that it's bad so they can
It's
keep
like
their
I'm a
capitalism.
communist.
The Marxist
Fuck you.
definition of communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. That definition has never been reached in the real world.
Like, I got
Unless you
weird
count all the
into
human
here
history
with
up to the
this
last couple
weird
thousand years.
society.
No working 60 hours a
Yeah,
week,
fuck
food
your
in your stomach
communist.
and a roof over your head, accessible health care,
Fuck.
and free to do anything you want to do without the chains of money.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Yeah, free to do anything. Guess what,
Fuck,
motherfucker?
fuck that
Guess what,
injury.
motherfucker?
My bigger criticism, other than him being a little bitch, is his fucking giant ass fucking Triple H nose.
Guess what? When I want to go take my raft out on a fucking river and fucking hang out with my friends, I do it.
It doesn't have to be a fucking.
How the fuck did that come
What
up?
the hell
Totally
are you talking
related.
about, Mr. Warrior? What, we went from communism to rafting?
No, you go on a
If
river,
you
you
swim or
say,
something.
it doesn't have anything to do with communism. Like, fuck that shit. Like, what is communism doing? Fuck you for laughing at
How the fuck have I not known you this entire
you
time?
saying?
I need.
I will fuck you up,
Dude,
right?
I'm glad
I will
Ahmed
fuck
is
you
here.
up.
What? I was just saying I
Mother-
love you, you stupid fuck.
I'm glad Ahmed
That's
is
what I'm
here.
saying. That's what I'm saying. I'll fuck you up. Like,
Why would you fuck me up? I've not done anything
It's
to
very
you.
gay. Because it's extremely gay.
It's game.
We all need to.
Okay, let Ahmed
fuck
talk.
this shit.
Ahmed's got a delay. What does Ahmed got to say?
Alright,
Oh,
sure.
Ahmed's gone.
Ahmed's gone, but I've
we
got
lost
something to
Ahmed.
say.
I'll
I've
stop.
got, since we're at that part of the show, we're watching TikTok videos, and I know it's just a matter of time until a ninja gets dropped with the ones with the hard R. I think
Come on,
I'm going
Ryzie,
to take
do
my
it.
lead.
Hey,
and
I
not
say
be
ninja.
associated
Do
with
it, you
what
pussy.
happens to this show from now on.
Come on,
Right,
Ryzie,
I
you
mean,
pussy. Drop
Ryze,
the
you
N-word.
say ninja, but
Have a good
everyone
night,
knows
Smug.
what
I
you
might-
mean.
Thanks for joining, everybody. We'll see you again this time next
Drop
week on
the
Thursday.
N-word,
Hooray!
pussy, Ryzie. Ryzie's a pussy
Don't
if he doesn't
shut
say
this
the N-word.
down, man.
What? Smug
We're
Pug
having-
left? The
I'm
fuck?
fucking drunk.
I
You
might
bastard.
not be too far behind him.
Ryzie, you're a pussy if you don't say the N-word.
No, I'll say it on my stream. I won't say it here.
Pussy.
10.
Fuck you, Dean. It's called having respect for people.
Oh,
I don't think
you
anything's
respect
racist
any
about
of these
this.
people? Oh, look at you. How sad. How no,
Well,
I'm
actually,
joking.
no,
All right,
I don't respect anyone. Good. Run away, Dean.
You
Run
don't
away.
respect anyone anyway. You're like, no, fuck, respect me.
I'm not associated with this
You're
shit
right
from
there
this
with
point
Dark Drift.
onwards. Smug, don't be an asshole.
Smug Pug disavowed. Fuck you, motherfucker. Fuck that shit.
Well, I'm amazed that actually Distant Warrior has been amazingly well behaved. He still hasn't dropped any FA or N bombs, so I have no
I've
reason
tried.
to.
Listen, I try, Smug Bunny.
You've been amazing.
Smug Bunny?
You've been
What?
amazing, actually.
No,
I'm
I
impressed.
tried. I tried. No,
I'm
I do
impressed.
my best. Thank
Anyway.
you.
You're doing better than I do when I'm drunk.
Yeah, this is pretty.
No,
cool.
I'm fucking wasted, as you guys
Yeah.
can kind of tell. Fucking
Alright.
tell.
Oh, yeah, I don't drink for
Yeah.
the pleasure of it. I drink to get white girl wasted.
I gotta work for like 3 days tomorrow. Where I'm gonna fucking wasted.
Why's it gotta
I'm
be
gonna
about
show
race,
up-
Rising?
I don't give a
Well,
shit.
well, I don't know. It's always called white girl wasted. I don't know. It should be called.
No, it is.
Actually,
No.
I was about to say something very racist just then. I'm so glad I caught
No,
myself.
the thing is about white girl wasted is white girls get fucking wasted, but like white guys are a little less wasted. That's cool.
Right,
You
that
just
was
deal
so
with
good.
it. You know.
Everybody, don't you agree that Gambit was gay?
Wait,
Emmett's
Emmett's gay?
fucking gay.
No.
Emmett
Yeah,
is gay. Fuck
Gambit
Emmett.
is gay.
I
don't
love
know.
Emmett.
Thank you,
Whatever. I don't care.
You know,
Guys, I have the
actually, if I was to have a daughter, I'd be happy if she dated someone like Emmett. You know, I'm like,
What
he's
the
a
fuck? No.
he's a fucking asshole, but I respect him. Because
Listen,
he's
I
open
got
about it.
guys.
I also
got
wish if you had a daughter. I also wish, Ryzie, if you had a daughter, I would date her. I agree. with
Yeah, I know you do. You fucking goddamn bastard. We've had this
Yeah, but
conversation before.
disgusting. Are you kidding me? Like, yeah, you're just doing that cuz, you know? Like,
Well,
I
what?
should, it would be called, look, Risey, it would be grooming. It would be grooming.
once you-
What the fuck is it grooming? It's my
Yeah,
fucking kid. If I want to sell my kid
mean-
to fucking Emmett, then
You
that's
wanna-
fine. It's
you
an
wanna sell-
arranged marriage.
I
Yeah,
don't know
right.
your culture, okay? You know,
Risey,
so you
I
want
would
My
wait till
culture.
she was- Right, I would wait until she was 18, and then I'd make my move.
Yeah, exactly. See, he's a man of fucking dignity.
Vic says, "Wait, what did he say? Drunk stuff is like drunk
It's
off
not a
fucking
thing.
old
Like,
cherry."
go
What
away,
did, what did Vic say?
saying
That's all I heard.
He's right. He's not wrong. I'm fucked up. Like whatever.
Distant warrior drunk off that old smoky moonshine infused cherries.
Sure. Yeah. I wish I was. Sure.
Thank you, Jack Stafford. I agree.
that.
I would be a good provider.
Jack
Thank you,
Stafford thinks you're a good provider. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
And never physically abusive.
Well, because he asked for everything for free, so he's got a lot of money.
Yeah, that's what you do. You're a good provider, then you're a good
Wait,
provider.
honestly,
You're
out of all the reviewers here, well, Smug left, but Amit's the best comic book reviewer. You know, he always asks for a review copy, and he does the best reviews on all of them.
He's very responsible.
You know what? Amit always tells the real truth. Whether or not we think it's fucking bullshit or not, you know what? At least Amit's repping it. So sure. Good.
I fucking
No
I
one
love
learned
you,
it.
Distant
No one
warrior.
learned that.
Thank
No
you,
one
Jack. I would.
learned that.
I would never physically abuse a woman, only mentally.
Oh, no,
mentally,
Amit, you would only physically abuse men.
Would you abuse this man?
I would physically abuse men.
All right, wait.
What is this
Look at this little queer with his green shirt.
Does
What
he
is this
deserve
bullshit?
your abuse? Let's listen. What has he got to say?
What's he talking
Vaccination day.
Oh, he's got
Wait,
vaccinated.
Are we live or are we backstage right now?
We're live, motherfucker.
Get vaccine shot.
All right.
I've got my mask with Pikachu, but I am running 7 minutes late.
Oh fuck! I hope you crash your. I hope you crash your car, asshole.
Now my fear of COVID can
You put 2 masks on.
I'll see actual real life people. It'll be totally strange. Wow, am I so ready for this change?
I want to kill this guy. I hate him. I hate him.
I'll emerge from my lockdown for the first time in forever. I'll go catch Pokemon downtown.
Oh, fuck off!
My right-wing friends might think I'm crazy for being cautious.
Oh my god, he's got a Pikachu fucking poster. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Fuck! Who gave this guy a goddamn vaccination shot? This fucker should be the reason why COVID fucking kills out some people. The fuck is wrong with that dude? Fuck!
That disturbs me. Fucking.
This is what the left wants you to become, Risey. A singing cuckboy.
I'll get his shoes,
Yes.
then he gets his
Yeah. Every single fucking 90s movie episode, they want the left to be.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, Vic! No, I wouldn't fucking marry my daughter to fucking Amit at 15 years old. That's fucking creepy.
What the fuck are you talking about? You motherfucker.
You don't even fucking know what's happening right now around you, so shut up. I'm talking to the chat.
And that coming from Risey, that's a big statement coming from Risey.
I mean,
still love you.
obviously, Risey, you know, 14-year-old daughter, whatever. What are you talking
What?
about? Fucking, what
I shouldn't have put that thought in your head.
the? No, it's all in my head. Now I'm drunk and it's all in my head. and I'm
Where's
like,
the
what
X on her
fuck?
forehead?
Yeah. Professor A.
What's this? Is this one of the
like-
bitches from the Manson family?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, I thought so.
Ah.
You can tell. You can tell by the. You can tell by the fucking LSD eyes.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's like AOC. AOC has got crazy eyes. You look at her, you're like, holy shit. Look at this woman with like the fucking crazy eyes constantly.
Who the fuck is AOC?
Alexandria Ocasio. You don't Risey, you're a fucking Australian. Fuck you.
Risey,
What's that got to do with
No, this is American politics. This is American politics, you motherfucking goddamn bleach demon.
Bleach demon? Now I'm an Australian bleach demon. Thank you, Distant Warrior. I didn't know that.
Demon. No, I would say you're a snow roach, but y'all don't have enough mountains up in there. So I would say you're a bleach demon. You know, you motherfucker sitting on the
It's a
coast.
flat fucking land, motherfucker. Of course we don't have
That's
mountains.
not true,
Yeah,
Rising.
yeah,
You
you're
do-
getting eaten
Rising,
by
that's not true.
sharks.
You do have the Blue
Fucking-
Mountains. What are you talking about? You do have the Blue Mountains in New
What the
South Wales.
fuck is the Blue Mountain?
In New South Wales.
He doesn't even know. Look, the
You
Australian
don't even
doesn't
know your own
even know
geography, Rising.
what the Blue Mountains even. Listen, I'm not trying to. Fuck.
Oh, this is the most fun I've had on a stream in a long time. Thank
Yeah,
you, Justin Word. Thank you, Will Red.
Thank you,
Rising, like, when I'm more sober than the person next to me, that's interesting.
It's okay, Fabe. You know what? Listen, you're cool, Risey.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm imagining the fuck off. I don't know.
Guys, let's appreciate
How are you
this
more
this
sober
mother.
than somebody on the stream? How are you more sober than somebody on the stream? What's wrong with you, Rising? He's taking away your frown.
Dude, I'm trying to catch up, but I can't drink fast
Yeah,
enough.
Distant Warriors.
No,
Too far
Risey,
gone.
No, listen, Risey was like good like last night. Risey, you were way fucked up more than me. And now we've switched. It's taken about 12
there we
hours.
go. I tagged out, you tagged in.
Yeah. So now, Finatra, what do you got to say, Finatra? Because you're the leader.
Finatra left of dude. Finatra
Hey,
left.
look,
like 5
Finatra,
minutes ago.
Finatra's here. He took his daughter
Wait,
to
he
go
is
see
here?
this. He took his daughter to go see this drag queen. Let's check it out.
I took my daughters to a drag show, and they loved it. Best day ever.
Oh my god. The fuck? That's a real fucking thing? And they serve fucking alcoholic beverages there? You could never let Risey in there. I'd fucking end up throwing my glass at that motherfucker's face.
I'm supposed to go to sleep after this. Fuck that shit. Like, what do you? You know what? That's
Like
gonna be in
8
my
hours ago,
dreams,
maybe.
You know, fuck.
Risey, how can you be more coherent than this fucker? That's just impressive.
It's because it's only 3 p.m. here. That's why.
Right? No. Finatra's
Now I know how I sound on stream, Risey. Then.
2 p.m. here.
Dude, why do you think I don't like any fucking streams when people send me shots of clips of things and they're like, Risey, you said this. I'm like, I'm not going to watch it, but tell me what I said. No,
I
why
would
don't
like
you
to
watch it?
say,
I'm like,
like-
because I don't like listening to myself. Especially when I'm an incoherent fucking drunk.
Risey, you just say, like, I smoke a lot of weed and I drink a lot of liquor. I don't remember shit. And that
Well,
never
yeah, I
solves
never
you,
do.
that solves you of all problems.
So, Distance Warrior, I gotta ask you this. What is your ideal woman that you look for?
Like about a 5.5 to 6, who is a total slut.
5.5 to 6.
It's a total slut. My ninja.
Do you have a rule on how many dicks she had to suck?
No, Emmett, shut the fuck up, Emmett. She's great. She's grateful. Like, you know what? It's not the greatest woman I could get with, but she's grateful and she does things to me that, you know, you can't even fucking imagine.
She does things that her dad wouldn't be happy with.
What if she did those
What
same
has she
things
done?
to
What
like
has she done?
25 other guys before you? Would that still be okay?
Sure.
It depends. Is she gonna fucking pass any fucking diseases on to
you know
him?
what? It
Hey, she
depends
said
on who
total
she-
fucking slut.
Yeah,
did
no,
say
I
you
will
know
say,
what?
I will say this. Hey guys, let's be serious.
You know
Let's
what,
be
Emmett?
serious and respectful. Let's be
No,
serious and
my
respectful.
response is the same. My response is the same. No, it's the same. It's just like, yeah, sure. Maybe she's a total whore, but whatever.
Now she's a whore. God damn it. We go from slut to whore. I love your exclamation level.
What is the thing that she's done to you? What is the thing she's done to you?
Nate
Guys,
Hooker
quiet.
says practice makes perfect.
Quiet, one second.
Now she could be a tax write-off.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what is the one thing she's done to you that even you felt dirty about?
No, there's alright, so she fucking Christ, I'm not drunk. Not drunk.
You are definitely drunk enough, my
You are
friend.
definitely
Alright. So she
I've never done anything I felt dirty about.
Really?
She
You fucking live a.
We're like,
I've
all
done
right.
a lot of things I'm disgusted about.
So like,
I
we're
got
like,
no,
oh,
I
like,
got
just-
no
we're like, all right,
regrets about
listen,
anything I've
shut
done,
the
and I've
fuck
done
up.
some fucking crazy shit.
All right.
Wait,
All right,
who
this
talked?
Amore,
The
tell
guy
us.
who's been
We
talking
did,
for like an hour.
you know, we did like cuddling. We were cuddling, and at a certain point, she's just like, "Hey, can I play with your cock?" And I was like, "Yeah." And so that happened for the next fucking minutes.
Yeah.
Minute is being generous.
No, but it's weird. 'Cause it's like, it's rare to have a girl who's like does that. Like, you don't have to make it happen, but you can make it happen. You don't have to. Fuck you.
But how is it bad? Was it your cousin? Like, fuck, how's that wrong?
No,
Why
it
was it
wasn't
dirty?
Bad. It wasn't bad.
Was it you playing with
You
your
know.
cock?
No, it was a girl, but
Did
she's
she
not
have
a girl I'd want to actually fucking date.
Was she
It's
at that
just
drag
like-
show?
No, dark gift. No,
Just
you
checking.
motherfucker. No. It was just like we're over the coronavirus pandemic, so everyone's kind of like loosening up about shit. So it's all like just
Loosen up.
immediate. It is. See. Why the fuck am I talking about this? You motherfuckers. You motherfucking Risey. I blame you, Risey. I blame you, fucking
Andy,
Red.
Andy Monster wants to know if there was fingers in the bum.
Yes.
Straight up, yes. There was a finger in the bum.
What are you talking about? I did my best. I'm not gonna...
Damn it. Oh, I'm so glad I came on this stream.
You're so glad you came on the stream, Risey. Did you really come on the stream? You're stroking yourself, you motherfucker.
Yeah. I jizzed on the internet.
Yeah, you lived through vicariously through for me. That's fine.
I think I got half that.
Listen. Like I just had a random booty call like last night. I would have been on fucking Finatra's stream earlier, but I woke up and I was like, "Hey, I'm not gonna have this girl come out." Jabba the coach said it had Vegemite on his peen. Fuck you, Jabba.
Next, I want to ask you a favor, Destined Warrior.
Sure.
Next time you get one of these booty call bitches and you're like you're plowing into her, I want you to whisper in her ear, say, "Subscribe to Razzie Lee."
You know what? I could actually probably get away with that.
Don't do it. I was joking.
I can. You know what?
No, that'd be weird.
No,
if you're this drunk when you have your next spur of the moment booty call and there's a stream going on, you should definitely come on while you're in the middle of plowing.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm gonna turn my camera on. I'll show you.
I can tell her. I could be like, "Yo, you can be famous.
I'll make you famous, baby.
I'll make you famous.
I'll make you famous."
No, you're not right. You're not wrong, Ricey. You got. I could listen. There. All right. She slept in this morning. I was gonna be on Finatra's, and I was like, you know what? Look, I don't want to go full Shane Damus. Like, hey, look, hey.
Jack Stafford says, "Can you yell, Doc? Come on, we don't have time. We've got to get back to 1985."
Yeah. You gotta go.
Can you
get all the back. And I
say that.
Can you say it? Can you be Marty McFly from from Back to the Future?
We got to get back. We don't get back going. We got to get back to 1985. That's the best they got.
I was gonna say that's the best it's gonna get.
I mean, my voice is very gay. I'm not gonna say, but look, no. I would rail this girl in front of fucking COMICSGATE, but
I love this motherfucker so goddamn much.
Please do
the
that.
thing is, you can't do it. You can't do it because you have to explain.
Absolutely do it.
No, you
ain't gotta explain
take it, like,
nothing.
what are you gonna
You just
come?
gotta be like-
You're gonna come?
you
You're
just
gonna
gotta be
listen
like,
to Van Skyver. Like, come on.
You just gotta be like, oh shit, I didn't realize I hit the go live button.
Yeah. I mean, that's true, yeah. I mean, I have videos. I'm not all right. We're getting weird. I'm really drunk. We're getting.
Hey, fuck you, Smug Pug.
Let's listen to the Adventure
Do
Communist.
something else, though.
Oh,
I always thought communism was boring until I downloaded Adventure Communist. I'm not the type of person to have games on my phone, but man, this game's addicting. The goal of the game is to manage a mock communist state while growing your own potato farm into a
You
colony.
make a
All of
fake
this can be done with
communist
just a few
something.
clicks. Sounds
Sure.
fun, right? Swipe left to download.
It's
I always
fake.
thought
Hold on, distant. Let's listen to this tart.
Well, she said it already.
sorry.
You grow your own potato farm.
own potato
Right, yeah,
farm
that's
into a
it.
colony. All of this can be done with just a few clicks. Sounds fun, right? Swipe left to download.
Because that's all you need for communism is a potato farm.
And then you're
There was nothing called the potato famine of 1850 where an entire state died of potatoes. And emigrated to the
It was
US.
New Hampshire.
That
They died
never
from the
did.
potato famine.
Ireland, fucking.
New
Nothing
Ireland.
ever happened to that. They just all had to go move to a different fucking country. Fuck you, you fucking communist fucking fucks. I don't know. We got strong views on that shit. So.
I love this guy so much.
Thank you, Risey. Thank you, Risey, for loving me. I need love.
You're making me laugh so goddamn much.
There you go. This is someone for you to love.
Oh,
There you go.
what the
Just
fuck is
ignore
this
it.
thing? No.
There you go.
Here comes the boy. Hello, boy.
What is this thing?
This is abortion video.
There he is.
Yeah, I'm like, literally, this is why I actually do not mind people that abort their babies, because if
Can I
they come
ask
out
a
like
question?
that,
Why are all their eyes like 4 inches wider apart than normal people?
No, look at that
because
facial
they
hair.
should have been
Look at the
aborted.
facial
That's
hair.
why.
That's abortion. That's a bust.
Wait, is that facial hair, or did they just fucking put the what do you call it? I don't know. Fucking female. Fucking.
They're just doing
makeup.
She put mascara on her peach fuzz on her upper lip.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I was like, it's not real.
She could shave it if she cared.
She can't shave it. You just need to go for a fucking shower, you freak.
No, it's like
not
every-
you, not you
every
either.
day,
This
though.
this thing, whatever the fuck
No.
this is.
I have a full-on nice male beard because I don't have to fucking shave my upper lip like this motherfucking bitch
Well,
does.
yeah, you're also not mentally retarded. No, that ain't a bitch. That's
Oh,
definitely.
thank you.
Thank you. I reckon
for
this. I reckon this thing was born with a penis.
No, I
Yeah,
think
probably.
she wants one.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
lot of testosterone going on there.
A lot of things went wrong, like their entire life.
But watch when you watch these
Oh.
like far leftist crazies, like their eyes are like so much wider apart.
I know. Yeah, it's like there's a fucking
Because-
goddamn
no,
fucking
no, like they're
giant
prey.
fucking a
They're
huge
prey.
ruler behind, like a measuring ruler between their eyes, and it's like, why is it so distant apart? And
No,
then I
that
realized,
doesn't work. It's when
and then
you're-
one day I realized the reason their eyes are like that is because God made them that way so that we realized that they were toxic and we need to stay away from these
We can look
things.
at them with one motherfucker and being like, "No thanks, I don't care."
You got one more
You
before
know-
I split well read?
Sure.
Yeah,
do your
sure.
thing.
I could find one more.
It's
It's,
gross, but sure. You're
this
gonna
thing
find more gross shit for us? Thank you. Fucking Christ. Ah, I don't want
I've
any-
seen
any
her
of
videos. Yeah, she's
Yeah, I'm
It doesn't
trying
matter what you've seen. I don't think we've seen any of this because we're normal people who don't look at weird Twitter libs of TikTok. So pull up some weird shit.
All right, here you go. Here's some weird shit for all you guys.
Young people in my class are teaching us about Pride Month. So we've got a lot of art up here dedicated to Pride Month starting here in June. And we have a calendar telling us about everything that's happening each day.
This is a whole day for demisexuality.
Wait, let's look at this calendar. Who's up there?
It's fucking ridiculous. This a whole day for Pauly. You're all Pauly.
Why do you have a calendar? That is so goddamn gay, but I guess that's the reason.
No, it's so fucking weird. You're like, all right, we're like fourth graders.
Gray,
Who do you wanna have
asexual,
sex with you.
gender
Who the fuck
fluid.
schedules their life like that?
Yeah, it's called
Gender
pedophiles.
Yeah, what is that? Asinel?
Pedophile.
I can't read that. God damn it.
I can't. What do you want me to do? Say something nicer? Like, no, these are
There.
pedos. Like,
Triggener.
Yeah, you're right.
I want
Triggener?
Triggener Day.
Wait, that's a thing? I'm totally using that word, triggener.
I'm going to use my trigger.
I'm renaming fucking trigger warning. I'm calling it triggener warning.
What is this?
look,
Andro
no,
gay?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm just with a woman who is like 15 years older than me, but she's 22, so it's not triggering.
Wait, she's
Wait.
15 years
What are you,
older than you, and she's 22. I'm like, yeah, the fuck, dude? Who the fuck is serving this 7-year-old alcohol?
Well, Red, it's time to. No wonder why his voice has been cracking the whole time.
Right. Yeah. Because I'm a child. Sure. Alright. Wrong way to think about it. You got it wrong, but you're right.
Just
You
the way
said
you
she
said
was
it, buddy.
15 years older than you, and she's 22.
No, she's 42. Yeah, fuck
42.
Yeah, and then more than that.
Oh, fuck, I love this motherfucker.
Well, there ain't nothing wrong with that. If she's 42, all the power to you. But if
Well,
she's
she
22
was
and
when I
15 years
listened,
your elder,
alright.
then you need to get off the off the street
Everyone's
before we all go to
like,
jail.
Distant Warrior's a fucking weirdo now. Alright, great stream, guys. Thank you.
God damn it. I gotta say though, to try to derail this fucking conversation, 40-year-old
now
women,
you're gonna derail it?
40-year-old women know how to fuck.
Oh yeah,
I've only fucked one of them.
She does.
And
Yeah, but what are
she
they-
was fucking great.
No,
What are they
like 20
fucking with though? Like a 40-year-old body?
Yeah, dude.
Hey,
in my
she had a
20s
nice body.
In my
No,
20s, all I did was bang. All I did was
40-year-old
bang
I
chicks in
fucked
their
with?
40s. Yeah, man.
She had probably like fake tits or something, but she was banging.
God damn it, Andy.
When I was like 21 years old and fucking like a 42-year-old, she was banging.
I banged one chick.
It's-
I was
it just
28.
happened.
She was 52 and she was smoking
Ooh.
hot.
Yeah.
Smoking
No,
hot.
you just get it. You know, that's all it's about.
Yeah.
Like fucking.
I got no shame in that. That's why I say I don't. I've never done anything that I've regretted. Like when it comes.
Oh
to
no, I've done things in the bedroom that I regret. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm right.
But at the same thing, I'm like, I don't regret anyone that I've had sex with, except for maybe one chick, because she was a dirty little slut.
I've been with a dirty little slut. Kind of
Oh yeah,
recently, like,
I do regret the one.
Post-pandemic.
Yeah, there was one chick. She gave me crabs. I regret.
Ew,
that one.
yuck. Well, you can cure that. See, that's a curable. You know, you're like, a gay.
Yeah, but it
go and
sucks.
give me AIDS.
I think it's
That's
curable.
gonna be-
You just get a powder for it, don't you?
What?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Antibiotic.
I mean, depending on how bad the case is, you might have to get a prescription strength thing, but for the most part, you could use the same shit that they use for head lice.
Ethan Van Scifer is watching the stream, just shaking his head in shame.
He's like, fuck
CG
all you ninjas.
CG loves drunks. CG was built on its drunks. There's nothing wrong with some drunks in CG.
Crack pack. Listen. You drink the vodka, you get some crack. Like,
Who's
that's
the
what-
oldest here? Andy wants to know who. I think I'm the oldest on the panel right now.
Yeah, it's definitely between you and just judging by how Destiny's been talking tonight, I'm guessing me and him are around the same age.
I'm 35.
I'm 45.
Yeah, I'm 33.
Yeah. We're me and Risey, we're kind of same generation.
Dude, what have I done to Vic? Vic has been really ripping into me lately.
Wait, Vic hates you now? What'd you do?
Is he
This
trolling?
is so
I don't know him that
fucking
well. I only know him from Mike's chat and
Wait.
people said hi and
Is
passed.
the chat- Wait,
HIV positive, only crabs, okay? That is fucking savage, dude.
Jab's okay, because I thought we were back drawing, like back in the room right now, right?
No, we aren't off air. You asked that fucking 15 minutes ago. We're on air.
Like I said, like I was saying, I've only ever my interactions with him were always like, "Hey, Dark Gift. Hey, Vic. How you doing? Good." Like that. Like it was never, and I've never noticed, and I never noticed him trolling anybody. I mean, maybe I wasn't paying attention.
He trolls Mike and then he backs all his books and buys all his art. So he's like a known troll.
He's a good troll.
As long as he's just trolling.
Wait. So
I
he's
thought
like
I did-
you, Well Red. You back books to troll people.
No, I honestly thought I did something to piss him off.
I'm an uncustomer.
You know what? Jabba was a little hard today. Jabba was going hard, and I was like,
Jabba
I
gets
don't know
on
if this is I don't know if this is kayfabe. I trust
Jabba
Jabba.
gets on Twitter just to respond to every tweet that I make and say "fuck you."
I legit thought I pissed off Vic. I mean, I legit thought I did something.
There's no real angry trolls in the chat. Everybody's just trolling.
Dark if it's probably
No, this is like the fun place where we can throw insults at each other
that's
like
not
we're
even
mates.
a diss, Vic. That's actually
Yeah,
true.
yeah, Rice is right. Rice is right. This is the fun place where we can say whatever the fuck we want. And we're not so worried
except
about.
for like 3 words.
I mean, ninja. We can say ninja.
Yeah, ninja's
You know?
cool.
Yeah, ninja is the best word.
We
I
love
actually prefer that word over the other word anyway.
Yeah, ninjas are cool.
Take it
Yeah,
back.
I was going to say, because
Take it back.
I like ninjas, I don't like the other people.
No,
Actually, that was very racist. I take that back.
In my old band, we used to swap.
Disavow, right? Disavow.
I'm a huge fan of Booker T. He's my
Vic.
favorite ninja.
Vic, in my old band, we used to swap groupies.
Booker T in the end.
Ah, you're disgusting. Who the
Wow.
fuck swaps groupies? Wait,
Wow.
you're sharing semen?
I'm
Ew.
not sharing semen. Why would I
Oh
share
wait,
semen?
not at the same night, or is
No,
it
in the same,
how you
in the
do it.
same night.
It depends on how you do it.
touching
Yeah.
swords.
In the same night. Like, yeah, I'd bang a chick, my other guitar player would bang a chick, and then then the one chick would leave my room and go
Yeah,
into his
fuck
and
that
vice
shit.
versa.
I ain't doing that.
Yo,
sloppy
if you're,
seconds.
if you're using fucking condoms,
Yeah, but you know,
it's
you
not
just
that great.
You just don't go down on them on the second.
God damn it! I don't even. I went down on a girl once in my life, and I was like, "It smells like fucking
One.
fish down here.
Only
I'm
once?
never
That's my-
doing it again."
That's honestly my favorite.
Yo, Risey, you're like Sinatra. You're Risey, you're not just like Sinatra. Sinatra said like he's like doesn't like pussy. Like I don't understand that. Like I like pussy.
Piss comes out of there. Why do I want to put my mouth there?
Yeah, because you.
Oh my God, Anthony! God damn it!
Hell yeah,
You gotta clean before that. No, obviously.
Well, I guess that's probably why the ladies like you over me, because I don't go down on them.
I demand cleaning, motherfucker.
Depending
like,
on the chick and and her hygiene, I'll even fucking I'll
Oh,
You know
please,
what?
shut up. You're going to make me vomit.
It
I'll go
depends
down
on
all
what they
over,
eat.
man.
It depends on what
for
they eat.
fuck's sake.
Yeah, man.
So there's a thing where like guys will eat pineapple and makes your cum taste better. You know what? If girls are eating fucking fast food and like high fat content shit, it makes their cum
Then they taste like pork rinds.
taste worse. but it depends. So then, if you're with a girl who's like totally organic or some shit, like her pussy's gonna taste like nothing. It doesn't matter either way to me. I'm just saying. Fuck off.
Rising, have you ever earned your Red Wings?
God damn! Don't you? That's disgusting. You filthy fucking cunt. Fuck you.
I've done that.
Yuck! Oh my god!
I guess I'm a motherfucking motherfucker. You fucking bleach demons. I get it down. I bring the girls down. I get it down. It's whatever.
Yeah,
Whatever.
that's fantastic. Good for you guys.
All right, let's see how they're vaxing people in the ghetto.
What's up, related black women between the age of 18 and 30?
Hey, Vato, I'm here for diversity purposes. What's up? Nothing, just came from eating some fried chicken and watermelon. What y'all up to? We about to go get this vaccine. Vaccine? Nah, I don't trust that homeboy OG dog. I hear it give people blood clots. Nah, pimp. It's frickin' fresh. Yeah, fool. Those are just some rare instances of 6 people out of 7 million people who got it, eh? And Johnson & Johnson is still about 70% effective. Plus, there are many other vaccines that have an efficacy rate of over 90%. You know what I'm saying? Wow. I never knew that hood college
Why
roots,
don't
man.
they
Well, now
all
you know, food stamp homie, yes, eh?
Shoot each other.
And for more information, visit your local pharmacy or go to cdc.gov. My nigga.
My ninja.
My ninja. That's very propaganda-ish. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was some gay ass shit. And also, why the fuck is it that gangbangers can only hang out together if they're fucking Mexican and people of African color? What the fuck's up with that? Like, wait, if a white gangster is up there, like, wait, they can't be friends? So what the fuck's up with that shit? Where's the goddamn ginger representation?
Risey, we're gonna get in trouble if we start talking about this.
All right.
We've been in trouble with a lot of your statements tonight, my friend.
Fucking shell. Thank you. All right.
No, we're good. I
glad.
think only Distant Warrior is in trouble.
Yeah.
He's gonna wake up in the morning and be like, "Please private the stream."
Banned off
Dude,
Twitter.
I'm like, hey, actually, like, before all this shit fucking wraps up, Distant Warrior, you on Twitter? I gotta follow you, motherfucker.
I am.
All right. Give me a follow or someone
It's
send
the
me
same
a link.
name.
to-
It's the same name. Distant_Warrior. It's the same
Yeah,
name.
but it's called fucking Distant Warrior. There's probably like 1,000 people called that.
All right, this is
No,
the
there
last one.
isn't. I'm the only one, motherfucker. I'm the only one.
All right,
This is the last
wait,
one.
hold on.
This is the last one I'm going to watch before I leave.
All right, here we go.
Oh my
Watch something.
God,
then
what
make us go to
the
sleep.
fuck is that?
Oh no, it's alright,
Getting-
thanks. He's helping me. They. Oh yeah, he's just gone to go and get me. They. I can't remember who served us. I think it was him.
Oh my God.
I like that when he put his finger to his mouth. I like that. I don't
Oh,
like
my
the
Lord.
younger rings.
Look
No,
at
I
it.
don't like that.
Yeah,
Why does
I
he
You know,
look like that guy?
I never thought suicide was an option until I just watched that video.
Oh, just.
Why does he
You're
look like that guy
telling-
who used to
you're
hang out
telling
with
me
Kevin
I
Smith?
need to fucking regulate my shit.
I would have said she, but all right.
I
you
call
think
it
it's a she?
it. No,
mean,
it's an it.
I
It's a
mean-
they or an it.
No, but if I was
Don't-
just looking, like if I was just looking for like briefly, of course, I'm like, oh, I think that, I think I would have been like, I think she served us until I heard the voice. And then
That's
I
a
would-
dude.
I mean,
Yeah.
no, but it's
No.
it's just an ugly woman.
No, that's a
That's
dude.
a
No,
that's
it's
a
a
goddamn that's a goddamn.
Look at that Adam's apple right there.
I was
Yeah, but
about to
I'm
say
just
the
saying,
word.
like, at a quick glance,
Yeah.
you see the earrings and the long hair and the makeup and the eyelashes. You're just kind of like, oh, I think she served us. And then you hear the voice. and
It's
they
the
go,
body structure, dude.
Can I
You
finish
can
my
tell if a-
sentence? Can I finish my sentence?
I'm sorry, Anthony.
What you call it? I would, yeah. Until they would have been like, they, and then I would be like, oh no, him. He served us. You know, like.
Look, and you know what? I'm gonna have been done into this until I reached down to the crotch area and felt a dick and be like, nah.
But would you know until it's in your mouth and you thought you were going down on her?
Yeah, I think I would know before it's in my mouth. You motherfucker, like, come on.
That's what you guys get for going down on bitches.
Yeah, that's what you get for bringing your hand down there and being like, oh, well, this clitoris is about 4 inches. Fuck this.
Listen,
Wait, also look at this fucking necklace. That's a dog chain.
Then as a guy,
It
you
is.
wouldn't want to go in and start kissing that neck and be like, "Oh, there's an Adam apple there."
Why are we talking about hooking up with this person?
I don't know.
Distant Warrior
No,
is
I'm-
letting us know some things here.
I'm saying that would be like all
That
the
finger
way
in the
there
bum
until I
really-
figure it out.
The finger in the bum really woke
Yeah.
some stuff up there.
All it
Yeah.
takes is one.
One
And-
finger. Yeah, we know.
And then it opens up the floodgates.
God damn it.
You know what?
You can't just stop at one, right?
Look at these earrings. You got a lot of earrings going on here.
At
Yeah.
this point though, it's probably you could probably get up to 2 or 3 at this point, right?
Everybody is just calling me gay at this point. That's fine.
Everyone's going.
That's fine. I don't care. Look at.
Hey,
her
I know you're not
delicate
gay. You had to fucking kick a bitch out of your fucking house to go on a Financial stream. Dude,
Yeah,
that is
pretty much, no,
that is
right,
the
yeah.
dopest fucking move ever.
I was basically just like, well, I didn't have to kick her out. I was just like, I'm gonna let her sleep in, and I was like, well, I'm not gonna go out on the Financial
Yeah,
stream
no, I
and
know
have to,
you
like,
didn't kick her out, but I'm
Wake
just like,
up and be like-
you had the thought process to do it. That's what I respect.
I was like, well, I got on. I was in the chat, like hours before, and I was like, well, I'm not gonna get on in voice because like she could wake up and hear me, and like suddenly I'm like doing Shane Davis, like, look, you see, there's the stomp stream, and look, there's this thing called COMICSGATE. I'm not gonna do that.
I love that you're trying to say words and they're getting worse and worse. It's like there's this thing called the Skunk Stream, COMICSGATE. Fucking love it.
I kicked the chick out of my house without her clothes on once because she pissed me off so bad.
Ooh,
What did she do?
good.
Yeah, what did she do?
Wait! You did tell
Tell
me
us
this
the story.
Yeah.
Tell us the
No.
story. Tell us the
What's
story.
up
You
with that?
deserve that.
What you call it? I was managing a restaurant, and like I hooked up with this girl a few times, and like the first time, like she left it. Like, listen, I don't really give a shit about hickeys, but like I was just like, just don't leave one on my neck, you know. And she did. So that was the first time. No
That's
problem.
fine.
Wait,
That's
no
normal.
problem. I said
But-
okay, you know that. So like the second time we hook up, everything's fine. Third time, another hickey. I'm like, hey, listen, you know, I keep telling you, please don't. I was representing a really high end restaurant in this town where like, you know, we were like.
You
the
gotta
number one
grab her
restaurant.
hair
So-
and dominate her, motherfucker.
So then, like the fourth time we hook up again, I get up out of the bed, I walk into the bathroom, I see the hickey on my neck, and I walk in. I go, all right, that's it. You got to get the fuck out. And she thought I was kidding. And my roommates are downstairs playing video games. I don't remember what game they were playing, but they were downstairs playing video games.
Tecmo Ball.
And she thought I was kidding. I was like, no, I'm not kidding. You gotta get the fuck out. I don't know how many times I gotta tell you not to leave a mark on my neck, and you just keep fucking leaving a mark on my neck. And I gotta be at work in the morning, and you just need to get the fuck out of here. And I was like, get your shit and go. And she's like, I'm not getting my shit and going. And I was like, oh yeah. And I grabbed her clothes and I just threw them down the stairs. And I said, get the fuck out of my house.
Wait,
And,
actually, that's not the story I thought I heard. I must be mixing you up with someone else. That's a bitch move, Dark Gift.
And I made her walk
I
past
thought
my
she lit your
roommates.
cat on fire.
No.
Someone fucking told me a
That's
story
great.
that they kicked a girl out of their house.
No,
because they
hey,
lit
yo,
the cat on
no,
fire.
look. I had a girl who was biting my inner thighs. She kept biting them. I kept saying no.
That's
And
interesting.
then I said, don't do that. It hurts. And she was like, I'm not gonna. So then I just left, and we were both drunk. And she was like, oh, you know what? I just want like to do this to you because I like it. And I was like, fuck you. I don't like it. I was like,
Yeah,
fuck you. So
Jack,
Jack,
I was talking fast so I can get my statement out before someone interrupts.
sure.
Interrupted. Yeah. No,
my fault,
you've got to. I mean, honestly, I'm sorry. But
No, it's
I
good.
could tell weird.
I made her go past my roommates, like, and she was like, and
Oh
like,
yeah.
and then she was like, can I at least get my clothes on? I was like, yeah, I'm like from. I did have a screened-in porch. I was like, yeah, you can put them on my
You're
porch.
a fucking asshole, Anthony.
I was in my 20s. I was a
shame.
Dude, in my 20s, I was like a big asshole. I was a bigger asshole than you, Risey.
I find that hard to believe.
You guys gotta see this. Have you ever seen
fuck,
this?
we've seen this.
Did you see what Perth Comics did to me, Finatra, Malin, and Fraga?
Yeah. But have you seen the original? Like, this is really like twisted and weird.
We're gonna convert your children.
Oh, what the?
Yep. No, it's worse than you can imagine.
Right, and can you spot the person of color there?
Right, yeah. It's a bunch of bleach demons, roaches.
Bunch of white fucking guilt. Fuck off.
This is a great time for me to go take a piss.
That's a great time to end the stream.
Do not end the stream on this fucking. I was about to say the F word again.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, there are two people of color in there. All right.
What's this guy doing up here?
Good for you, white guilt people.
This guy's got some issues. Who's this Freddie
Which
Mercury wannabe? Oh, this guy up on the
Oh
left.
my god, look at that mustache. That looks like someone took a shit on your face, buddy.
That's 70s porn stash right there.
Yeah.
No, that's not even 70s porn stash look better than that. That's like
I'm not saying he's wearing it well, but that's a
look at this dude. This dude is getting no
Oh
action.
my god! I want to know why this
I don't think any of
asshole,
them are getting
like, go down a little bit further, like the asshole with his arms up in the air. What the fuck are you so excited for, asshole? Like, yeah, I finally said that I'm guilty for being white. Everybody, I came out of the closet. Oh my god!
Look at this.
Fuck, dude. Fuck you.
This guy's got to be like 4 feet tall.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely. Why do they all fucking have white background, fucking goddamn fucking scenery? You know, if you want to get rid of the white fucking nostalgia, fucking paint your fucking wall, Ninja. Jesus fucking Christ. The
Look,
fuck is wrong with it? Put a poster on your fucking wall at least.
This neckbeard is coming for your children. Just remember.
Jabba, I think I don't know for a fact, but I heard that some of these people were accused.
Antifa?
No, accused.
I reckon they're all Antifa. I'm going to throw that accusation out there.
They probably are. No, but he's talking about,
and some of these people,
adults
pedos.
who enjoy the company of children. Supposedly, some of these people are
Yeah, see, there you go. We figured it out, folks. The LGBTQ community are nothing but a bunch of fucking goddamn children fondling motherfuckers.
You get well read pulled down on that one.
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Oh, I apologize for that.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
They're not all that way. Gay people
I
can
think
only recruit. They can't raise gay people.
I mean, adoption laws. What are you talking? I mean, it's.
I'm going to jump off at this point because this is going into territory where.
Yeah, did you want to start up a stream, Risey? Because I think you and Distant Warrior probably want to keep it going. What do you think?
Well, I don't know. Distant Warrior's fucking.
Don't
Twitter
speak
handle.
for me,
Distant Warrior,
money motherfucker.
Oh, I'm just wondering.
See, I already like this fucking guy.
I'll stream with Reggie. I don't give a shit.
Yeah. You want to do a stream?
Oh my god.
I'll do one.
We'll talk about,
can you send him
Is he sticking
my
his tongue out the bottom of his lip?
The fuck is this thing?
No, look, Risey.
Kill it
Risey.
now. I
No,
want to shoot
Risey.
it with a fucking goddamn flamethrower. Yeah, sorry.
Risey, shut the fuck up. Risey, Risey, my Twitter is the same as my username here, Distant Warrior. So.
All right. Well, Red,
If
can
you
you send me his handle?
Yeah, I can look it up.
Yeah.
Check it out.
Yeah,
if you're down,
do it because Risey's too fucking stupid.
Well, I'm also too lazy. It's not about stupidness. It's just laziness.
Yeah, one or the other. You know, I mean, sure.
Fuck you.
Depends on
Ninja.
how you interpret it. Yeah, fuck you, Risey. You motherfucker.
All right.
All right.
I got to go get some sleep.
I stuck it in the private chat, Rising.
Look.
Oh, you did?
How many people are look, Risey? What do you think? How many people are we gonna get? We're gonna get like 5 people, like hanging out.
I don't fucking know. I mean, as long as you show up, I'm gonna have a fun fucking time. That's all that matters to me.
Let's find out. I'm fucking. Yeah, that sounds very gay though. As long as you show up.
Distant Warrior, you have a good night. Risey, you have a good night.
Take care.
Red, thank you for the show. That's a good show. That's a good show, Red.
My pleasure.
Red, thank you for having me on, pal. I will.
Thank you.
Talk to you guys soon.
Smug Pug, hail.
Thank you, Dark Gift. Appreciate it.
Fucking good. You know.
Leave us
in the back. They could leave us in the back room. That's what Finatra does.
No.
The back room.
Well, I'm gonna set up a stream and
set
I'll
up a
meet you
stream
there.
and
Thank you for having me on, Will Red.
Absolutely, my pleasure, Roger.
Fucking talk to you about that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna chuck a piss and then I'll send you the fucking link. Distant Warrior.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, sounds good.
There you go.
All right.
Chuck a piss.
Thanks again for having me on.
All right, thanks,
Shut up,
Risey.
brah.
I'll see you later.
Okay.
Distant Warrior, you've been amazing. It's been a great stream.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm drinking. So,
All right.
Have a good night.
You too. Enjoy your time with Rising. Later. All right, everybody. So that's the show for tonight. We're going to wrap it up and just play the outro music, and that's going to be everything for today. Keep an eye on the notifications. We might have another stream coming up pretty soon, and I'll see you all as soon as I get a chance to see you. So until then, have a good night, and thank you very much. Bye.
I'm just a kid.